Vaseline almost. I went on just because I know that the hair's going to be annoying if I don't.
Yes, indeed. And the wire is a bit of a pain in the bum as well. You do that actually. If you put it on the side of your lapel on your jacket, maybe it's okay.
I can actually fold it behind me because it's coming from the right angle.
Not for me. That should clip it on. There you go. Job done. Clip, mate. Clip.
Clip that, clip that.
Clip clap, clip clap. This is
like
funky.
going the wrong way up, straight up.
Oh, doing what?
See it's like this is when you hold it there, it goes up instead of going down, right? Yeah, like
yeah. Mine is also slightly weird. The mine also.
Hello there and welcome into the Summoners World Arena Championships 2023 Europe Cup Finals. It's great to have you here. We are live in Paris in France. It's so good to have you along for the ride here. My name is Adam Savage, delighted to be your host here, joined by Sam and Seishizo as well. We have got so much to look forward to. Mana comes out on the stage and welcoming the fans here who are absolutely electric. Sam, what a place to be this afternoon. It's kicking off in here.
It's getting so loud. We just heard it then when we were seeing TUTUTUH on the screen. It was getting crazy already, and it's only going to get louder for us.
Oh, just hear it, just hear it. I mean, say this is amazing.
I don't hear it, I feel it.
I feel it, that's right, that's right. Jiraiya joins Mana on stage, of course. This is an international affair. You've got the English broadcast here, the German broadcast, and the French team on stage there as well. So it's all coming our way here in chat. You're a huge part of this as well, so do embrace every single second. I mean, we've got 8 players here, all gunning it out to be the best in the continent. Sam, we've got some massive players and some big matchups ahead.
Exactly, there's so many debutants as well in this Europe Cup, which is awesome to see, and it's going to mean that some of them knew is going to be at the World Finals no matter what for Europe, but there's still those names that we all know and love that are going to be fighting it out in that bottom half of the bracket, which we'll see later, but oh, it's going to be thrilling. I can't wait.
Oh no, here we go. We're going to see the German team on the broadcast right now. Let's we'll give that for the English broadcast. We'll see in a second too. Obviously, joining yours truly, there's Birdie Mart and Knight there on the German broadcast, who are just living the dream. And here we go. About to see the English ones. Here we go. They come up any second now. The trio you're listening to on the show. Hopefully the crowd are with us as well here, fellas. Hopefully they'll love us too. And we'll see this. They're waiting for us.
They're not ready. They're not ready.
They're not ready. It's just too much. Here we go. Yes! Number 1, here we go. Good to see you here. Yes! This is fantastic. I love this. We're actually getting a chance to see the fans as well here. Because obviously this is. I mean, for the players as well. They say you have been a player in this situation before, competing in front of a live audience. What are the players feeling right now?
Well, I spoke to pretty much most of them just before we came here. It's very mixed. Some of them are very nervous. Some of them are really in their zone. But here we also have the French cast.
Ah, the French lads. There they are. Sisu and Video Kill on the stage there as well. Casting from the stage as well to the audience. I mean, we were in Berlin last year, but here in Paris, it's just such a great feeling. Just look at the audience there as well. It's amazing, Sam.
They keep making so much noise, and they're only going to get louder until that first quarterfinal.
I know. We'll do our very best here on the show to kind of like channel all the energy in the room to you guys watching here at home as well. Because you're a huge part of this too. The whole community have come out in droves to be here for this. Say it's going to be big. Obviously, a 2-time back-to-back champion as well in PINKROID, who's trying to go for 3 on the bounce here. We got Razit there as well. I know it's 2019's Paris last winner here as well. I mean, great to see him in the audience as well.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, speaking about PINKROID, back-to-back, could you do back-to-back? However, we heard the crowd for TUTUTUH. We heard the crowd for TUTUTUH. That is going to be a difficult battle because someone has the crowd behind him there, giving all the support, all the love. So let's see if he can make it all the way.
Yeah, we saw some great audience, kind of like placards. We saw some giant TUTUTUH heads on sticks here as well. Trying to kind of get him as far and wide as reach as possible here. France really celebrating this player. But for you guys at home, here's just to catch up to speed. What's coming your way here, of course. Today is, of course, October the 7th here, 2023. The match process is a single elimination, best of 5. We start the quarters, then the semi-finals, and then we have our finals later on. $20,000 in prize pool money. But the big thing is here, Sam. 2 players who will reach the final. Whatever happens in that final, both are going to Worlds in Bangkok later this year.
Exactly, that is what they're all here for. They want to get at least into that final match, and maybe things can chill out after that once you've secured your flight and ticket over to Bangkok. But until that moment, every single match counts. That's why there's single elimination. If you make a mistake, best of 5 might help you short term, but longer term you need to make sure you're winning consistently.
Yeah, you certainly do. Consistency is key, isn't it?
Always, consistency is very key, and also these guys really analyze their draft. Like, okay, I can make a certain play, it could work like a certain percentage of the time, but is it the most consistent play to work right here? There are certain units that work more in tournament play than in ladder play, we say, but it's still difficult to pick out which one works.
It is, it definitely is. And for you guys at home as well, you're a big part of this, as mentioned. One thing you can do at the course of this as well is earn some brilliant rewards. You can see live stream coupon codes will pop up here. There's emblems, there's scrolls, there's all sorts of great things for you because we love you. Rewards for being here, part of the community, and watching the Summoners World Arena Championships Europe Cup unfold. Our bracket here, these are the matchups, the quarterfinals. You can see there is a knockout bracket here. If you lose, you're out of the competition. Sam, 4 big quarterfinals. Boy, I can't wait to get started.
It's crazy. If you just split it in half, looking at that top half right now, we're guaranteed a new European representative at the World Finals, which is so hard to say that would have ever happened at the start of this year, since how stacked the Europe region is. And I think, for me, that's going to be wild to watch.
Yeah, definitely, but because it is that stacked, we see that much new talent coming in. Because all of these players, I mentioned before in prelims, top 35 in their region, all of them. It just means that we have a very stacked region over here, and let's see who's going to represent that insane stacked region at the World Finals.
Indeed, yeah. Before we meet our players shortly, quickly, we've had a chance to catch up with them backstage, you know, kind of see their kind of feeling right now. What have you noticed with the players? Any kind of inside scoops for the fans at home there, Sam?
I think a lot of them are somewhat kind of calm and collected the first few days when they arrive. Now they're getting a bit more nervous. You can see kind of certain nerves happening. A lot of guys still doing R5, making sure to try and get some grinds and gems available wherever possible, just to make it as efficient as possible on their runes that they've got right now. But it all comes down to this, and we don't know how they're going to react until they get on that stage.
We don't. You can see the predictions as well on here right now. So this is the predictions. I mean, PINKROID, I mean, we're looking, I mean, 3% of the crowd here are feeling this, and they're not enjoying that whatsoever, say.
I'm pretty sure the crowd didn't vote. Those were all excluded because we hear different feelings from this one.
Yeah. Dare I say there was some boos there. There was some boos, like, boo. But PINKROID, 33%, you know, is it all the threes today, potentially for PINKROID? You know, can you make it a third in a row? But 33% of the vote, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, he's just so well known, and his knowledge of the game, the way that he plays, it's something that is feared by a lot of other players, and the community know it. We watch him on stream, we see him play. He's such a tough opponent to face, especially in this tournament setting where you can't make a mistake.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's cheering right now, and I know they're going to get even louder and even crazier as time goes on here. Do you think Say is going to do, I mean, do you think PINKROID is going to do the Say? Do you think he can go for 3 for 3?
He definitely can, but I definitely also saw that in the prelims, he had a little bit more of a struggle than he showed the last few years. So could he be dethroned, and could he be dethroned by the home favorite?
I mean, that would be something. I mean, I think if TUTUTUH manages as the home favorite to go through to the next round, beating out the current champion, that would be absolutely extraordinary, wouldn't it?
It would be unheard of. Honestly, it's going to be a crazy challenge for him, but it might work out.
It might work out. Right, it's time to meet some of our players. A matchup's coming our way. The first up is Neff. Here we go. Let's have a look and see what he's all about.
Hello, Paris. It's me, Neff. Get ready to see me play. Being here is like a dream come true. I never expected it. I'm so happy I made it. Dear LUFIA, the friendship will stay, but I beat you anyways. You should cheer for me because I can show you that a new player is always there and can always make it all the way to the top.
I've got so much time for Neff going, we're friends, but I will break you. I will break you. There he is, the man of the hours, Neff. I mean, Sam, what a guy. We've had a chance to catch up with him. Such a lovely dude backstage, but I guess he has to really turn it on now and go into machine mode.
Exactly. He is genuinely one of the nicest people that I've ever met, and I'm really hoping that he can keep his calm, keep his nerves under wraps, and make sure that he plays the way that he can. He has a very strong, in terms of units in his box that are available for him in this, and he also managed to qualify in the prelims in the first weekend. So it shows how strong you are if you can get 2 back-to-back wins. You're already set up for a good Europe Cup.
Yeah, definitely. But we have that Wajet in there. That Wajet was such a key unit, being very strong in previous meta, still in current meta. However, it's slightly tuned down as of recently. However, Neff has showed a lot more than just that Wajet. There's that Ragdoll, that's there, there's that Han. We see a more Raccoony Oliver on the field over here. There's a lot to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, he seems very composed here as well, which I like about that. And again, you know, playing one of his friends here in LUFIA, it'd be interesting to see how this one comes out. I'm going to be watching LUFIA here and seeing if he gives anything away. But we've met Neff. Let's meet his competitor. It's LUFIA. Check this out. Let's see what he is all about as well.
Hey Paris, ich bin LUFIA und ich bin hier zum Gewinnen. Neff, zieh dich warm an, ich habe mich gut vorbereitet und Hahn gehört mir. Feuert mich an, wenn ihr mich anfeuert, feuert ihr den Gewinner an.
It's LUFIA, the challenger! Do you know what? I love that as well. He's like, Han is mine. That is my unit, and I'll show you. I love the fact that they're kind of claiming ownership over certain units too they want to bring to the party here. But the pick and bans will be really interesting here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is a unit which both of them are going to be highly contested during this match. It's a unit that has shown proven as a very good unit in the Europe regionals so far. It's commonly used, and it commonly does so much damage. And if you have the certain perfect runes, artifacts, you can really make it work along with another combination of other units that are available for it.
And these guys definitely have those runes and artifacts. But one thing to mention, both of them are going to be contesting that Han. That could be you have to pre-ban. The moment you don't have the first pick, you're going to pre-ban it. The moment you do have the first pick, you're going to lock it in first. If the enemy doesn't do the same thing, they could cancel out each other's Hans throughout the whole match here today.
They certainly could. And you know, LUFIA's journey there as well, beating out Ismo, Guts the Berserk, big names in the competitive scene as well. I mean, it's been a journey. He's done superbly well, but it is time now to see Neff and LUFIA's support in the crowd. Look at those heads we talked about there. I love seeing that from the fans in the audience there. Oh, just listen to the electricity there, Sam. Everyone can't wait for this first quarter-final.
They can't, and I just want to add into this as well, Adam. So far, we've just found out as well that last season, Neff and LUFIA have played each other once before in season. Okay. And that actually did go to a winner for LUFIA. So is that a change for what might happen in the rest of today?
Okay.
Definitely interesting, but that one did not have a pre-ban. They did not have the preparation. They did not have a lot of more stages on that one.
Okay, well, what's going to happen is we want you guys at home to let us know at all times in the chat who you think is going all the way here. Before this match gets underway very shortly, dare I ask very quickly, Sam, say, who do you think's got this one? Predictions? Go first, Sam.
Oh, I would probably say Neff.
Okay.
I would say the one with the most fireworks.
It's all about the fireworks here. And you guys are in for a ride, a roller coaster ride. It is LUFIA versus Neff. It's a best of 5. The first quarterfinal here is ready to kick off. It's our pre-bans phase, and then we go into the picks as well. Guys, it's over to Sam. Say, Shizo, let's do this thing. Best of 5 quarterfinals. Here we go.
Here we go. It's a new year, a new Europe Cup, a guaranteed new qualifier. But one thing remains. It will be hands down the best opening match. As we have LUFIA versus Neff, we have the Wedge pre-ban, we have the Bella pre-ban, we have a hand first pick by LUFIA going into the Oliver and straight into the Heigang as well, say.
Heigang is definitely a unit we're going to see throughout quite a lot. All of these European players, they really do like that meta unit in that Heigang. Often it is counted, however, by exactly that unit, the Cigar.
Exactly. Cigar as well has been very prevalent during SWC so far. 54% win rate overall in over 120 matches, say. Proving super beneficial for all of the users that are doing it. Partnering it with a Vanessa, showing he's maybe going for turn 1 there with LUFIA.
Yeah, definitely showing to go for somewhat of turn 1, but there's still both of them bruiser side. We have a triple revenge first. It's kind of that coin flip on like that 45% chance to triple revenge. We have the Kinky being picked up, so Neff is definitely saying, I'm going more bruiser-ish. However, LUFIA can still go full on like some AoE strips right here. But does he maybe kind of match the bruisering as well? Going in with like an Oliver, or no, wait, the Oliver's on the other side. A Miles, Raccoon, maybe some of those kind of units? Or do we bring something else? Let's see.
Exactly. Taking his time though now. The first lock-ins were very fast. Going maybe for an Ongiyuki here. We know super relevant, along with a Bolverk as well. Interesting.
Interesting on the Bolverk. Personally, I used to be a big Bolverk user until certain something happens. And that certain something happens, it's getting outpaced by a Verdehaio. Your Bolverk can definitely get quite some stacks in, but I don't see too many stacks on the field, actually. So we have no stacks on the field.
Yeah, where's he getting the beneficial effects from here?
Well, he was buffed in ES3. I definitely do like the Onyuki, because Onyuki is very strong into that Kinky. But I am not too sure about that Bolverk lock-in, and even Neff isn't too sure, but locks in a Diana, and I absolutely like that unit on this part of the field.
Exactly. We've got a Diana locked in on the side of Neff now. They were taking quite some considerable time to even consider that Bolverk in the draft as well, so maybe there's something planned by LUFIA that even we have no idea what we're expecting.
I could maybe see something along the lines of a one-shot. Like, can you get a Han plus Bolverk one-shot? You take out the Verdehaio and then you fight the rest of the battle. That could be something. Let's see who can take third turn on this first match of today. LUFIA against Neff.
Wow, here we are, straight in with the Han as well. So he's got all skills available. Probably going to be looking to use third skill, set up a defense break, trying to get rid of one of the units. Going in for that Diana. Obviously with the sustain, couldn't get through anything, but gets into the second skill, no stun.
No stun, that no stun is definitely very big, but that LUFIA has that first turn, but he's gonna kind of run out of gas. Like at some point, okay, gets that proc, definitely nice. But the thing is, Bolverk is gonna move next. Who is going to move after Bolverk? Because Bolverk has 4 stacks. You cannot use your third skill. You're only going to take from current HP rather than from enemy max HP.
Exactly, and Heigang's moving next anyway as well. So is this a moment for a stun?
Yeah, I don't know. If it's
not quite.
Not quite, but you have the glance, and the glancing means he can never land on the vert. He did not land on the Diana. Diana is reset, however. If you can stun any of them, does stun of the units, and now we're going to pace with that Verdeheil. Verdeheil's pacing, Verdeheil's getting all of those hits in. Let's see, can we get an armor break on this unit? Does land an armor, gets Scott Brocker, goes for a skill too, and that will definitely take that unit off the battlefield.
Wow, taking out there straight away, that's going to be huge in the end for LUFIA, because he's going to have to try and get rid of Diana now, but how does he get rid of something like the Kinky on this side here, with Verd taking so many turns for him eventually?
Yeah, I would definitely say that this Ongyuki can take rid of a Kinky at some point. It's definitely the possibility there. But are you going to have enough juice? Like, are your units going to be lively enough? We do have this skill 3 coming up right now. Probably full healing. Are you going to go for the Vert, or are you starting to work on the Kinky already? I would say Vert. No, does go for the Kinky. We have that skill 3 coming in right now. However, we have Glances. You're probably not going to skill 3. You might attempt skill 2 stun on that Vert.
Exactly, but what he's got some time, he's thinking about it. Oh, he's gone for the third skill, gets the defense break, but now sets up for the Ongyuki skill.
Ongyuki is definitely going to kill, but I would still say that this Vert has chance. The moment that the Vert takes out, oh, it's definitely a tricky match over here.
Oh,
very nice stunner over there, that's for sure. But the Ongyuki, if Ongyuki takes one more proc, it's going to take out this Vert.
Wow, this is reminding me of last year with Dushan's Ongyuki. Procking in from the first skill, setting up a defense breaker, going into second skill. We're going to see now, because obviously stuns don't do anything against the Ongyuki, but
glancing.
Can he?
Ooh,
still lands.
Armor break landed on the second hit, so not too much extra damage. However, the issue is everything starts doing damage right now, and Vert's most likely not going to proc, and Ongyuki will get stunned, but that does not matter because it's the Ongyuki taking out that Verdil, taking that proc, taking this match, confirming that kill, and a Heigang is a very strong unit, but a 1v2 is not something he likes to do.
Wow, crazy. Showing again how much damage that Ongyuki can do when it's given the option there. The Bolvert pick was somewhat of a weird one for us to see, but it's ended up working out, and that has resulted in LUFIA taking the first lead in the match against Neff. You saw there a little bit of a nod from Neff, kind of like a wow, okay, I wasn't quite expecting that, and it's paid off well for LUFIA, as we're going to be going into the second set here. So.
Yeah, definitely. The Bolvert was slightly interesting. Would you say that the Bolvert valued that much into the match? I wouldn't really say so. I think a lot of other units would have done similar, the same things. However, it definitely threw Neff's draft off because he wasn't sure what it was going to do. He wasn't sure where it was going to go. We were also thinking here, and the moment that you put someone in the mindset like, I'm not entirely sure what's happening, you cut someone by the tail, and you can make work on that as well.
Exactly. We see now the Ongyuki getting banned now by Neff. Obviously don't want to deal with the damage that it was just doing in that last set. And Ragdoll being banned out on the side of LUFIA. The option is there. Han is taken straight away from Neff. It's going to be a back and forth between these guys unless we see a pre-ban, say.
Yeah, definitely. But the pre-ban of the Ragdoll is going to say LUFIA can definitely go into like these AoE units that most likely crit. Can go into the Moor, the Chunk Pong, all of those kind of units. Segment, something along the lines of saying like, okay, I will not give you the speed game, but Neff is answering that like, that Wadjet is definitely still there. The Wadjet-Han combination is definitely strong. The only issue with a Wadjet right now is that you kind of have to pair it with the Juno because she is hard, or he is hard counted by the Juno, which we might see being picked up by LUFIA right now next to the Bella.
Exactly, he's going to go for a Bella. It's one of his consistent units. It's part of his like holy trinity of the 3-0 that he uses with the Han normally. I'm actually just looking now, Sekhmet for LUFIA did win him one of the matches during his prelims. And overall though, Sekhmet isn't doing too well at a 45% win rate. So in tournament play, she's maybe not exactly landing what she needs to, especially that third skill. Wow, Eleanor.
Eleanor, definitely a unit we don't see all too much. It's probably the anti-crit slash glancing that is into that Han. However, I definitely do like that pickup of the Praha. You could even pair both of them. Go both Oracles, Juno, Praha on this slot. Definitely works. Goes for a Molong, so we have a different kind of snipe from that one as well.
Wow, powering it up a Molong with a Praha. I actually do know from Neff, some of the artifacts that he has on his Praha are doing some crazy damage. Like over 2. Oh, whoa! This is the wrong player for a Smicer.
Smicer! This is something that has recently been buffed as well. Is LUFIA going to show right now that this Smicer actually does work? Or does Neff even keep it on the field? Or is he not that prepared enough against it that you just might take it out because you're uncertain against it?
Wow, this is crazy. I mean, I expected to see a Smicer today, but not in this match. In the next match that's coming, So let's see now if it's going to be somewhat of a respect ban, because you don't want to deal with it. You don't know what has been worked out by LUFIA to see how he can make it go through. Decides to take out both speed leads on both sides, so Han going out and Oliver. Likely we're taking speed lead and the HP lead. As we get in to set number 2 between LUFIA and Neff, can he extend his lead, or can Neff start to whittle LUFIA down and maybe make that comeback?
Yeah, definitely going to be very interesting to see, can this Molong snipe out the Bella? If that Molong snipes out the Bella instantly, that is going to be very deadly. Skill 3, can you land? You have to push it on the Bella. Does land on the Bella, pushes back, not too much though. That is not looking all too great, because the moment the Bella gets some skills off, you have those pushbacks.
Exactly, here we go. Cigar gets the provoke in the defense break, but Molong with skill 3 available, going for the skill 2 instead, gets the stun on the Bella, big stun.
Yeah, definitely stun, definitely a right play over there. Not going for that snipe, because the snipe wouldn't fully snipe, but that stun is definitely there. We have the skill landing from the segment, but Wajet, how much do you boost, and are you going to boost this Molong over the units on the enemy side?
Exactly, we also know that Smice, if she does manage to get a turn, she's going to throw over some sort of silence. Oh, takes out the Smicer.
That is definitely additional damage on wind. That is definitely one of those things you plan. Do you go additional damage on wind, water, maybe any of the light and darks? This was definitely one on wind, and that is definitely something that LUFIA did not expect to get sniped out by a Molong.
Exactly, and now for LUFIA, he has to protect that Bella. The moment the Bella goes down, I think it's going to be very, very tough for him to come back from, say.
But on the other hand, if this Bella takes 2 turns right now, we're going to see very low HP bars on the side of Neff, because this was one of the highest hitting Bellas I've seen throughout the tournament so far.
Oh.
But that procer on the other side, the Pras, doing a lot of additional damage.
Wow, 1.8k she was hitting there. That's a good one. And Molong follows up as well.
I am more impressed by the Molong. Molong doing 2.3s. That is actually Molong. I assume it had additional damage on wind. But doing 2.3s on the Molong means that you also have an insane amount of artifacts, of additional damage artifacts on that Molong.
We were saying already that the Praha had some crazy artifacts, and maybe he's got a few more during the time between prelims and now, because he's going to be whittling down LUFIA, taking his time now just to make sure all those units on the other side have gone. What a pick from Molong.
Yeah, the Molong, definitely a unit you don't see all too much. It's still the common build that we see, that vampire build. So you snipe a lot of HP on the enemy, but you also take a big portion of that HP. However, it just worked perfectly here together with that Wajet. The Wajet pacing that you have makes it that you can actually go for the skill 2. And there you have the victory for Neff, and it's 1-1.
Wow, 1-1. Honestly, so far, all of the things that we were thinking were going to happen in these matches has completely gone out of the window, say, and all of our preparation on some of the units were like, huh? What the hell has changed now? So there we've seen a Smicer. We saw Molong coming into great effect for Neff as well. Now, obviously, LUFIA is going to be able to get the Ongyuki back, and Ragdoll is available again for Neff. Do you think we see the similar pre-bans in the first round?
We could, but you could maybe also say, like, okay, from Neff's side, I might be pre-banning that Han, but definitely pre-banning that Wajet. We've seen the power of Wajet. Molong was strong, but why was Molong strong? It was strong because of Wajet. Exactly. And that is definitely something in there that LUFIA will most likely go for the same pre-ban. Neff might switch up his draft.
Yeah, let's see. He has got time now. This is a time when you have to compose yourself. Does ban out the Han this time, and a Wedget has been banned on the opposite side. Han is the most... Actually, in the whole of SWC, it's been used 25 times. 20 of those times have been in Europe. So we're used to seeing it here, but we're not going to see it during this set right now, which is going to be crucial for Neff to see if he can take out LUFIA. LUFIA going for the speed lead, the 33 with Oliver.
Oliver, do we go from Oliver into, yes, exactly the standard composition ladder? More CP, do we get that countered by a Marsha? Are we going that route? Bella's open in this case. Could go Sekhmet Bella, could go Sekhmet Marsha. Something along that line.
Exactly, we're back to 1-1. So maybe the mindset is to go back to what you know. Those things that you've always played in ladder can somewhat help you through these matches, because it's a lot of muscle memory. They know what monsters they're going to be using, and they've ruined them perfectly for the SWC Europe Cup right now. LUFIA taking a lot more time this time to figure out exactly the units that he wants to take. Going for a Jemaya and a Bella, though, say.
Jemaya and a Bella, definitely interesting. Jemaya is there to hard counter the Chungpong. Like, okay, you reset my units. I have the Jemaya with the third skill, Illusion of Time, resetting all of those cooldowns. However, Chungpong still pushes back, and Jemaya is not that great into pushback, and also if it gets stunned, because it can get stunned by the Moor right now. We have a Rakuni. Do we go Rakuni-Miles combination? Rakuni-Ragdoll combination.
Wow, Rakuni-Ragdoll. We know Rakuni. Rakuni has been prevalent all over SWC with a 55% win rate, actually, at the moment, so doing a very good job when he's actually used in the team. Partnering it with a Ragdoll, obviously it's going to be dangerous for him. LUFIA again. We can see now that the guys are settling down, maybe. Maybe the nerves are somewhat settled so that they can take the time to think. We see Ongyuki and the Shizuka, which we were talking a lot about in prelims, say.
Yeah, we definitely talked a lot about our prelims. We definitely said the unit is not doing too great, but you remember which one did exactly very great. That was the one of LUFIA against Guts. Took that procer at that right moment and the match was over. Is this one going to do that, or is it maybe going to be Respect removed from the field? Last pick though, are we going into a Juno, Praha, those kind of units? Goes back to that Cigar.
Exactly, Cigar being locked in. I mean, that's Shizuka pick, right? I mean, we did a cast a curse maybe on that one in the prelims, so I'm excited to see if it can go through now. Maybe we can start off right, giving it some love. There's some good combination of units that have been picked on the field. We're getting a Chungpung and we're getting a Shizuka band locked out with speed leads taken on both sides in Moore and Oliver, say.
Yeah, definitely that Respect ban on the Shizuka. If she works very well. If she doesn't, well, not that great. But we have that not in the field, and we have the third set between LUFIA and Neff.
Here we go, Bella. How much damage is she going to do, and is she going to take an additional turn? Oh, no additional turn, and Rakuni is there to cleanse.
Rakuni is moving in front of pretty much all of the units, giving that opportunity, like, you are pushing back, I'll push back up, but it's missing that strip on that Oliver.
Wow, there was a resistance on everything there on the side of Neff. It's not going to be good, so it means Oliver still has skills and can start to cycle, say.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting interaction because there are two units provoked and the same two units also got stunned, and now we have a stun on the other side. We called him the stunner boy before, but definitely what we see right here is pretty interesting interactions with the stunners both sides.
Wow, you can see then. So Oliver is built on despair. That's why he's getting the stuns for all of you guys. Ongyuki has second skill available. I don't think it's going to be enough damage to take anything out, but a defense break can set things up in the future, say.
Yeah, definitely the defense break will help. However, will be cleansed off by that Rakuni. But the big question right now is if that Jamire procs out, no removal of that armor break. If we're gonna have a hit, not from this Oliver, but the unit that comes right up
and stuns
and another stun. This S2, there is attack break on it. Can you do enough damage though? I think you lack it by a sliver of health. But is he gonna go for it?
Here we go, he does go for it, and it's not enough at all with that attack break.
That attack break is so much value on a unit like that. On the other side, we have to get rid of this. We have to provoke this. If we do not, we do get the provoke. No prockets, no prockets, both sides in this case.
Wow, there you go. You could have seen if that Jamire stays on the field, he's going to be resetting cool times for his own team, and he's going to take away all of those attack break, which you saw how much effect it played against that Ragdoll. But if Bella keeps taking additional turns, she'll get out of that attack break to do a bit more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. But what we really see is the more skill one is actually doing a lot more than we mostly give it credit for. Those attack breaks are really devaluing the damage. Getting the pushback, however, Oliver taking a cycle of turns. However, if Oliver misses one cycle right now, misses the cooldown increase, with Despair, it's a lot harder to get your skills back. So if the moment that happens...
Oh, and it's 3 out of 4 stuns, sir.
It is three out of many stuns.
Here we go, Ongyuki has got skill 1 available. Going to set up a defense break somewhere. Gets it on that Maul, there's no passive available. You need to get rid of Jamire, right?
Yeah, you have to get rid of the Jamire, but I'm looking at the Bell already.
Oh, maybe not. Its second skill is available, so Rakuni's... Oh, it was just enough.
It was just enough, but I also feel that's somewhat risky because you're going to get reset right now. You have an armor break on that Moore. Moore does not like these kind of hits. There's 8 hits going towards its way on the armor break. No, decides to go somewhere else, and that is a lot of debuffs on that Cigar right now.
Wow, that is huge. But Moore managing to get an attack break again onto the Ongyuki. He's going to set up some sort of defense break if he can land it. He's going for the Moore. You need to start getting rid of that Moore. The Rakuni is surviving.
Yeah, the Rakuni is definitely surviving right now. If we skill 2, how much damage are we going to do? We're killing that Bella and we're taking that additional turn. If you take out the Ongyuki right now, the Oliver is not doing enough damage to make work of this.
Wow, here we go. So Oliver, we've had, what was it, 4 out of 5 stuns so far, I think, on the Despair Oliver now. He's going to be having skill 2 available. Can he put a cool time in somewhere? Yes, but means Moore's going to take a turn.
Moore definitely takes turn, but the longer you keep this Ongyuki on the field, it's one of the hardest scalers for the attack going up. The moment you keep it on field, if he goes for a skill 1 on Rakuni right now, lands the armor break into a skill 2, goes for a skill 2, however, does he kill the Moore? Does not kill the Moore. That once again, that attack break of Moore is doing insane value.
Wow, that is huge. Now Oliver has skill 3 available. Is he going to start looking? Oh, he's going to put it into the Ragdoll, obviously get it back down. But that Moore's passive. Oh!
And we have a stun on exactly the right unit, exactly what LUFIA needed.
Oh my god, here we go. Rakuni is now getting into the turns, has got the speed buff on it as well. Moore getting... Oh, what?
We're going back and forth so many on those stunners. All of us, what was the stunning boy? No, we have the stunner boy on the other side. We have that Moore dropping stunners all the time on that Oliver. Not going to be able to do enough damage. Oh, and we have so much going on. However, You still need to drop that HP over there and see the healing.
Oh
that is
my.
that Onyuki.
Oh my god, here we go. So he's going to try and get... Oh, not enough to get rid of that Oliver there. So Oliver is still going to be helping out with the Onyuki. And we just saw how much damage it's doing, say.
Yeah, definitely that attack break worked out throughout the whole match. But the moment that that's 1 second without... And we have that stunner. This skill too. How much damage are you going to do? We have some damage up and damage down, or HP down going already. Would you go for that skill 2 right now? Are you going to kill it? Goes for skill 2. Do you do enough damage? We're taking out the Moor. Yes. We're having the Raccoon on the field. And that will definitely confirm the victory for LUFIA, because Raccoon can do a lot. But this is not something Raccoon can do.
Exactly. I think right now, once we've got some sort of defense break, the Raccoon's health is obviously not... Yeah, Neff is kind of looking. You can see. Yeah. I think he knows it's not, but you're here. You might as well try, because there's going to be some health coming through here.
Well, look at the health coming through on Young Nyuku. It is more than the Raccoon is actually healing. There is absolutely no way, and Neff does know it.
Wow, LUFIA coming away with now a 2-1 versus Neff. Crazy how much damage that Onyuki is doing as the game goes on, say. And especially with all of the other stuff of the units that he's combining it with. How do you ban it out? I mean, he has to let it in at one point, but do you need to ban it during the actual pick and ban phase?
Well, it's pretty interesting because Onyuki was very much used last year. We saw a bunch of players, Duchan, Truewell, all picking up that unit. And afterwards, it was slightly tuned down. And everyone said, like, it's not really usable anymore. Well, it is definitely something that we see here right now that is definitely very strong. And it's just definitely working.
Yeah, exactly. We've got here Onyuki with the pre-ban and an Oliver as well being pre-banned. Obviously, Neff does not want to deal with that Onyuki. It was doing so much damage to him during that last match. He needs to get rid of it, and the easiest way to do that, let's not let you play with it, LUFIA, during this next set. He's going to first pick Wedjat. It's the unit that is a core in his team, and we know that he's been using it. It's actually not been a positive win rate for SWC overall, Wedjat, which is crazy to think about, especially compared to a ladder season. However, now LUFIA is going to lock in both with speed leads, a Han and a Vanessa.
Yep, but we also have double speed lead on the other side already with that Moor. What are you going to pair it up with? Does he go to the constable pick with that Changpeng right there?
Exactly. Partners it up, kind of going back to what he thought was working in the previous matches. You pick in that Moor, you pick in that Changpeng, you've got the double speed leads of 24. They are slower than the other side of LUFIA at the moment with the 33 of Vanessa and the 30 of Han. However, it is only for the Dark Element, but LUFIA has Dark Elements, say. He has that Bella. Is he going to just pick that Bella and then, look, takes the first turn, more damage?
Yeah, exactly, and that is why all of his box works so well together. There's so many Dark Guns, and we have that secret in there. We have seen it being picked in the before in the prelims. It was banned out at that moment. Is it gonna go through in this moment? Because it's relatively a new unit. People don't really have that many matches into it. Are you comfortable playing into something right now when you're one match down that you haven't really played in all too much?
Exactly, it is the decisive set. Whoever wins this set, if LUFIA wins this set, he's going through to the semi-finals. If Neff loses, sadly, his journey is going to end in the SWC Europe Cup this year. He's going for a Ragdoll, going for a Kinky. How is LUFIA going to answer this, say?
Yeah, there's a lot of options right here. You could go for somewhat of you already show a lot of damage. Or you could definitely go for somewhat of a safer pick into maybe a Raccoon for himself, maybe some support, a Wusa, a Riley, any of those units that can give more support. Or you just go in like full damage, like your one matchup. You can lose one, you can play around with something that you're mildly okay. This is kind of very hard going for it. And we see the comeback of the Smicer. Didn't do all too much last match, but this is going to do something this one.
Exactly, banning out the Sigrid, banning out Changpeng. Like we said, the Sigrid hasn't now featured at all yet. 2 speed leads, the quicker on the side of LUFIA, which is most likely meaning maybe Bella is still going to be taking a first turn here. Wedjat instead.
Wedjat definitely going for that first turn. And we have the follow-up of this no despair stunts whatsoever. So nothing is controlled on the side of LUFIA. And LUFIA can definitely take over the match over here. However, we have the Kinky moving next. Is it despair?
Oh, maybe. Well, we'll see. If he goes for skill 2, if he goes for skill 1, I think it might be a
Fire. Then it's definitely Fire, yes. So let's see. Smicer, what are you going to do? Where are you going to drop your bomb? Because you kind of want to drop it on Kinkies, Ragdolls.
Nice. That's a very nice drop of the bomb, getting the stun as well. Now it's the Ragdoll, obviously targeting the Vanessa, because if you go for another unit, she'll be able to revive them.
Ooh, but we have that armor break. We still have that death buff as well. But this Han is going to do a lot of damage. Get that the turn that he gets from his third skill. Are you going to try to stun it right now, or are you scared of that torrent range?
Exactly. He is within the region, I'm pretty sure right now. Gets the stun and gets the proc. An additional turn as well.
and that additional turn actually takes out that ragdoll. However, we have that Kinky. Can you do something? You have that bomb locked on you, and the Smicer is actually doing a great job at locking out one unit right now. And 3 against 4 is definitely not something you want to look at. Vanessa's not looking too much on HP, but there's so much damage going in. The Bella is pretty much high value every time she hits, because she has those multi-hits, and she takes that additional turn as well. But we have the Han coming after that and has the skill 3 up.
Wow, he already has skill 3 up available. Yeah, true, sir. So now Bella putting in more into that wedge, and Han has that skill 3. Is he going to be able to kill?
Not enough, but we get that extra turn, and therefore you're definitely going to kill. And I'm not entirely sure. Goes for the stunner.
Wow, goes for the stunner, and then Smicer comes in, managing to put that silence on the Kinky. Skill 2 not available, and the bomb is going to be going off. Resisted, though.
Resisted bomb, so you still have an option to come back on that. However, a Bella into a Kinky is not really a matchup that you really like that much. There's some good damage going into that Han, though.
Yeah, there is, but Bella again with all skills available. We just see how much damage that she's managing to do during these matches. It's really a lot, and look at this. We're nearly getting that Kinky down.
Yeah, definitely nearly getting the Kinky down. The Kinky is also going to get a bomb pretty soon, but I think the Kinky is not going to take any more turns because the units on the side of LUFIA are faster. They're probably going to outpace whatever Neff's units are on the speed of right now, especially a Kinky not being that fast. But was not countered. You actually did more than the passive range of the damage and was not countered. We're going to drop the bomb. Or we're going to drop the bomb on the 4 HP unit, getting that stun as well. And this will definitely take out the unit, confirm the kill, and confirming the victory for LUFIA over here.
Wow, well done, LUFIA.
Look at the relief on his face there as well. What an incredible victory there from LUFIA, who goes through with a 3-1 victory in this best of 5. They're good friends, and we're going to catch up now, I think, with our players who put in a valiant effort, a great quarterfinals to kick things off here with Mano on stage chat to him. Sam, great matchup there. I mean, LUFIA, it seems absolutely elate to go through to the next round, but it just went back and forth. Those first 2 games were not what you expected, really.
No, not all. He was using some of the units which were not familiar from his, usually using it is from other players, but he must have done his research and his homework, and he's prepared perfectly for it. Also, I would say LUFIA was another underdog so far, and this could be another underdog story. Maybe he's taking in the footsteps of Isma.
Maybe.
Maybe, it definitely could be, but it was definitely interesting to see that combination of the 3, the holy trinity of LUFIA. We have that Onyuki, we have that Han, and we have that Bella. You can only ban out one. You can maybe steal another one. The moment that he had that option on the side of Neff, he had like a comfortable match. But the moment that he couldn't steal out that Han, he had to give it to his enemy, it just was a very difficult battle for Neff.
Certainly was. You can see there that third set as well there seemed like a defining one where it seemed to go on and on. There's a saga that never ended. And LUFIA came out on top. Do you think that gave him the edge going into that last match as well?
I think so as well, yes. Like the thing is, once you're 2-1, it's only 1 win away. 2-1 is a really horrible position if you're on that other side with the 1. You have to win 2 matches back-to-back, knowing that the pre-bans are going to be affecting you even more. It's really difficult.
Yeah, it really is, and definitely that's also the point where if you're that 2-1, you can go for that slightly more risky play. It's like, okay, if it works out the way I want it to work out, you instantly win. If it doesn't work, okay, I'll try again next round, I play a little bit safer. But he has that 1 up, and therefore he went for the draft that he liked to do at that 3rd match.
Yes,
or 4th match.
Our LUFIA, there you can see on screen, folks, in the bracket, LUFIA progresses through to the next round there. I'm really looking forward to our next matchup here with NICERSMICER taking on HANZELOT here, and it'd be interesting because obviously LUFIA lost out to, I think, NICERSMICER in the previous prelims, I think it was. We'll get into that very shortly. For now, though, let's meet NICERSMICER. Let's see what he has to bring to the party.
It's my first time in Paris, and I'm really looking forward to seeing you. HANZELOT, even if you have Salah, I will smice you. Cheer for NICERSMICER, because I'm gonna make a great show.
Did I hear NICERSMICER say, I will smice you? I love that. Yes. I absolutely love it. He brings it out. He's brought the dab there into the main stage. I mean, we've got to talk about, again, like the personalities here, and what a very cool, calm and collected customer there as well. We were chatting to him backstage, and Sam, he seems like he is ready for this. He's just embracing every second.
He is so relaxed as a man. He's honestly, look at him. He has no fear in his eyes whatsoever, just a nice little smile, and getting ready to take on HANZELOT here. He also had such a clean way through the prelims, managing to beat LIVERT and beat LUFIA, like you mentioned. So he's already prepared now. HANZELOT is going to be a fierce opponent, but he has a lot under his sleeve.
Yeah, definitely. But looking at NICERSMICER right now, he's not looking at the game. He's looking around at the crowd. He's just enjoying the vibe. He's like, oh, I got a play here. I'm there for that.
Yeah, he is cool as a cucumber. Let's check out exactly how his competitor's feeling here. It's HANZELOT. Let's have a look at him too.
Hello Paris, it's my first time here and I hope you're excited for me. Finally I'm here and I'm ready to show you my power. NICERSMICER, you can do whatever you want, I have Salah. You should support me cause I play unusual stuff.
I'm going to say it, but what a beefcake. What a beefcake he is. Here comes HANZELOT to the main stage here. Let's take on NICERSMICER. I mean, again, giving you guys a bit of inside scoop here. I mean, say backstage, I was chatting, I've seen them both actually side by side, kind of talking. They seem like very amicable, everything's very cool. It'll be interesting to see how things flare up now on the main stage.
Yeah, definitely it's interesting to see. We definitely have seen a lot of fireworks coming from HANZELOT. HANZELOT came through the losers bracket. However, he had that very close best of 5 with PINKROID, and that is definitely a difficult match right there. We see the units on the side. We have that Yeonhong, we have that Han, once again the Han being showcased over here, and we have that Salah that pretty much no one used so far.
No, exactly. He's using, both of these guys right now, we're going to be using some units that we're not fully always familiar with, usually from watching other people playing on ladder, but they made it work. That's why they're here. And I hope they can prove to us some more units that can work on the top level so that other people can get inspired. LUFIA just got inspired by NICERSMICER.
I know. I mean, that's the great thing. This is a great showcase for any aspiring players too, to kind of see what exactly the top pros are using, what they bring. The kind of the audience here are loving it as well here. Clearly, it's a very, very fun affair because everyone is absolutely elated for this next quarterfinal. Yeah. Our stage is hyping up, our host stage hyping up the crowd right now, and you can see everyone is ready to go. Again, chat, let us know who you think is going around here. I have no doubt in my mind that LUFIA would love a second shot against NICERSMICER in the next round here on the way to the final, because that's what's going to happen here, folks. This quarterfinal, whoever takes this one will face LUFIA in a semi before the finals later on today in the Europe Cup. But for now, HANZELOT versus NICERSMICER, a best of 5. Let's head back into the mix, back into the pick and bans. It's over to Sam and Say Shizzo. Let's get it on.
Here we go. I'm sure we'll see Han a lot, but there will be a riot if no NICERSMICER hits that stage. Well, it's already hit the stage there. My joker's gone now. It's already been there. I thought SMICER was only going to come now, but we see a Salah pre-ban and a Haegang pre-ban.
And straight into that cigar. What are we going to do into that cigar? It's pretty much of an open draft right now. You could go any kind of pace that you want. You could say, like, okay, I'm going to match your bruiser style, going into something like, well, Vanessa over here, which you, like Miles thinks is a little bit too early, but these first picks are definitely signaling, like, okay, what kind of play style is NICERSMICER going to go here for?
Exactly. Actually, looking at Vanessa right now, she's currently sitting on only a 40% win rate. Used 75 times in SWC so far, so the speed lead is obviously useful, but the unit as a whole is not working too well in SWC. Partnered with an Etna, and HANZELOT going back with his Han and an Escher.
The Escher is pretty interesting because you already have a 33 lead with a 119 base on the other side. Sure, it's cool that you bring a 115 base, but the Han speed lead is not going to help you for it. You're going to have to draft pretty much 2 speed leads on the other side. However, we see NICERSMICER picking up a Gyu. Pretty interesting unit into units that take a lot of, I would say, slightly more less useful turns. But is that something that we see on the enemy side already? Combined with that Camilla as well. Interesting units.
Wow, double Valkyrie already coming out from the side of NICERSMICER. It's not usually a combination that we're seeing too familiar all the way together. HANZELOT now has to think about exactly, is he going to continue that? We've got into a Dooman here.
Dooman, definitely very strong unit. Would definitely make work of that Camilla. If it's there, would also absolutely make work of that Gyu, because the Gyu is taking so many turns. And we have that Lima being picked up.
Here we go. I mean, if the Lima does go through, say, we need to check out that S1 damage for you, because we know that's what you're all about, and I want to make sure there's a good enough S1 damage since Say isn't playing, but he's casting with us.
Yeah, let's definitely see. I would definitely like to see something picked up, like Juno could definitely be a thing, but do you want something to outpace more? Who are you going to ban? Like, are you focusing on the ban on that Dooman? Or are you feeling that something else is a high threat over here?
Exactly. Actually, I'm just checking out as well, Camilla so far actually had a more positive win rate during the EU prelims than actually worldwide on SWC. Here we see an Amdua as well, the brother of Wedja.
Yeah, not all too much. Pretty interesting of a unit. I'm not too sure if it's going to be that strong. It's once again one of those units, if the enemy takes a lot of turns, you can make it work. We have a few units that get extra turns on their skill kit, as that Han, as that Dumon, but it is more something that you would pick into like a Raccoon or anything that takes an exceptional amount of a lot of turns.
Exactly, here they go. They've got a bit more time now to figure out who they're going to ban out. Obviously, NICERSMICER wants those units that are going to take more turns to allow the Gyu through. So Vanessa is going to be banned out from the speed lead, and Dumon is being banned out because obviously it was going to deal with all of that Camilla.
Yeah, definitely over there. Getting rid of the Camilla is somewhat difficult, I would say, but also the buffs that HANZELOT is bringing right now are pretty easy dealt with all of the units on the side of NICERSMICER.
Here we go then, we're getting in to match 2, set number 1 between NICERSMICER and HANZELOT here at the Europe Cup in Paris. Escher taking first turn.
That is definitely interesting because we have
fast.
That is very fast because we're looking at a 115 base against a 119 base on the death map.
Resisted as well there, meaning Lima still is going to be able to use all of those skills without any punishment.
You definitely go for the third skill right now because we have that Cigar moving after. The Cigar moving after, okay, we have that Gio moving, but she strips only one thing. She's not going to stun the Cigar, right?
Oh, you called that there weirdly, sir.
But you can push back, strip the immunity, but didn't get any pushback or any strip or anything.
Wow, managing to land all the provokes. Now we're going to see how much work that Han can do into that Etna. Defense break landed only on about the second hit there.
Yeah, it was pretty late for the defense break, but it's definitely enough. 17k skill 1, and that's one unit taken off the field, and that was the main damage dealer on the side of NICERSMICER.
Exactly. Escher now has third skill available, going to do all that damage into the Amduat. He's going to start to need taking more turns, NICERSMICER here, say.
Yeah, I was looking at the S1 damage, 1.8k. I would say that he maybe has some damage reduction in there, because that could be a little bit high, but definitely making its work right now. With a Camilla proc over there, are you going to get that freeze? Freeze is definitely very important and does get it.
Exactly, landing that freeze now. So obviously NICERSMICER needs to take out that Han. That's where the damage is mainly coming from on the side of HANZELOT.
Yeah, definitely the moment that the Han is gone, I still think that HANZELOT has a very strong unit with that Lima, with the Escher, with all of those units that just give quite a lot of buffs. And on the other side, you definitely have to get rid of that Amduat. The moment you take rid of the Amduat, there's not too much cycling going on, or not too much turns taken on the side of NICERSMICER anymore.
Exactly, so we've got the suppression that's gone onto the Lima, and she's going to be taking the next turn unless there's decides not for a stun, but obviously not using skills because you'll lose half of your health as well, say.
Yeah, exactly, and the only heal that we see on the side of NICERSMICER is that Camilla, but she's a decent healer in arena defense. She's super annoying over there, but she's not healing all too much in RTA as she's showing right now. So is that going to be enough to keep that Amduat lively? Which is definitely needed because we might have an armor-broken Amduat right here.
Exactly, he's going to be targeting into that Amduat most likely. Just trying to get rid of that because it's the one taking the most turns right now. It's taking turns all the time. Provoking is nice as well, but Gyu has second skill available. Can she put suppression somewhere else? Oh, and Seal!
Seal, definitely something we haven't seen at all yet in all of SWC, I think. But in the end, it is on the Escher. Escher is not violent, Escher is not despair. Cool that you put Seal, but it's not going to work.
Exactly. Well, he's got skill 2 available now. Is he going to try and heal up that Han? Because obviously the moment the Han goes down, there's less damage. Deciding not to because of the suppression.
Yeah, the suppression is there. You definitely have choices right now of going for this third skill. This third skill gives a lot of buffs. You're not going to use your third skill anytime soon, however, but you're taking that many buffs and you're getting that Han clean to go for high damage right here.
Exactly. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage going for the second skill. Gets the stun onto the Amduat, but doesn't manage to kill. Gyu, can she now strip?
Yeah, Gio has to strip, but it's single target strip. So what are you stripping? Only strips just one thing, strip the other thing as well. We can go for that freeze right here, but there was no armor break. And NICERSMICER's reaction, you could see he was aiming for that armor break. Because armor break from and then hitting with the Camilla's enemy max HP damage. That is a lot of damage if it's armor broken.
Exactly, here we are then. Escher managing to heal up that Han again. He's managing to keep it awake, and now Amduat has gone off the field.
Yeah, Amduat off the field definitely will make it very difficult for NICERSMICER to go anywhere right now because okay, and we have to steal once again, and this time it is on the unit that we have seen Vio procking already. So the Vio procs on that Lima is not going to happen for one turn.
Here we go then. Cigar has third skill available, going to put it into the Camilla, landing the provoke as well. It's not looking good for Smicer here.
No, definitely not. The provoke was the key factor. Also not critting on the Camilla was definitely key factor. Oh, however, we have the proc. Can we actually kill on that armor break Han right now? Probably we can.
Manages to get it.
Definitely a lot of damage right now, but we still see a lot more cycling of just that S1 damage. We have S1 damage, we have speed buffs, we have a lot of stuff still going on the side of HANZELOT, and the moment that the Gyu is up off the field, it's going to be quite an uphill battle to get rid of the Lima.
Exactly, however, you did see, I don't know if you saw the reaction of HANZELOT. He was not too happy about the fact Han has gone down now. I think he's actually closer than we might think.
No, I've seen some Camilla. Ooh, definitely the proc. If it freezes right now, that's gonna make it. Oh, does not land the freeze right now, and that's definitely something that HANZELOT needs. But HANZELOT is still 2 turns away from that third skill because of that suppression. It's still pretty far to get that skill. And if we get another proc on this one, oh, we didn't get it on this one though.
Yeah, he knew it there. You could see NICERSMICER, his reaction, because we know that Limer is going to be getting very close to that third skill, and now
managed to get that third skill, and that will probably make this victory going very close to the side of HANZELOT, because you got some more healing going in there. You have that invisibility, you have that immunity, you have the heal over time. There's just a lot of stuff going around. Can we stick the armor break? If we don't crit right now, we managed to go for a crit. Didn't manage to go for a crit, and then this skill 1 is going to do a lot more damage than it usually did, and that is going to take Camilla off the field. And we have the first victory for HANZELOT.
Wow, calm and collected by HANZELOT in the end. I mean, NICERSMICER had a plan. Obviously, it didn't fully come into fruition and end up with a win for him. He had the Camilla. It was just being there and being annoying. At the end, it was trying to do something that he maybe couldn't do by the end, but it was still there.
It was like an arena defense Camilla, what we see. It's just there, and it's annoying, and it's taking time. Yep. But in the end, it couldn't get the win. But I would say it was definitely a right pick, because it did do a lot of damage on that Han.
Exactly, that's what he saw. A lot of damage coming through. Wow, double Omni Uji bans here with the Dooman and with the Shizuka pre-ban, say.
Pretty interesting to see Shizuka pre-ban in current state of the game, because often the units, well, we talked about it before. I guess we can honestly say we maybe don't really like the unit because of the sheer win rate. However, we have that Cigar being picked up. HANZELOT has all of the other units open except that Dooman.
Exactly. He can go into kind of anything that he's feeling right now. Banning out a Shizuka, what does that usually entail? So you're going to be picking something like a Chung Pung, putting in cool times, but there's not too many debuffs that a Shizuka would throw back to you.
No, not too much. Like, if you are a player that's very hard focused on like a Nephthys or a Gian or those kind of units that you get thrown back stuns or silences or anything like that, that is why you don't like to play into Shizukas. But I'm not really sure. On the other side, we have seen HAEGANG, and this is actually one of the earlier HAEGANGs that we have picked up. But I was actually talking to HANZELOT backstage, and he told me, like, people are sleeping on this Patar. Patar is very good into HAEGANG, so he's going to show me right here if this Patar is good into HAEGANG.
Here we go, so he's put it down already. Interestingly enough, I just wanted to point out, NICERSMICER hasn't actually played HAEGANG at the EU prelims so far, so this is the first time that he's maybe had to contest for that unit. Decides to pick it with a Vanessa, Patar, and a Lima back again. She did a lot of stuff that was really beneficial for HANZELOT in terms of the beneficial effects that she was putting on the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the lineup for HANZELOT right now, there's a lot of buffs. Finishing that off with the Miles or anything pretty much is very strong. It's definitely a strong lineup from HANZELOT. On the other side, NICERSMICER. Do we go into more resets? We definitely will need more strippers, though.
Exactly. Now I understand why the Shizuka was pre-banned. He's bringing in units, bringing so much immunity, so many buffs on his side that, here we go, he promised that he was going to play a Smicer. NICERSMICER has a Smicer on the field. We've already seen it with LUFIA, but NICERSMICER has done it. And a Veramos.
Veramos, definitely interesting. I definitely do like the Veramos, because the Veramos says, Narsha has your only damage, that is out of the field. How are you going to deal damage? And on the other side, NICERSMICER, what are you going to ban? Because the draft of HANZELOT is very versatile. It has everything. It has some damage. Like, even if you remove the Han, there's still some damage in there on all units there. And there's just a lot of immunity and everything.
Wow, so there we go. We get the Narsha ban and we get the Veramos ban as well. So it's exactly what you said, Say. That's your way that you're going to deal with the damage? No, it's not going to be on the field anymore. So here we go, as they've got a few seconds to decide what's going to be the leader skills going into this match. Smicer is with NICERSMICER, though. Is that a match made in heaven for this match?
Definitely might be, but we also have to think, like, can you land everything right now? Because that is going to be the big question. If the HAEGANG and that Cigar and the Smicer land everything, it could be a difficult battle for HANZELOT. And we're going into that second set of HANZELOT against NICERSMICER. Skill 2. How much are you going to land?
Let's see. HAEGANG, this is your opportunity. First time in the hands of NICERSMICER in a Europe competition right now for this year. Going for the... Gets the stun, but it's on the Patar.
He gets the stun on the Patar. HANZELOT, you were so absolutely right. Not maybe because of the stun, but you got the stun on exactly what you wanted. And that's exactly what he was talking about. And that's going to be a AoE strip down for quite a long time.
Oh, managing to get that defense break over on that Han, though, Say.
Yeah, definitely something. Gets the increased cooltime as well. But on the other side, we have a similar unit doing that as well. We're going to have AoE pushback on this one. And that's going to take a bunch of cooltimes as well, because all of the units look at pretty close to 0 attack bar.
Oh, deciding to go for skill 2, though. Not pushing back, Say.
Interesting choice. He said, like, okay, all of the units already did skills, so I don't really need to go for your skills. I need to go for your armor break. And maybe this Patar. How much damage is a Patar going to do on a skill 2 right now? Because that could be very interesting damage on armor break.
Exactly, he's going to be moving next after this Cigar, but he's going to try and whittle down a little bit more of the hand. Let's see then. There's a defense break. Patar with skill, decides skill 1 to get the stun, but Smicer is there to put the silence over there on the Lima.
Yeah, the silence is on the Lima. Definitely silence keeps rotating around. We have the Patar going into a potential skill 2 right now, or does go skill 2, wild blow. How much damage? 16.5. Good amount of damage, but definitely not something that, What's interesting right now, we have that skill 3 coming up right after this turn as well. Can we get the stunner? Does not get the stunner that HANZELOT definitely would have liked to see.
Exactly. So now, is he going to be starting to just keep on going into that hand? I guess the bomb damage should be enough for it to be taken out. I mean, he's just trying to confirm it.
Yeah, definitely on this HP it was confirmed. The last one, maybe not really, because I'm not entirely sure like how much attack do you put on the Smicer. I don't think too much. You put just a lot of speed, accuracy in there, but the attack scaling is the one that makes the bomb do damage.
Exactly, here we go then. So Chungpung now has skill 1 available, going to be pushing back, decreases the attack bar of Smicer, which is good. They can't then use the passive. Oh, she's going to start getting more turns though, this Lima. Bye-bye Han.
Yeah, that's bye-bye Han for sure. So at this moment, Lima, can you get your skills back? However, the Heigang is also close to the skill 2 again. So the moment that Lima does anything, but it cannot do anything if it is sitting there with a stun above her head.
Oh my god, stun, but we know that it is rune on Violent. If it takes an additional turn, it could change things. No! He was ready for it, NICERSMICER.
But we have that armor break coming in once again on that Vanessa, and that would take out that Vanessa as well, confirming the kill over there. Bomb, you can 2 turns, 2 turns denied on that Chungpung as well. However, the units on the side of HANZELOT both have skill 3 of cleanses. However, those cleanses only happen if you can use those skills. And we have the Smicer just putting so much silence every time. And that just doesn't work.
Yeah, the Smicer is locking down HANZELOT's units right now. He can't use what he wants to use. And you can see HANZELOT is in a little bit of a distress right now because he's not really going to be able to take a turn at the moment. If that Smicer keeps going, and we're getting Cigar with some of the provokes, and also then any stuns that are going to come in from that Heigang.
Yeah, and definitely this cool time increase makes it that it just makes so much more difficult for the Patar to get any skills in. And this is definitely looking very favorable for NICERSMICER right now.
Wow, Smicer using to great effect in the LUFIA match and in this match right now as well. And you can see Heigang has skill 1, manages to decrease that attack bar, and Cigar's going to have skill 2 available. Defense break doesn't land. But the silence again from Smicer is crazy.
Yeah, the amount of silence is definitely very strong, and silence is not a CC that Patar will go for. So it's actually very nice pickup into that. We just have like a fire proc, and that is another bomber, and that bomber will definitely make that kill over here.
Wow, this is great play coming out of Smicer. Wow, I didn't think I'd be seeing this much effect of it today. Like the speed of it, taking the turns, making sure that you're just controlling the other team without even having to use a skill on them.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just, well, all passives.
Yeah.
And it works. It definitely does work. And it's slowly just chipping damage, slowly just getting those bombs in. A little bit left, a little bit right, a little bit center. Some more silence, some more stuns, some more provoke, some more cool time increases. And that's just definitely taking this win for NICERSMICER over here.
Wow, now landing the defense break as well. This is really, really interesting play coming out from NICERSMICER right here. We've seen that LUFIA managed to use the Smicer as well. NICERSMICER brings it back 1-1 against HANZELOT, say.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting play. But now it's also the question for HANZELOT. He did have a lot of time to think like, okay, what is actually killing me and how can I counter that in the next match?
Exactly, so this is when you've got to take it back now. Do we see a pre-ban of a Smicer? We probably would have never thought of it ever, but it might come in. We obviously now know that HANZELOT has the option of the Dooman, and the Shizuku is available for NICERSMICER as well. We know that the Lima and the Patar probably going to be around there unless they're pre-banned as well. HANZELOT seem to favour these picks. Still yet to see is Salah.
We haven't seen Salah yet, and we also haven't seen the Yan Hong of HANZELOT. So those are 2 units that he still definitely has. Bans out the Heigang though.
Heigang ban, along with a Lima ban. Interesting, because obviously the Lima was doing a lot, apart from when the Smicer was on the field taking those turns. Managing to put the silence and really preventing the use of any of the skills which would have been beneficial for the Lima. Cigar, locked in first pick for HANZELOT.
Yeah, both players, the moment that they have first pick, they lock in that Cigar. Cigar is their most valued unit. NICERSMICER, are we going back to that Vanessa? Vanessa, maybe it's not the greatest of units all the time, but it's definitely that unit. It is very annoying to be on the field because you kind of have to hit it first, you have to kill it first, but it is very tanky as well. Has the chance for that armor break after that strip as well, so armor break strip, and then a lot of damage. But we see a Raccoon first pick. Are we going Raccoon Miles as an opener?
Here we go. He's taking his time to figure out that last pick. He's going for a Jemaya instead, sir.
Pretty interesting, but HANZELOT is showing a talisman. Are you going to cleave the man over here? That is definitely an option, but it is also a dangerous option. We once again see that very fast Asher being picked up.
Exactly, so it's showing again that I'm going to be trying to go for that first turn from HANZELOT right now. We saw that the Etna wasn't fast enough on the side of NICERSMICER with the higher base speed. So is he going to try and still compete for that, or do you think now he has to pivot?
It really depends, like how many speed leads. Like if he drops another speed lead in plus that Asher, he can definitely compete for it. But decides to go for another fast unit in that segment.
Whoa, do we see a very quick Douglas pop down there as well, say?
I like and dislike the Douglas at this point at the same time, because that segment can be on high attack. Segment skill 1 is an attack break. The moment that the Douglas is attack broken, it's not going to do all too much. And you don't see the 5th slot of NICERSMICER yet, but it does definitely look like HANZELOT's going to lock it in, because otherwise you would have taken out that unit before it.
Exactly, he's got a few more seconds to figure it out, but he's on the main stage, locks it in, and partners it with the TIMBO with another speed lead just to make sure.
Yeah, definitely in there. It's also kind of a mind game, because knowing like, okay, you kind of have to draft a Douglas counter in the 5th slot as well right now, otherwise you have to ban that Douglas. So it's really a pivotal point of saying like, okay, this unit is maybe not the best in slot, but it's really going to open up and make the draft very readable. So let's see what NICERSMICER picks into it.
Oh!
He's gonna ban it.
Wow, you can see that it's the Crane, right?
That is the Crane, and the Crane is banned, and also we see that Douglas being banned. And the Crane was also one of those units HANZELOT is not too familiar with playing against, and he's like, never mind, let's remove it from the battlefield.
Here we go then, getting into match 2, set number 3 between NICERSMICER and HANZELOT. It's it's even Stevens, 1-1. Here we go, Eshe taking that first turn, managing to push up, but Gyu obviously takes a turn with the passive.
Yep, Gyu with the passive doesn't land her skill right now. And we have a bunch of units. Oh, we have that stunner, but that stunner can be spread from the Tomoe afterwards, which is huge for HANZELOT. Still not the right stripper that you want. And the Cigar, how much can he land? Did not land all too much as well, though.
Here we go, we got resisted as well against that segment. HANZELOT is coming in with Han right now. He has skill 3 available. Doesn't quite get enough of damage as he probably wanted to there, say, but it's going to get spread everywhere.
Yeah, the spread definitely does help, but we have that armor break being removed by that Raccoon. That is a very tanky Jemaya. That it's not dying, but on the other hand, we have a segment that cannot handle all of the damage that HANZELOT is throwing in this match.
Oh my god, Tomoe coming out with stuns whenever she needs it right now. Eshe has skill 3 available. Decide to go for skill 1, maybe for the heal block?
I would personally say if you go for skill 3 right now, Raccoon would start healing itself rather than taking that turn on the Jemaya. Jemaya actually moved afterwards. I was thinking about maybe moving in front of, but definitely something that's interesting to see over there. We have that Han, skill 2. Are you going to get more stuns?
No, decide to go skill 1. Obviously to get a bit more damage in that Gyu. It's the dangerous unit, I would say, on the side of NICERSMICER right now. And on the side of HANZELOT, obviously that Han is going to be needed to go.
Yeah, absolutely. But the interesting fact is, if that Jemaya is that tanky, it's probably not going to do as much damage. So the damage on the side of NICERSMICER is kind of already gone, because normally a Jemaya can dish out a lot of damage. But Jemaya has been eating so many hits without any repercussion pretty much, that it's probably just very tanky.
Nice, gets the suppression, meaning skill 1 only, but it's enough to kill, say.
Yeah, and that's...
Oh my, again!
And we're getting so many Despair stuns, and Despairs are definitely very dangerous right now. Chipping the damage on the Jemaya, but Jemaya is definitely not a unit that is very good in a 2v4 combination.
Yep, it's going to be looking hard now. So now he's probably, realistically, NICERSMICER's taking his time right now, figuring out what he's going to do in that next set, right? We're back in that situation where it's probably going to be the 2-1, well, for HANZELOT in this case, from the previous match. And he's going to have to now really make sure that he wins. You can't lose anything now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the draft is pretty interesting, because that pre-ban of a Lima is more saying, like, I'm going to counter your bruises with the pre-ban. But HANZELOT has a very strong turn 1, what he showed over here. And that's the thing that makes it difficult to pre-ban into HANZELOT, because he has so many units. Like, he can play very well on the turn 2, he can play very well on that first turn. And that is the victory with the first turn comp for HANZELOT.
Wow, HANZELOT bringing it back 2-1. This could be our decisive set in this match number 2. Obviously, if HANZELOT wins, we're going to be going 3-1, and we'd be seeing a LUFIA versus HANZELOT already in the next round of the bracket. You're so close to getting your ticket to Bangkok right now. Well, a little bit closer. Not fully all the way there yet, but soon it'll come. As we get into the last round pre-bans, we know that the Lima and Hairgang are now available again to be chosen. Who are we calling for a pre-ban?
I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Smicer pre-ban and one of the speed units or the speed enablers on the side from HANZELOT. So removing maybe that Han.
Ooh,
We called that one. We have the Smicer as a pre-ban, but we have a pre-ban on Salah. However, Salah isn't been picked up by HANZELOT at all yet. It was pre-banned twice so far, but the 2 matches he had it open, he was like, I don't have to use it. I have other units.
Maybe people were thinking that he was going to be prepared with that unit, so let's change things up. Now we see Cigar again. It's the battle of who gets to choose the Cigar first in this match. And we're going to be partnering it up with a Han and a Chungpong.
Yeah, definitely Han and Chungpong. It's giving that AoE CC or also AoE strip kind of vibe already. You could definitely go into like your Vanessa plus a Heigang in this draft and then just see what the rest of the draft will do.
There we go. Exactly what you said. We've got a Heigang, we've got a Vanessa. Say, do you play this game a lot?
No, too much. No, that's why I love this game. I've been watching this game way too much, and at some point you just see what kind of happens. Last draft that was similar like this. We had a Lime in that slot, but the Lime in the slot maybe didn't do too much if there's also a Smicer coming up, but that's not possible. So that pre-ban is definitely fitting very well if he likes to draft in that Lime right now.
Exactly, but we do know that he pre-banned out a Shizuka the time before. Does this now open an opportunity for NICERSMICER to maybe put a Shizuka in there to get all of those buffs that are going to be on the side of HANZELOT?
It could be, but on the other hand, we already have 2 strippers on the side of HANZELOT. He could easily add in a 5th one, or the 5th slot, to another AoE stripper as well, if this is going to be a Narsha plus a Shizuka.
Ooh.
Goes for the Fan Cliff, however, because NICERSMICER does see it wouldn't do too much damage if you went for that Shizuka right there. A Van Cliff is damage, but that is an interesting side of damage, and that is a Dark Robo on the side of HANZELOT. Once again, very well paired with that Han.
Exactly, we're going to be taking the speed lead if it's allowed through after the pick and ban phase. However, he's deciding, he's thinking a little bit longer. You can see HANZELOT. It's that round or that set where he can test something. He doesn't have to win it. NICERSMICER has to win this.
Yeah, but he's still testing. There's still that Van Cliff in there. I feel that is testing, so but that might be the preparation that NICERSMICER did.
Here we go then, we're going into the bans. Who is going to be banned out? We were saying before, do you ban out something that you don't know what is going to necessarily, how it's going to work out, or do you allow him to see what happens?
I would remove either the Heigang or the Vanessa, so the speed lead or the ability to not be able to strip, but removes the damage in this case on both sides.
There we go, so we get Han taken out, we get the Narsha taken out, meaning that we're going to have the speed lead from Vanessa for NICERSMICER and the accuracy lead on the side of Lima for HANZELOT. This could be the decisive match. HANZELOT versus NICERSMICER, it's 2-1. Heigang going first, can he get some stuns?
Heigang going first, Vanessa moving right after. If you get stuns right now, the Patar
takes a turn.
Patar, as once again HANZELOT mentioned, Patar is strong into Heigang. But how much can he do right after this? Because other units most likely on the side of NICERSMICER are going to move after this.
Ooh, doing a lot of damage though. It's a good amount of damage. We're getting into now. Vanessa has skill 2 available. Is she going to be able to strip and get that defense break, some might say?
Yeah, the strip and defense break is somewhat interesting right now, but this is the real one. This is definitely the real one. Can you push back what you would like to push back and also provoke it?
No, resisted, say.
We got that resist coming in right now. You can only choose one unit. Goes for the immunity placer and does manage to land the stun. Does not manage to land the stun. And we have a 3rd skill, start of the end. And that is exactly what this match is looking like right now. NICERSMICER already clapped his hands knowing like, oh, this is looking a very bad position right now because HANZELOT is full on in the driver's seat. He's going 90 on the highways. He has all the things going in his way. We got some more stunners coming in here. Maybe not at this moment. We have the Chungpong, definitely on some summer potential as well. And we're just seeing chipping away all of the damage from NICERSMICER.
Wow, you could see the resistance really hurt NICERSMICER there. It didn't give him that opportunity that he was playing for. And now we're seeing HANZELOT just whittle things down, putting more damage. That Patar, like you said, doing so much work against the Heigang there. Oh, it's going to be crazy to see him because he's definitely going to be going through to our next round.
Yeah, definitely very interesting right now. And that is where we were also saying, testing something in the moment where you're 1 down is definitely something difficult to do. It didn't really work out. There were not too much consistency in the stunts, in the strips, in the potential, everything. But on the side of HANZELOT, it was definitely there. There was so much going around. It's such a well all-round drafted just team, and everything kind of helps each other. And that is the victory for HANZELOT.
Round of applause.
Wow, fantastic work there from HANZELOT, speeding down the highway at 90. I love that review. I love that save. A fantastic victory there, and sad to see NICERSMICER leave the competition. But HANZELOT there, I mean, you can even see it when it came to 1-1 in that 2nd set we had there. HANZELOT kind of, I was watching his cam, you can kind of see him kind of taking like, oh, this is interesting. This is an interesting play coming from NICERSMICER, using the Smicer to, the bomb bombs and whatnot to his advantage there. But HANZELOT always seemed to have that kind of that demeanor, which was, I'm in control here, Sam. I'm in control of my destiny here. I'm going through to that semi.
Yeah, exactly. He was choosing units that he knows and he's relying on, and he knows exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to work out. You could see from the other side with NICERSMICER, it was more units where things were happening from passives. So it's a little bit harder to predict exactly what's going to happen, and you're not necessarily fully in control of your own destiny, which is when you're on that stage, you want to be in control of what you're doing.
You definitely do with this crowd here as well. I mean, I guess a similar question to you, really. I mean, with regards to the kind of demeanor of the players, you can see NICERSMICER, I mean, trying a lot of different kind of variations with units, but just couldn't find a way through.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I really saw HANZELOT adapting to that SMICER. At some point, SMICER is one of the units we don't see too much on ladder. You don't have too many matches into. So are you comfortable enough to play into something that someone is very comfortable with, and you haven't got so much experience in? And then, just pre-ban it. And he adapted to that, and it totally worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the bracket here as well. We have our first confirmed semi-final in this competition, LUFIA versus HANZELOT, which is going to be an absolute riot. I can't wait for that later on. But you can see there on our bracket, our first two matchups done there, 3-1 and 3-1 in the quarterfinals, but two more coming our way here. I guess the other competitors in the quarterfinals still waiting in the wings here, watching on. How do you think they'll be thinking right now? What do you think they're thinking about, Sam?
I think they're going to be a little bit nervous. Maybe they've actually warmed up to the crowd and they're like, yeah, let's get this on because we want to get it on right now.
That's right, that's right. Okay, it's time to meet our next competitor here in the competition. It's TIMBO. Let's have a look and see what he's bringing to the Europe Cup.
Hey Paris, it's me Timbo and I'm going to give you a great show at SWC. I'm feeling excited to see all of you, but right now it's time for me to prove myself. Hey LIVERT, I know we are friends, but better prepare yourself well for me because I'm not going to give you an easy match. Cheer for me because I'm going to make you proud.
Cheer for me because I'm going to make you proud. That's exactly what look at the confidence. Timbo comes out to the cheers, the applause. I mean, this is great, Say. I mean, you can see here Timbo looking like he is feeling ready for this matchup and he cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, Timbo is just all excitement. He really likes to be here. He was here last year as well, but back then in Berlin. Let's see how he brings it off this year. Definitely liking that Hey Gang first pick, going into with the Julian. But look at the people that he played and how he played them. 2-1 on Obabu and then 2-2, 3-0. That is very clean for our first day of prelims.
Yeah, he played with some crazy styles that people now are trying to making normal, and that's part of his play as well, to make it normal. And his opponent today as well, who he's playing, he's actually played against LIVERT 6 times on ladder, 50-50 each time. So let's see what LIVERT has to bring.
Let's see what LIVERT's going to bring indeed here. Let's meet his competitor and see exactly what he's all about too.
Hi Paris, I'm LIVERT, and I'm here to show you what I've got. You should support me because I'm the strongest turn 2 player out there, so if you like the turn 2 play style, then I'm your guy. Timbo, unfortunately for you, Goliath is gonna be David this time around.
LIVERT enters the arena. Here he comes there, and despite maybe a difference in size, it doesn't, when it comes to the actual arena itself and going head-to-head, they are equally matched in every way. This is going to be really interesting. You know, LIVERT as well, competitor here, Sam, who he knows what he is. He has a certain way of playing. He doesn't kind of tend to go too off-kilter. He knows what he does. He's all about turn 2. We can look at some of his stats here as well. We're going to see much more of the same today, we presume.
Yes, we're pretty sure. If LIVERT has first pick, we know Annabelle's coming out on the field. I mean, it's pretty common, and we know it just from speaking with him, how much he adores that unit and what it can do as a whole. In the previous balance patch, maybe something got tweaked originally for his occult girl with the Annabelle, but I'm pretty sure he'll still be looking to use it.
Yeah, definitely something we're still going to see being used from him. But I would also like to see him switch something up completely and completely throw us all off guard. And actually saying, like, I'm turn 2, but I'm go turn 1.
All right, here we go. The crowd are getting excited here. They know exactly what's coming their way. A big matchup in Timbo versus LIVERT. As always, folks, you guys watching at home here, we love you to pieces. Make sure to let us know exactly who you think is going to go all the way through and who is going to be competing in the semi-finals later on against either PINKROID or TUTUTUH. It's all to play for now. We're going to head into the pick and bans. LIVERT versus Timbo, a best of 5. It's showtime.
plain and simple. Live and let die, or prepare to be Timbonated. Here we go. LIVERT versus Timbo in our match 3, set number 1. And we're getting straight into things. They're taking a little bit of time to figure out the exact pre-bans that they're wanting to go. Is it going to be, we do get a Sekhmet pre-ban from Timbo, and we get the cigar ban from LIVERT. Sekhmet may be kind of common to ban against LIVERT just because it's the only speedy unit he does use.
Exactly, so the whole comp pivots over like, okay, I have turned 2 units, but that one speedy unit in there makes it that you can't really draft like other stuff against me. And okay, Bolfric with O'Reilly, so definitely Timbo is saying right away, I am going to match your style of bruisering. Is that the right play, however, because you're going to fight a shark in the water in this point. That is exactly his home ground.
Exactly, but we do know that Timbo does have some heavy damage-dealing units in the form of a Julian, which you're partnering with some more of the sustain on the side with the Riley and the Bolvet. Dominic getting put in there from LIVERT. It was a unit you were calling out for. Icarus as well.
Icarus, definitely an interesting unit right there. Definitely something that is still a slight bit slower than I would say. Bolfrics are mostly around like those 280s, 290s. The units like Icarus are mostly a little bit slower than that. So Timbo's probably still looking at a first turn over here. But what kind of units do you want to pair with it? You have to follow up on that single target snipe. But interestingly enough, LIVERT is taking those units that might be used against him as single target snipers. That Icarus might be used against him. That Dominic might be used against him. He is stealing those units.
Wow, now we get the Fire Cassandra and into the Alia as well.
Yeah, Alia is actually something we haven't seen in Europe yet. We have seen it in one of the Asian regions. I think it was in Korea. Definitely not a unit that we have been picking up. But would he pick that up together with the Feng Yang? That's recently been made very strong with that defense just stacking so much damage reduction.
Wow, so here we go. LIVERT got an answer with it. This is a very unusual draft from the side of LIVERT. This is not a common thing that you would normally see. He has changed it up for you, sir. Because Miles is there, but the Molly.
The Molly's kind of going back to his normal style of drafting, but it's definitely something that we haven't really seen too much from the side of LIVERT. But on the other side, Timbo has also shown something that he's normally doesn't really show. There is some damage right there with the 2 units right now, but you definitely have to pair like a 3rd damage unit right now. Otherwise, it's very simple. You ban out one, and the other one is not going to do all too much. So what damage dealer? Is that going to be the Julian?
I have no idea right now, Six. He's taking a lot of time to exactly pick the unit that he wants right now. Let's see who he's going to lock in. Goes for the Feng Yan.
Exactly as called, that Feng Yang combination with Alia. The Alia had to make sense in that draft, and that Feng Yang is exactly what makes it sense. Currently, those bans have to be either on the Feng Yang, the Federica, or the Bolfric.
Let's see then. And from the other side of LIVERT, are you going to take out more damage, or do you want to get rid of one version of the sustain?
I would say taking out like either the Dominic or the Miles, or maybe even the Akasha, like that damage, I would definitely focus on because the healing is going to be there, but it's not going to be that much of an issue because the armor break from Anavel wouldn't even do too much.
Yeah, so Anavel has been banned out. We know it's a very well-runed unit on the side of LIVERT, so you take out those runes that LIVERT has been working on. And there we've got in no leader skill on the side of Timbo, but we've got some HP on the side of LIVERT as we get in to match 3, set number 1, Timbo versus LIVERT. Taking that first turn is going to be the Miles.
Yeah, it's going to be the Miles, and the very interesting fact here is LIVERT is taking first turn. Just simply that. Like, that's the only thing I have to point out. Like, besides that, we're done. But no, let's look at this match. Yeah, that's interesting. The Molly is healing so much, so the Bolfric is not going to be that much. So on the side of LIVERT, it's going to be the big Feng Yang show. If Feng Yang doesn't make it work, no one's going to make it work.
Here we go. So we're going to get stacks up now. This is where Bolverk needs the support of both of these Totemists. The more stacks he can get up, meaning more half HP he's going to be able to steal, get it in a range for that Feng Yang to do more damage.
Absolutely, but on the other side, the moment that the Feng Yang already moved, I want to see how much damage this Dominic combination with the Akasha is going to do. Is it going to be quite something to be feared if we get branding right now?
Let's see, he's going into the Feng Yang. Oh, it wasn't so much in the counter as well.
There was near to no damage. The counter did almost more damage. However, can you kill on this? This is going to be the big factor. We also have the Miles moving, and that's going to take out that Feng Yang. Very nice try. I absolutely love this Akasha pick, but that's the thing. The prediction of the pick of Feng Yang. That Akasha came in way earlier than that Feng Yang, but it's so hard countering that Feng Yang as well. And right now, Timbo can do a lot of stuff right now, but even in Siege, where you normally use Bolfric, this will be a tricky fight.
Yeah, I think this could play out to be a bit of a longer match, since obviously we're going to be getting a lot of stacks from the Totemist, but his damage has gone apart from that Bolverk stealing half HP whenever he takes a turn. And this,
And exactly, and the Molly pick was actually super smart as well, because the Molly is very good at healing that single target damage that doesn't make things skill. And that's exactly what that Bolfric is going to do. So we're definitely going to look at a match. There's probably no Destroy on the sides of Liver to speed things up a little bit. But this is definitely a match that is going very favorable for Liver.
Exactly. We're going to get some more additional turns there from the side of Molly, putting in that chip damage in the Bolverk. You see LIVERT just taking out that Bolverk, but he's going to be getting half HP every single time. This could be quite a long match in the end.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a long match. However, if the Dominic takes 1 or 2 extra turns on this one, yes, sir, thank you. We're going to take out that Bolverk as well, and that will definitely take out the unit for Timbo, and that will also secure the victory for LIVERT. We're still going to have to take 2 more units off the field, but this is definitely not something you're going to win. And I definitely like to see what LIVERT is doing over here. I asked him, are you going to shake things up? He's like, maybe. This is actually, it was more or less saying like, I can't. Yeah. Sir, you can. Yeah. You took the first turn, you sniped out a unit, you played insanely well in the draft over here, and definitely a well-deserved victory on the side of LIVERT.
Exactly. Now it's just a time over tension. Obviously, the units are saying maybe Timbo's using this to think about exactly what he wants to do now. He's seen the damage that came out from the Dominic and the Ikaras, and now his Totemist didn't manage to survive that Feng Yen from all of the other damage around. Do you still go for it in the next one?
I would say that Timbo's playstyle that he showed in the prelims, where he had the Julian in there, where he had the Chandra in there, where he had like the Heigang in there, those kind of units definitely did work. But however, playing an Heigang into LIVERT doesn't really care about that too much.
Exactly, and now we're going to get more damage coming in from Miles. Icarus had the skill 3, I think, available next time, so hopefully at one point there's going to be enough damage coming through to take that unit out. But it's good time for thinking, how do we change this up for that next round?
Yeah, I think you have to change up pretty much everything you're drafting, because the whole playstyle, that's the thing what I mentioned at the start of the draft. He drafted in that Riley and the Bolverk, and I was like, oh, that is fighting a shark in the water. Like, you want to bring out the shark on land. That's where you can fight the shark. That's where you have the upper hand. But if you bring it to his home ground, that Bruiser setup, he's like, I know my way around this, around the waters, and take the victory that way.
Exactly, here we go. Dominic does have second skill, doesn't get the branding, but now it's going to be enough coming through the Icarus with that skill 3. Dark Recovery hitting 18k there, say. And LIVERT takes that first round, playing turn 1.
Playing turn 1, and that's absolutely what I like to see over here. The thing is, you fooled me once, can you fool me twice?
Exactly,
or
it's a best of 5, eh? Best of 5, things can change from set to set. You have enough opportunities to make something different happen. Who do you think Timbo's going to pre-ban this time?
The segment can be pre-banned. On the other hand, would you pre-ban that NFL? It is a pivotal unit, but in the end, in the whole draft that LIVERT showed, he didn't need that NFL at all. The pre-ban or the post-ban on the NFL didn't do all too much. The damage came elsewhere.
We see a Same band and we see the Julian. So both units that we didn't actually see in that first match, but maybe already anticipating that things are going to get changed up. You have to be prepared for what could be coming next, so ban it out already. Timbo, first pick, are you going to steal an Annabelle or are you going to do your own thing?
Let's see what he does over here, but he definitely can go into a lot more buffs over here, because if that Same is on the field, you can't really go too much into buffs, and we see the Cigar being picked up, which was also pre-banned in the previous match on the side from LIVERT towards Timbo.
Exactly, Cigar being used there, and Cigar actually not being played by Timbo during the whole of the prelims, apparently, or he didn't manage to get through to any of the matches from what I see. Annabelle obviously being picked, Sekhmet being picked, we know it's going to go standard back to LIVERT. Play what you know.
Yeah, absolutely, go for that muscle memory. He played like thousands of matches playing this, and it works out for him. He got that rank 3. He's been into the Legend tournament with playing exactly this. Timbo, how are you going to answer this? Because you don't have the Julian, which is mostly the main damage comp. If you go for the Chandra, are you going back to the Chandra plus those reflect comps that you used before?
Here we go. He partners it with a Kinky now, so we know how unique that Chandra pick was from the prelims, right? But everybody knows about it now. They know why it was good. Did LIVERT do his homework? Did he figure out, okay, that could be a possibility coming into this match now? Knowing LIVERT is still probably going to play what he knows, what he thinks is going to work.
Most likely, definitely going to go for that. But the interesting thing about the Chandra comp is very nice because you have that finisher with the Julian normally. And the Julian is like, oh, that's the only damage, I'm going to ban that afterwards. In this case, Julian is already gone, but LIVERT is definitely going for the units that he's comfortable with, picking up that Acroma and picking up that Riley.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very, I would say, common LIVERT draft right now. What we're seeing is the classic units from Timbo. This is very similar to the things that we've seen in prelims, so both guys not really changing things up, or maybe changing things back in this set 2 from the set 1, where it was a little bit different there from Timbo trying with the 2 Totemists. He's now going to come in with the Wind Pure Vanilla Cookie. Is he going to partner it again with a Miles instead. He didn't want to deal with any damage from LIVERT potentially.
Yeah, the interesting way that this can't work last time, there was no sustain on the enemy side. In this case, we have 2 sustainers already. We have that Riley in there and we have that Annabelle in there. However, drafting a Leo right here is going to make the ban difficult, because this is the mind game. Are we going to ban out the Leo and the Miles? Are we going to ban out one of the two? Or are we going to ban out sustainers?
Exactly. And once you're on that stage, how well do you know? These guys know each other very well. They spend a lot of time together. They're very good friends. Are they going to double down?
I absolutely like this ban on the sustain, because there is a lot of sustain on the side of LIVERT. There's a good amount of damage on the side of TIMBO, but there's a lot of sustain on the side of LIVERT, and this is exactly his turn 2 comp that he likes to play. In set 2, LIVERT against TIMBO.
Here we go, Sekhmet. Is she going to be able to land skill 3? Going on that cigar, gets the cool time.
Very important to get that goal time. And because of that, there's not going to be out much CC potential on the side of LIVERT or on the side of TIMBO. Does get that proc, but there's not too much damage. This NFL is so stacked on everything she can do. We have the provoke landing right now, but is it going to be enough?
Exactly. We do know that after the Chandra, the Kinky is going to move. Is it going to be... I think it might be a violent one then.
Might be a violent one, but on this side, we've seen 0 sustain on the side of TIMBO. And
exactly.
The Riley is just going to do so much for healing. The NFL, when she has a chance, is going to do so much for healing. We have seen this Akroma doing an insane amount of damage. We have armor breaks as well, so I definitely like this well-rounded draft of LIVERT in this position.
Exactly. Plus with Akroma, she has a silence on the skill 2 and the glancing as well. Silence is huge. It means that you can't use anything other than your first skill for a while.
Yeah, definitely very strong. Did not land any of the armor breaks. Actually, Sekhmet decided, I'm not going to land anything pretty much. We have the glancing on the side of the Chandra. Definitely helps out to not get stunned all too much. But what the Akroma also has, as enemy max HP scaling on that skill too. There's a lot of HP on all of these units on the side of TIMBO. That unit's going to do a lot of damage. But we have that armor break on the side of Sekhmet. But we have that unit over here. We can actually decide if we want to cleanse or not, because we want those armor breaks, we want the damage in.
Exactly, managing that armor break over on the Miles right now, not looking so healthy, because Akroma's going to be taking a turn soon, and how much damage can she do on that unit, say?
Yeah, that's
managing the cool time here, though.
But besides just that armor break, the slow reduces the damage of the Miles. 12 Ks into that procer. I think S1 is enough. Would you gamble it though? Doesn't gamble it, goes for a higher score. I like that not gamble. You're in the driver's seat over here as well. You're just taking your time. It's very hard to get rid of your moments. Not enough. It is not enough, and then we're gonna get our heals up. If not stunned, that is still potential as well.
Exactly, so Sekhmet has the first skill available. Can she put a type break? No. But Chandra is silent, skill 1 available. Gets a stun on an Annabelle, but they're still healing from elsewhere on the field.
Yeah, the double sustainers into 0 sustainers. I absolutely like that drafting style as a turn 2 player. It's just something that, as long as I survive long enough, you are going down 1 by 1, chip damage by chip damage. Even if the Sekhmet decided to leave the battlefield at this position, or even like 5-6 turns back, it doesn't really matter all too much. You still have to kill that Akroma. You still have to kill those 2 sustainers. It's very difficult to get rid of those.
Exactly. Chandra doing as much as he can in order to try and save that cigar, because obviously it's the unit which is getting the cool times, and it's not enough for the Sekhmet. That was so close.
That was very close, but as I mentioned, the Sekhmet, you don't even need it at this point. The other units will definitely clean up. The Kinky might do some little bit of fireworks over here, giving a little bit of a show run, but I don't really see it happening over here, especially not with that armor break and that glancing at this moment. Goes on the right target, 11K, no critter.
Wow, that is huge from the Akroma. You can just see how much damage that LIVERT can manage to get on that unit right now. And there's still the defense break over on that cigar, so Akroma's going to be taking a turn unless there's an additional turn from cigar to... Nope, it's still going to be there.
It's still going to be there, so it's going to be Kinky against the world. Kinky against the world. Could you do it with a skill 1 into a skill 2? Still doesn't manage to kill anyone. In this case, skill 1 does seal the deal, and we have that skill 2 going on with another glancing. Because of the glancing, Kinky has difficulties of dishing out all of his damage and getting that armor break in, which he definitely needs to confirm any kind of kills.
Exactly. We've got Annabelle now. Going to use the skill 3. Do we get a defense break? We do, and it's kind of set up exactly for Annabelle there. Getting the additional turn, just healing away. We know that Akroma's coming with that damage, and it's going to be 2-0 to LIVERT.
Yeah, this is definitely 2-0 to LIVERT, and once again, both playstyles LIVERT drafted very well. LIVERT has seen like playstyle that he normally doesn't do, playstyle that he does do. He can make them both work, and that is the 2-0 from LIVERT to TIMBO.
Here we go then. Obviously from last year, actually, with TIMBO, it was the opposite for him in the quarterfinals. He went 2-0 up and then ended up getting reverse sweep by HANZELOT 3-2. is this his setup and comeback right now? 2-0 up for LIVERT. Can Timbo bring it back to 3-2? This could be the decisive set, say. If LIVERT wins, he's through to that semi-final. It's going to be a tough semi-final anyway, but which one of them do you think can carry it on now?
I definitely like how LIVERT is drafting right now. I think Timbo is really trying to mix and match what LIVERT is doing rather than actually just straight up countering it. But we have that NFL, that pivotal unit of the side of LIVERT being removed off the battlefield right now, but we also have the Cigar being removed from Timbo, which is once again also a very strong unit for Timbo.
Exactly. So who is LIVERT going to first pick now? Do we see again a Sekhmet, or do we see something a little bit more traditionally style, I would say, from LIVERT? Are we going for a Riley? Are we doing what for turn 2, sir?
Well, the thing is, last time he could just pick that NFL, and that is his comfortable pick. And afterwards, he could completely, the draft was open to pick whatever he wants. In this case, he kind of has to lock in something that might not really fit the draft, the same style that he did in the first round. So let's see how Timbo answers this time. I definitely don't think he would go back to the Riley-Bolvik combination.
Exactly. I don't think it's going to be seen. It didn't work out, and in these situations, it's a best of 5. If it doesn't work out, there's only 4 more matches to try and correct it. So you really need to make sure you've done your homework and you practice with these. But we see a Suiki instead, though.
We see a Suiki instead, still with that Riley. We also still haven't seen the Julian.
Nope.
The Julian is definitely something that would fit a combination of the Suiki. LIVERT can't really go all too well into, well, I would still say Miles and Dominic really fit very well into Suiki.
Here we go. We've got the Dominic called out. It's the unit that you wanted to see more in the second weekend of the prelims, I remember. Nobody was using it, but here we had great effect in that first match for LIVERT, or the first set, deciding to steal the Bolvik.
He just steals the Bolvik, and he's also going to do the reverse thing. He's like, oh, you are going slow. I will first turn you and maybe snipe out your units with that right away. So Timbo's draft is really saying, like, okay, I'm going to play turn 2 right now, but does he have enough in the tank that you could say, like, can I survive your units?
Exactly. I mean, the Julian is still there, and I know Julian from Timbo is ruined very fast. So maybe it's something that he can try to also use for somewhat of a snipe. But like we're seeing it right now, Julian, and partnering with the Alexandra.
Definitely interesting because Timbo's not showing any kind of strips right now. So you could definitely go for a double immunity setup and maybe make it work around that way. If you have like a, I would say, Shizuka plus a Wusa right now, the moment that Riley goes for attack buffs, you get attack buff on that Dominic. That's going to be very powerful as well. But is that the way to go? Because on the other side, Timbo does have a lot of damage. He doesn't really need armor break to start killing units.
Exactly. LIVERT going back with the Molly, which worked out very well in that first set for him. And the Icarus again, we know how much damage it managed to do last time, sniping out the Feng Yan.
Yeah, definitely sniping out the Feng Yang, but in this case, you definitely have a combination. Like, we have 3 units that do very high damage, most likely 50% or more. We have the Dom, we have the Bolvik, we have the Icarus. On the other side, you're probably going to lose 1 unit, and I would say you have to draft a very good 5th right now, that your Julian is not a must-ban.
Exactly, because Julian obviously can't die with any of those health that's coming through, as long as there's health on the other side of the field. Reviver!
Reviver, that's one way to deal with something getting sniped. That's absolutely an answer. I still would say that the Julian is most likely banned out. But that is definitely an interesting unit to see over here.
Is that the first time this year?
This year, yes. We have seen it in previous years, pretty much in similar situations as well. But I don't think you should go for this Reviver right now. You probably have to ban out one of those damage units.
Let's see. They're taking the time to figure out exactly what they're going to go for right now. It's all mind games when you're on that stage. Are you going to ban out what you think? Riley and Icarus ban, so Julian is going through. Sustain gone.
Sustain is gone, and attack buff is gone. So the damage output is somewhat less, but in this case, you have to kill an Eladriel before you kill Julian. In set 3 of LIVERT against Timbo.
Here we go. Sekhmet going first. Can she land her 3rd skill and insert a cool time? Who are you going for here? Are you going for the Eladriel, or are you going to just do a Julian? No, it's not worth it in the end, right? Resisting!
Ooh, that resisted.
Wow.
That resisted was huge.
Oh, but resisted back.
Double resistance as well. However, big question is, we have the Suiki moving next. This skill's probably not going to do anything. But we don't have too many stacks for Bolvik right now. When the Riley would have been on the field, there would have been a lot of stacks for that. That's currently not the case as well.
Wow, not doing too much damage at all right now. So we can see Bolvik only with 3 stacks, so he's not going to take as much health as he could if there was 5 stacks, getting those stacks from the beneficial effects on the side of both of the people of the field. We've got Dominic coming in, 2nd skill available. Can we get the branding and damage save? No.
Decides to go for... Okay, is your plan to kill out the Eladriel first? Because that is the tankiest unit on the battlefield. Most likely.
Exactly, it's going to take some time to get that down quickly, and especially if you're not getting any of the stacks on a Bolvik. You can't do it very quickly either for half HP.
Yeah, like, okay, there's 1 more stack over there, but you're still not at 5. You could give shield from Molly to Wolfric, you get another stack, that is an option. But I'm not entirely sure if you would do that.
But are your units already dying too quickly from a Julian? If there's any additional turns from a Julian, we go from skill 1 into skill 2 very quickly. We can get stuns, we can do a lot of damage. And Suiki is slowly but surely coming more into play.
But Suiki also has the skill 1 armor break. If that skill 1 armor break lands for the Alexandra, that can also do a lot of damage in human form. Doesn't get it.
No, resisted again. High level of resistance over there, and that Sekhmet from LIVERT is a classic.
Yeah, it's definitely something that LIVERT ruined up that way, specifically for those drafts that it's hard to deal with. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of units that are hard to deal with. We're just not seeing any HP bar dropping at this moment.
Exactly. We're coming into Bolvik again, still only with 4 stacks now. So 4 stacks into there. Can he get the health? Steals now, so he does have 5. But Sekhmet again, she has skill 3 available. Is she going to be able to cool time insert on that Eladriel?
Or would you drop one potential armor break plus glancing and a lot more?
Goes for it and gets it.
Gets it on quite a bunch of units, but what is not landing is heal blocks. And actually landed nothing on the Suiki, which is probably the target that you would have liked to focus for. However, an armor break on a unit like Julian, you can tumble a lot of damage into Julian right now and pretty much drain all of the HP of all of the other units. Eladriel is a good healer, but it's a single target healer. It's not to go for AoE healing.
Exactly. Julian now, though, cleanses everything. Skill 2 is available. Does get the stun and the additional turn now, so there's even more damage. But we know that Bolvert's coming soon to heal back up that Sekhmet.
Yeah, that's definitely coming, but we still have that Suiki moving first and probably the Alexandra moving first as well. But we have that Molly heal. The Molly is also just doing high value healing all the time.
Hey.
Skill 1, armor breaks, does land the armor break, and we're going to go... We couldn't switch because of the glancing.
Yep, glancing was there, so it obviously meant there was going to be less damage. We're going to steal half HP. The shield's there, so it's not going to be as much, but still over 15k.
15k is definitely a good heal. We have armor break. We couldn't land it, but we kill it with this procer, and that is going to take out that Eladriel. However, we're going to take 1-for-1 on this one. Yes. Oh, that is so close. And the next one to move is that Molly. It's going to get healed up.
Oh my god, that was so close for the Sekhmet. Does she land? Resisted, but it doesn't really matter because Molly is just keeping her alive now. We need to do is get some stacks on Bolverk as well, no? Like, surely just anything.
Well,
but it's not.
Currently on Bolfric, you don't really matter if it gets too much stacks. You can, by the passive, every turn you take, you get up to 3 stacks by max. That is still enough stacks to just get the healing in that you're looking for right now.
And we don't have the skill available if there was a transformation then, because we had to use the shield on the last one on the side of Timbo.
In this case, I would definitely go from the heal. If you go from the heal from the Suiki, you probably steal like 5-6k HP. Decides not to go for it.
Exactly. Decided not, but now Sekhmet, she does have 3rd skill available. Is she going to be trying to put somewhere that cool time?
Yeah, cool time could be actually on all 3 units is never really wrong, but also never really good. So I'm not entirely sure. LIVERT also doesn't really know where to place it at this moment.
Exactly. I don't think he knows exactly where he's going to put it as well. Well, we're coming back now. We can see the clock counting down for him in order to get this work done. But goes for the Julian, gets it, so now skill 2 is not available. There's no stuns coming out.
Yeah, no stuns coming out, so definitely interesting. Also, the combination between Julian and Alexandra is pretty interesting, because the damage you put into Julian, Alexandra can't reflect, but still loses a lot of HP for.
Exactly, and obviously you just need to whittle down as much HP as possible because Julian's going to be on that field as long as the others have over the amount of health that's needed to keep him alive.
Yeah, absolutely. So focusing on that Alexandra right now, I wouldn't do. I would definitely start hitting into that Suiki. The moment you hit that Suiki, you take it out. You at least remove the armor break.
There we go. So Molly does have a turn, and we just see the healing that's coming through. Can we land a defense break here? No.
No defense break, but that is a lot of damage, and I definitely think a Julian skill 2 will take out that Dominic, just simply because it's too low HP. You don't really need that. You don't need anything else right now. And we have the Alexandra switch.
But the attack break as well, say, is that going to do him much?
It's going to do quite some, but I do think that Alexandra, I could be wrong on this one, it's mainly scaling from HP as well.
Oh, setting up now for the Julian to come in, kill. Can we get an additional turn from there? Oh, but a stun.
Not an additional turn, but we're getting that stun. How many stacks are we at? We're not at enough stacks. We do still use the skill, but it's just a little bit of healing. And I think at this point, we have 2 units on the enemy side that have Vampire built in. We have that Suiki, skill 1, still Vampire. Skill 2 is Vampire. We have that same on the Julian. They're chipping enough damage, and it's probably more damage than those just simple supports can do, because they're supports, they're CC kind of units. They are not doing over those 1 to 2k damage, which the other side units are simply healing all the time.
Exactly, they're healing the whole time, but he's trying to get rid of this Sekhmet. That Sekhmet is staying alive every time, apart from this one with the Ghost Wild Dance. What a name.
Yeah, that's taking out that unit. And as you can see, we see the healing. We see the HP just simply climbing up slightly bit by slightly bit on that Swiki. And this victory will definitely go towards Timbo.
You can see just how much damage is coming out now. Swiki obviously stacking it up. Julian there as well. If there's any defense breaks coming out, Julian's taking another one of these out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this whole match was revolved around that Eladio. That Eladio took too long to kill, and therefore you couldn't kill an actual threat.
Exactly. We now can transform. Deciding not to at the moment. Julian has skills available. Second. Wow, 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 wow.
Double 7.5k, no armor break, and that's what you get from 40-40 down. And we got that victory for Timbo.
You could see the relief on his face right there as well. He's still in this competition, and it's something that he's really wanting. He wants to prove himself. He wants to do better than he did last year. Last year, he didn't manage to make it through the first round of the Europe Cup in Berlin. This year in Paris, he's not in a very good position. He's 2-1 down, but can he make that comeback a reality? He learned from his other friend, HANZELOT, last year. Now he's going to maybe teach it to his new friend, LIVERT, for this one, right?
Let's see how that works out. Definitely banning out that Annabelle, that really pivotal point for LIVERT's draft that just makes him an open draft to go into any route that he likes to do. Was not available for him last round. It is available for him next round. Pre-ban was previously on that same A, haven't been used at all yet. Would it be go back to the same A, or would you go back to that maybe segment?
Exactly, he's going to have to figure it out right now. Obviously, maybe LIVERT looks at that Julian as well, seeing how much damage it did at the end. I can't see an Eladio ban, so let's see exactly. We do get the Julian, and we do get the Icarus as well.
Icarus ban might be an SWC first.
Yeah?
I would say so. I'm not entirely sure, I could be wrong on that one, but it's a unit that's used by very specific players, but also not too much. Not too much to the extent why you pre-ban it. Pre-ban on the Dominic might have been stronger, but let's see what Timbo has cooking up for us with this draft.
Exactly, he's got to figure out now Julian is not there, and obviously that was a unit which was core in that last win to get it back up to 2-1. He has to figure out how he's going to decide to go against this. Does he go again with his Bolverk or the Riley situation? Is the Chandra going to be popped out around here again? Or steal the Dominic?
Stealing the Dominic, absolutely liking that. That pretty much makes it that LIVERT cannot go for that specific draft. However, LIVERT has played this specific comp many, many times, and that's open for the take right now. Timbo, are you going to go for full single target snipe with like a Bolverk, Miles, any of those kind of units?
Bolverk and Riley. Wow, he's definitely put some good runes on these units because he's wanting to use it a lot of the time. We see the simple of Annabelle and the Sekhmet, classic from LIVERT, thinking and taking his time now to figure out exactly what he wants to do to combat against this.
Yeah, he could definitely still go into his Acroma and comfortable picks right now. However, if Timbo locks in a strong single target hit on the 4th slot and 5th slot, it could be very bad to lock in an Acroma and a Kinky ready.
Going for Leona and Kinky, say?
Leona and Kinky, definitely something that might be very susceptible to two very strong single target hits right now. But the strongest single target hit that Timbo has is pre-banned. We could go into Miles, we could go into maybe more of those units. Feng Yang, definitely nice, but didn't do enough work last time.
Trying the same tactic. He banned out the Icarus, obviously knowing that maybe the Feng Yan was going to come through and there's not going to be enough damage coming through on it, right? We know that a Leona with the defense break sometimes lacks a little bit to be able to survive the whole way through. However, it's going to be on the field, the Feng Yan. Do you have to ban it out?
I would say the Feng Yan is definitely very dangerous, but on the other side, what are you going to pick as 5th pick? Carlos.
Whoa!
Okay, I am not entirely sure about that because Carlos can be taken out by Dominic. If you go Bolverk skill 3, Dominic skill 2, Carlos is done for. So I'm very interesting pick right here. But let's see if it's being left in the field in the first place.
Do you try and get a skill cool time though if you've got Sekhmet through as well to try and stop Dominic doing a skill 2? It's so many mind games right now, say.
I am not entirely sure. We have the Sekhmet ban, so that's not going to happen. Same for the Feng Yang ban, but I think this Dominic might do a lot of work.
So we're seeing it right now. Dominic, the HP lead takers are in crit rate lead from Carlos, the two brothers taking it through. The potential decisive set, LIVERT 2, Timbo 1. Let's see who makes it through this set right now with Aaliyah taking the first turn.
Yeah, and we have 5 stacks of Bolverk right away, so that's actually very nice to have units faster that give buffs.
Here we go.
Here we go, skill 3 on that Carlos. 18k, that is a very tanky Carlos, but 18k is doable to hit. Can he do it? He can do it! And this is definitely not going to kill. That is a very tanky Carlos!
Wow, the fact that he's still alive right now obviously means that he's going to be able to take a turn, and the Riley cannot do enough damage into that, obviously.
Yeah, but then the big question is, can you kill this Dominic straight off the get-go? Like, can you strip it, armor break it, kill it with your Carlos? Can you land an armor break right now? Or do you go for some healing?
Oh, this is the risk right now. Do you heal, play it safe, or do you know? He's gone for the defense break. No.
He tried it, but
Can
it didn't
Kinky?
work.
No, Kinky didn't either.
Neither of them did it.
But is it going to be enough if he uses skill 2, say?
No, that's definitely not enough because it was very high on the tanky stats, and that's definitely not going to be enough. However, it is slowed, so that slow being there makes it that these other two units are not really going to kill. The NFL is actually moving next, before the Dominic.
But we're going to manage to heal it up with Volverk. He had the 4 stacks available. Can you cleanse it? But it's not going to do too much right now, say.
Yeah, the NFL is definitely moving next, so the Dominic might actually take out that Carlos as well, but then in a second turn.
Yeah, let's see then. So the second skill available. Good heal of 14k. We've got the first skill. Oh my, this is all between the battle of the brothers right now. Who can go first, Dominic or Carlos?
I think that Carlos will definitely leave the battlefield after like 2 more hits of those. We have the heal block locking in, and the healing is on cooltime for that NFL right now.
Nice. Nice to get there on the defense buff and then to get the immunity over for your Dominic as well. Oh, here we go, Riley.
Yeah, Riley's just going to take it out, simple as one. See ya, man.
Wow, there you go. I mean, there's still quite a lot to play for right now. There's still 3 units on the other side, but you have to just focus on that Dominic and hope you can get rid of him, right?
Yeah, but getting rid of the Dominic with defense buff, that's the thing. Attack buff is 50% up for your attack. Defense buff is 70% up for your defense. He's not doing any damage with any of those units.
No, it's going to be a long haul, but we're here for the long haul stay, as Dominic's going to do some damage into that Annabelle. Wow. It's going to start stacking up eventually.
Yeah, especially because there's attack buff every time. And also we have enough on the Totemists together to stack up the Bolfric time and time again. You can also just simply start hitting that Leona. You will get stacks too.
Yeah, exactly. The more that the beneficial effects on that field, the more stacks that Bolverk is going to be able to get. And obviously, like you said, the amount of attack buff that is going to be around for Dominic to utilize every turn. And if you can't strip it...
Oh, that was definitely another opener. If you stripped it into that armor break that didn't work in the first turn, a Kinky might have done like a good amount of damage on it. But in this case, defense buff, you're not doing any damage at all.
Exactly, and here we are, skill 2 available. Are you going to go into the Annabelle? Don't land the branding, but there's so much health being taken away. And realistically, Bolverk's going to be able to take even more of it, and it's going to be dwindling for the Annabelle.
Yeah, and we're going to have the killer once again on the Riley. We have a simple Totemist flying, and that will take out that unit. And in this case, we have seen Leona do a lot of 1v4s in the past. This is definitely not a match where she will do it.
No, I mean as well, you're going to be getting so much damage coming through from the Dominic, and Bolverk going to be able to take half HP. Even if there is a shield, there's going to be still so much health coming through there that in the end, oh my, that is so disgusting.
Yeah, with the attack buff, that's the thing. Bolfric was kind of falling out of meta because one of his... It was about a year ago nerfed, not doing as much scaling on the passive anymore, but still with that attack buff is doing a lot of damage.
Exactly, a lot of damage. And look at the amount of stacks that are just coming through to that Bolverk. There's so many on the field at one time. And if you can't get rid of this Dominic, he's just going to keep damaging away. What do you... This is, so far, I'm going to say 2-2. Can we say?
I think this is 2-2. And the interesting fact is, like, the most interesting unit that has the highest win potential between the two players right here is a Dominic.
Yeah, that's the one that they're stealing from each other. That's the one that they're looking to use. However, we do know in the next match, I think first pick will be going back to LIVERT, right?
But also looking at the amount of resistance that this Dominic is doing, it was resisting everything.
Oh my god. Bringing it back 2-2, Timbo versus LIVERT. Is Timbo going to do what HANZELOT did to him last year? Like, honestly, are we going to see that?
It might be happening right here because we had LIVERT being very comfortable first match, second match. He had the momentum, but it flipped. The momentum completely flipped, and Timbo is having that momentum right now of having comfortable picks.
Exactly, and he knows that he has the Julian available now in order for, because it was pre-banned in the last match, by reset, and obviously also with the Ikaras. But does that mean that any of the snipe units from LIVERT might come back to play because he's scared of what Timbo is bringing again with those Totemists, with the Bolverks? Do we ban out a Dominic if you can't have it?
You could ban out the Dominic, but definitely something that's interesting to see if LIVERT can once again force Timbo into a draft. Ooh, Alaya pre-ban. We have seen that once before. It's not the first. It was happening in Korea as well, and I was very confused about that one back there. But it's definitely fitting here as well, because there's just so much for that Bolfric going. But shouldn't just ban out the Bolfric then?
I'm not sure here. And I mean, we're going to see Sekhmet, obviously, from the side of LIVERT. It's either Annabelle or Sekhmet, depending who gets pre-banned, if he can pick it first. And we're going into Timbo now. This is the decisive set. Whoever wins this is going to the semi-finals. They're going to get one step closer to Bangkok in Thailand for the World Finals. So this is all to play for right now. These guys are very good friends. They're always on Discord together in a certain Discord chat called Bunker. It's part of where all the German players are. They talk about strategy and everything. And we're going to see a Dominic stolen again with the Riley.
Yeah, Dominic with the Riley. Definitely very strong unit, especially the Dominic into the LIVERT, because it's just single target damage and it's very hard to deal with. On the other side of LIVERT, what are you going to play around right now? Could you bring up a random Sonya and just snipe it out? It would be amazing.
Do you think LIVERT has a Sonya ruined up? We'll have to ask him.
I kind of doubt it, but he definitely goes back to his single target sniping units right there.
Exactly, taking the Bulwark, taking the Ikaris, knowing that if whatever you're doing, Timbo, there's always a back pocket snipe coming out. Do we see another game with a Julian and Eladriel? Maybe. Let's see.
Definitely an option right there to have that Eladriel in that final slot, but if you just ban it out, at least you can snipe one unit, maybe?
Exactly. I mean, Timbo showed the Julian but didn't lock it in. Taking a little bit more time, going for the Alexandra. Camilla.
So a lot more sustain. So definitely what Timbo noticed from the match where he lost, I need more than one sustainer, because if I leave in just one sustainer, it's gonna get banned out. I have no sustain, and I can't really fight back against the common sustain that LIVERT always brings in his matches. So Timbo's every time showing like, okay, first 2 slots, 1 sustainer, 3rd and 4th slot, 1 sustainer, and then I have an open 5th slot. Definitely very nice drafting and adapting by Timbo.
Exactly. LIVERT bringing in now the Kinky, then something that he's used to. It's a familiar unit on him, with a Pheromos as well. So we've seen one earlier today.
It was banned earlier,
yeah,
but it is good into the Alexandra until it gets stunned. Camilla has the stunner on the field already, so this draft kind of says like I kind of cannot work against that Camilla. But that 5th pick that Timbo can draft right now might be very strong into that as well.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to decide to go for. There is obviously the Julian available if he wants some more damage. Wow, what a tricky position. This is your... Oh, he has the Sonya rune though.
He has the Sonya runed up, and that Sonya will definitely do a lot of damage into that Ikaris and that Bulwark, but maybe even taking out the Pheromos.
Now, this is the mind games though. You saw Timbo look up to the sky then, thinking, what is LIVERT doing next to me? And LIVERT just touching his nose, hasn't touched the screen yet. He's waiting all the time in the world. Just double bluff and see who's going to get banned out here, say.
I would say the Sonya. You have to respect that unit.
Oh, respect coming in with a Sonya and a Sekhmet ban there, say.
Yeah, definitely very important right here. But now it's the game. We have 2 sides that actually try to snipe each other. Who's going to take first snipe?
Oh, here we are. This is a decisive one. LIVERT 2, Timbo 2. Going in first is Camilla. But Pheromos is following up very close after.
You know what's very interesting to see? We see across the board Will, and we see Shield.
Yep.
One of those units is Will and Shield.
Yeah, true, exactly.
So,
oh, no, yes.
Yes, that's pretty interesting to see. Like normally it's always like violent or anything like that.
Yeah. Here we go. Can we get the damage on that Pheromos?
It's not going to be enough. Even if you cycle right now, probably you do not want to cycle because you might be out of form the moment you switch. Shield is definitely very helpful though.
Exactly. I mean, it gives Bulwark 5 stacks, but if you're going to do it anyway, let's make use of all of the stacks that we can give him all in one shot. Because Icarus is coming.
Yeah, Icarus is coming, but can you take the Dominic right now? Dominic can be on very high HP, or do you go for anything else? I think you have to go for the Dom.
Let's see. He's taking his time, and Bulwark is going to be deciding which unit he's going to be taking out here. Oh, say, is it going to be enough in the end for this? Because there's going to be so much damage coming through as we're just waiting right now just to see exactly. There, Bulwark does get, but look at the shield!
The shield was immense. Huge shield over there, but still, we can have a skill 1, and also the Pheromos is moving after.
Did we have damage on wind, though, against that Feng Yen from an Ikaris last time?
It could very well be, because LIVERT is familiar with playing into wind, because Dominic is wind very strong. And it could be that Ikaris specifically bowled to counter Dominic's.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. So we're just waiting right now. I think we're seeing exactly what's happening. Time bar is coming down. Icarus has that 3rd skill available.
I think a 20k will do it. Yeah. And he's been hitting 20k before. So let's see if we can go for it.
You've called it. You've called it.
Little bits.
Not
20k!
enough.
It was exactly 20k, but we have the Pheromos. Pheromos, are you on damage?
Enough?
Pheromos, no, it's not enough. The dot would have done it, but the Camilla moves first, and the Camilla makes it survive.
Oh my god. That's huge right now. We know that you need to get rid of this Pheromos or just keep that Dominic alive.
Well, the big issue about the Dominic right now, Dominic is mainly nerfed when it's low HP. It goes for those healing rather than the additional damage that he normally does. So if you can get enough time to get all of these things rolling around, because the Riley doesn't really want to use skills as well. The moment Riley uses skills, we have that Bolvert going in.
Exactly, and the more Bolvert can do. We need to do enough damage on this Dominic, but he's surviving by the skin of his teeth, sir.
Yeah, definitely, and you could go for skill 1, it dots, and then you could go for an Auraveramos dot. Is that going to be enough? Goes for the healing, however, there was heal block at that moment.
Yep. Oh, he's still not getting through with that Camilla healing right there. He needs to get rid of this Veramos. Is he gonna? No additional turn.
But landing that heal block is once again very important, because this Bolvert otherwise could have healed like a big amount, and that's currently not possible.
Exactly, and we know that the Kinky following up after this Bolvert is a despair one. There's no AoE available right now, but can he get anything?
Veramos skill 2, stunners. Can we AoE stun? It's a 50% chance. If you don't stun, you push back.
Oh!
And that's definitely something that LIVERT was liking to see. But we have the proc. We have the proc on the Dominic, and that's going to take out that Veramos.
Wow, huge right there for Timbo. Managing to come out with the additional turn. Can he get a freeze? Resisted on the side of Icarus. And Riley cannot use her skills until Bolvert's gone off that field.
Yeah, Bolvert is definitely still the annoying factor where, can this be enough? No, it's not. Skill 2 is not going to be enough. Skill 1, also not enough.
And we still have 2 cool times on that skill 3, which would then be enough, but can he start getting some damage in to that Icarus? He can transform. Oh, nope.
Decides not to go for the transform.
Oh, say this is
anxious. This is so close. If that Kinky wasn't violent and took
Cool
a strong fire. Cool time increase.
Yes.
Ow, that is definitely not something you wanted to see. Also, those healings on low stacks don't really do all too much. We cannot go for skill 1, skill 2 if it's on despair. And that is definitely something that LIVERT needed in this game.
Oh!
But we are getting the despair stun and we're getting the armor break.
Yeah, but the core still resisted again. Are you going to be looking to transform this time, or still just putting the work into that Icarus? Seems like there's been enough. Oh, going for it. Can we get a freeze?
Can we get that freeze right now? We land the increase.
Resisted with a 10k.
Yep, but we have a lot of stacks on the side of Bolvert right now going in for some clean healing.
Exactly. Also, just to figure out as well, Timbo doesn't know exactly when that cool time is on the Icarus. He has to have seen that cool time.
Exactly. We can see it, but he can't. But still, this damage, if that was a violent Kinky, it would have done so much.
Here we go. Can Dominic do more damage into that Icarus? Gets the heal block. Do you have to go for it?
The heal block is definitely very nice, and we have that stunner as well, but because of that heal block, Icarus can't heal herself as well. And I think this is slowly taking very much the favor of Timbo, and as you called it at the start, when it was 2-0, he's gonna do the reverse sweep.
Wow. Potential reverse sweep still is on. He's learned from last year, and he's gonna potentially have done one better, which is exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to come here and say, right, I'm better than last year, and I'm gonna prove it to you all. Because he is feeling it right now, the relief.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy from Timbo.
That was so close. Like the Dominic, if you had like 1 or 2 grinds less from R5, the unit wouldn't have survived on 6 different occasions.
Exactly, and I want to call it out for Sean B if he's watching him. Daddy Timbo makes it through to that next round for you. He has been incredible right now, managing to pull this back around against LIVERT. Turn 2? What is turn 2? These two are turn 2.
Both of them are turn 2, absolutely. But I definitely did like how LIVERT started off his matches with like playing around, first turning, getting like just very comfortable matches in, dragging someone out of his comfort zone. And you see the sportsmanship from LIVERT towards his friend as well, as we have the victory from Timbo going on to the next round.
Wow. The reverse sweep happened. 3-2 to Timbo, who goes through to the semi-finals. What an incredible comeback from Timbo there, proving exactly why he's in this competition, able to come back and remain in to challenge our next match for winner later on. Incredible. Sam, I mean, look at the elation, and the crowd loved every second. That Dominic just too strong.
Yeah, that's crazy, the reverse sweep. It's exactly what he told me in the beginning of the show when he first arrived. I just want to do better than last year. At the start, he wasn't doing better than last year. He went 2-0 down. Reverse sweep 3-2. He'll feel incredible right now.
Oh, do you know what is that as well? If TUTUTUH manages to beat out PINKROID in the next matchup, it's going to be half this audience now. They're going to fall in love with Timbo after that great comeback there, say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dominic, what I called out many weeks ago, I don't even know how many weeks ago, time flies by. At the prelims, I would like to see a Dominic. We saw a lot of those Dominic, and that was the man of the match, pretty much, because the Julian was very good, sure. But both of them, the moment they had that Dominic locked in, just did a lot of work for both players.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Dominic just resisting everything that was being chucked at it, and TIMBO, man, I mean, we saw the first matches, first set there as well, and LIVERT getting the first turn. We thought, oh, okay, this is different. This is not what we expected, and managing to kind of seal the first and second set. And we thought he's on for 3 out of 3 here. But TIMBO again, just having that defense, having that know-how to kind of get around. And you mentioned experience from last year, bringing it into this year in 2023, and managing just to kind of know how to deal with everything being thrown at him.
Exactly. I think you're nervous when you first come out. He managed to deal with those nerves. He's settled into the situation. Now he's come back. He's still going to feel so much relief right now. He's done better than last year, but it was also against another friend. Every year, TIMBO has to play
Everyone's
another
friends.
one of his friends.
Everyone's friends.
Exactly.
It's so hard. I mean, this really sets up a great kind of, I guess, semi-final for later on as well. I think no player wants to go up against TIMBO having seen that display.
Yeah, absolutely. But it also really shows that the adapting that you can do in a best of 5. Like, there's a lot of things like saying, like, okay, this was my draft that I prepared. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, we try one more. Oh, that also doesn't really work. Okay, then we go completely different. I step away from my Chandra kind of stuff that I did, and he makes it work. And that is the nice thing about a best of 5.
That's right, that's right. And you can see the brackets on the screen right now. We've had a handful of our best of 5s already. We got 3 down, 1 more to go in the quarterfinals here. LUFIA and HANZELOT, our first semi-final setup. Now that TIMBO's 3-2 victory over LIVERT takes him through to the semi-finals as well here. And we've got 1 more quarterfinal to see who will be facing TIMBO in that next round. It is going to be one that you do not want to miss. The crowd here cannot wait here. Next up, our Europe Cup current champion. It's PINKROID. Here he is.
Hello Paris, I'm PINKROID. It feels unreal to be here again for the 3rd time, and I'm here to defend my title. TUTUTUH, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna kick you out again. You should cheer for me because I'm the real pure skill.
Here he comes, the silent assassin that is PINKROID. When he said, TUTUTUH, I'm going to kick you out again, the crowd suddenly turned going, oh, hello. It's not the right place to be saying things like that, PINKROID. I mean, this guy is cool, calm, collected, and, I mean, the accolades. Europe Cup champion 21, Europe Cup champion 22, not to mention playing at the World Finals, coming in runner-up and 3rd. I mean, Sam, if anyone's going to have to go potentially all the way through, you put your cards on this guy.
Yeah, he's just so experienced right now. He's got so much knowledge of the game. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and it always seems to work out. You don't become a back-to-back champion without some sort of knowledge and some experience of playing this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, he picked up a bunch of Miller LDs that definitely can work in his favor. However, we did see him also somewhat struggle against HANZELOT in that prelim earlier.
That's right. I mean, TUTUTUH, when he comes up against him now as well, will have to literally bring everything ready to the party in order to take out this champion.
The whole crowd.
The whole crowd.
He has to bring the whole crowd, but they're all here for him.
That is exactly what we actually cannot wait to see how the crowd's going to react here. The only Frenchman in the competition is TUTUTUH. Listen to this. Let's meet him and let's hear them.
Salut Paris, c'est TUTUTUH. Soyez prêts pour une belle de compétition. Being here is so insane for me, guys. I can't wait to see all of you guys in the public with some silent things. You should cheer for me because I'm the only France representative, so we have to do it. PINKROID, your channeling is not saving you from Bella. Allez la France!
Viva la TUTUTUH! Listen to that, the crowd are loving it. Here he comes, the home favourite. Look at the sun, look at those those heads. It's just absolutely brilliant. I mean, this is a player here that the crowd clearly are going to be behind here. If there's any, listen to them.
Listen to the crowd. The whole crowd is just standing and cheering, and everyone's making pictures, and the crowd goes wild, and the match didn't even start yet.
Hasn't even started, Sam. I mean, this is going to be a matchup that everyone's excited to see. Honestly, if TUTUTUH manages to do this and beat out the current Euro Cup holder, it's going to be absolutely bonkers in here. It's going to be crazy.
I actually feel like we might need to hold on to our seats. Like, honestly, it will shake and everything will shake. But you can see right now, he's in a good position. It's going to be tough for him. It's going to be an uphill battle. We know that the units that he likes to use, but has PINKROID got the answer? Potentially, yes. We've seen it from ladder, actually, at the moment. PINKROID does have the better over TUTUTUH during playing in the season. Let's see if he can put that into fruition here in the Paris Cup, or Europe Cup.
Enjoy. I mean, one thing is I'm interested to see as well is everyone's cheering, going crazy. You can see that, you know, in the prelims as well, TUTUTUH actually lost out to TIMBO 3-0. TIMBO is waiting in that next round. Listen to that! TIMBO is waiting in the next round. TUTUTUH obviously wants a revenge story too. If there's anything to galvanize you and get you wanting to be in that next round, is beating out the current Eurocup champion and is going through against the person you lost out to in the prelims. So it's very much, TUTUTUH is going to be feeling really good there. We saw that he's got an insane Bella as well. And I think, you know, unit choice is going to be really interesting to watch unfold.
Yeah, definitely. I would really like to see how these units look. But on the other hand, both of them have so much pressure. On one side, we have the pressure of being the reigning champion. On the side, we have the pressure of the crowd. The crowd wants to see you win.
That's right. That's right. I was going to say, let's see what they have up their sleeves, because as you can see, folks, pick and bans are at the ready. Folks, let us know who you think is going to be the victor at home as well. In our last quarterfinal best of 5 before we move into the semis, it's TUTUTUH versus PINKROID. Let's get it on.
Will the unheard of happen? Back to back to back. Or 2-2-2-2-2-2-2. Let's see how this matchup goes as we've got PINKROID versus TUTUTUH. In match 4, set number 1, we had the Tianlang pre-ban from TUTUTUH and the Oliver coming out from the side of PINKROID. We see Vanessa first picked by PINKROID right there.
Yeah, that's definitely banning out one of the 33 elites and picking the other. But I would definitely say that Vanessa's more of a comfortable pick for TUTUTUH, so it might be more of a steal rather than a comfortable pick for PINKROID. But we definitely have the Bella in there right there.
Exactly. We've seen Bella 29 times in the SWC so far with a 48% win rate, so a little bit lower. But for TUTUTUH, PINKROID flashing some new stuff, eh?
Flashing some new stuff, but going back to the old stuff, the comfortable stuff, the Hey Gang, the cigar.
Exactly. These picks are very, very common that we're seeing right now in SWC. A lot of people are picking them for obvious reasons, especially here in Europe. These are the units that you always are going to be picking. TUTUTUH right now does have something like the Ongiyuki in the background, deciding for the Marsha right now.
Yeah, Marsha is definitely a very strong pick over here. Going into that more fire heavy. On the side of PINKROID, there's not too much damage yet, but in the 4th or the 5th slot, you are going to see damage from PINKROID.
Let's see which damage he brings in. 2 Omni-Uges.
2 Omni-Uges, definitely damage right there. But
oh, flashing a new other one.
But is it fitting for this match right here? Because you already have a lot of other units going towards you. But I'm also not too sure with the double nuke. You do not have any form of sustain or protection for those units. And they're not really too much of a follow-up after an AOE/CC comp as well.
Here we go then. TUTUTUH has seen those both being picked right now. Oh, popping out and showing the Isis. Also with the passives.
I actually wouldn't really mind an Isis in here. It feels pretty strong actually. Against the cigar it might be somewhat troublesome, but if you ban out that Hey Gang and then have the other units in the field, something very strong like a Wind Robo or a Dark Robo definitely would work. Or going for that Shan.
We see a Shan coming in right now. So is it going to be speed lead bans and a bit of a contest?
Could be speed lead bans, but also banning out that Hey Gang or even the cigar could be pretty beneficial as well on the side of TUTUTUH. So TUTUTUH has more choices. I would say PINKROID, probably that speed lead, or otherwise you have to go for some damage.
Exactly. Let's see then now. They've got a bit of time to figure out who they're going to be banning. Oh, this is it. This is the first set of match 4, and this crowd is going to be electric if we get a win here for TUTUTUH. Banning out the Suiki, banning out the Sekhmet.
Yeah, definitely not bans that I expected, but definitely bans that I do respect.
There
let's
we go.
see for double speed lead, and let's get into this match of the first round of TUTUTUH against PINKROID.
Here we go. This is going to be crazy with the crowd, and we're going to be taking Vanessa first turn right now. Can we get a strip defense break? Sets up against that Shan. Wow, second skill stunning the Marsha.
Yeah, definitely stunning the Marsha, but also we have the cigar moving next, and we have that armor break set up for that Kinky. That's also moving very fast.
Ooh.
However, it is stunned at this moment.
Exactly. Can you get the cool time? Yes, you get the pushbacks and all the provokes. This is classic PINKROID play right now.
Yeah, definitely does look like it right now. Can you take off the Shan before any unit else moves? If that Bella goes for an additional turn, it might take away something that you can push back, but if not, it's going to be very difficult.
Does he get another? He does!
Can we push back the Kinky? It could be 100% resistant, but you have to go for it, otherwise your Shan is going to leave the battlefield. Do you go for it? Can you push back? Actually decides not to go for it, goes for a lot of damage in.
Oh.
And he needed a proc on that one as well, but if he doesn't get it, that's going to take off that unit.
Exactly. We know now if you're killing that Sagada right now, it's going to get revived again from Vanessa. She has a skill 3 available, so he's going to try and put an attack break there on the Vanessa. Can he get the defense break landing?
Decides not to go for it, and I definitely like it because you have that glancing, and it will take a little bit of time to get the defense break in there. If you wait a little bit, it's a lot better. But the big question is right now, does that Bella move next? If she gets pushed back, she does get pushed back, and she gets stunned, and that's definitely not something TUTUTUH wanted to see here.
And it's just enough to kill the Cigar. So now more, can he use skill 2? Is he going to look to try and stun?
I would definitely go for the stunners right now, but the moment you strip, you also cleanse that stunner that you just placed. So in that case, decide not to go. It's try to land that attack break, but got stunned in or got armor broken in that process.
Exactly, and looking right now, there's so many defense breaks on the side of TUTUTUH. It's not looking healthy for him. Marsh is going to be following up soon, but the moment after these two have gone and she gets dismounted, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very tough, and we have that armor break sticking on that unit as well. You have a skill 2 coming in, does that provoke land? Doesn't land the provoke. We have a skill 2 potential right here. Could you take out the cigar in the process, but you have to get some stunners in. Does he get any stunners? No stunner.
Not even
a single stunner.
Oh my god, so now it's all up to killing that more. Marsh is not going to be able to take this out, say.
No, there's not a Marsha that's going to win against the Kinky. That is a very difficult battle, especially when there's 3 other units on the field as well.
Exactly, and especially one of them being a hair gang putting the glance in. Wow, this was very classic PINKROID's gameplay. I would say exactly what you see on stream, this is what he's done.
Exactly, it's very the comfortable playstyle where it's like, okay, we have a bruiser match, a bit on back and forth in procs, but getting those comfortable moments, those good moments of exactly what you need, and that is then a victory for PINKROID.
Wow, there we go. PINKROID taking the early blood against TUTUTUH, making it the 1-0. This is going to be an uphill battle. It already was going to be for TUTUTUH coming up against the back-to-back champion, but if there's anyone that could get behind him right now in the crowd, you hear a bit of noise. I don't know if you guys can hear it. They need to get behind him and support their compatriot here to try and get through. There wasn't even a little song then. I don't know even what that was.
They're chanting some TUTUTUH song right now, so definitely putting in the motivation in. He has the noise-canceling headset, so probably doesn't hear anything, and that is also the best. You have to be in the zone, you have to be in your own comfortable space. Playing these matches, you're playing for a high stake of getting on to the next round, one step closer to Bangkok.
Exactly. Do we see now the different speed lead being banned out from PINKROID, so there's no speed leads, and the Tian Lang is going to be available for PINKROID, which we know is such a crucial unit for him. It's really working crazy well.
Yeah, exactly. So pre-bans, I would say, is pretty open for both sides. You could go for like a Bella ban in this case.
Goes for the other speed lead then, so goes for that 33, the other version, which means Oliver is back on the field. TUTUTUH can first pick the Oliver right now. Cigar is being banned out by TUTUTUH, meaning that PINKROID will have effect to be able to use the Tian Lang at some point during the drafting.
And this is actually playing very much in the favor of PINKROID, because if TUTUTUH picks up the Oliver right now, PINKROID is definitely going to draft in that Tian Lang. That hard counters that Oliver. So this is very well read by PINKROID of like also the pre-bans plus who has first turn.
Exactly. Let's see right now if he already picks a Tian Lang. It would be maybe an early, or not?
No, most of the time Tian Lang fits in that 3 and 4 slot. In this case, you still first go like comfortable picks that can open the whole draft, and then later you can lock in the Tian Lang. It's the best fitting in 3 and 4, I would say.
There we go. So we've got Moore and Sekhmet coming through, which have been crucial units through the whole of SWC so far, in all honesty. We're getting the speed lead from a Moore. The Sekhmet, if she's landing that third skill, can really put down the other team in terms of getting their skills overloading. TUTUTUH, Bella Shizuka.
Bella Shizuka in there, definitely something that you could put the Tian Lang into. However, you could also decide to go for more AoE strips with a Chitian the Shang.
Oh, Chitian there. Oh!
Also having that Shan.
Deciding now, taking a bit of time, maybe doesn't want to come up against a Shan as well, so deciding to steal it away from TUTUTUH with the Chongpong.
With the Chongpong, definitely something that you could see right now, right here, is something like a Juno Praha. Interestingly enough, we haven't seen too many Junos nor Prahas throughout the whole day so far.
Nope, it's not been here at all, and in all honesty, if I'm looking through all of the units that have been played, it was the lowest played in Europe, only 13 times in prelims, compared to 120 times in the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's definitely a very interesting factor to see. We have seen that Athena before. The Athena was before on Violent, but there we have the Juno. That's why we have the Juno, because the Juno would also not necessarily be best in slot or very strong in slot. It would also be a best in slot for PINKROID to pick up in that 5th slot.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to steal a unit knowing that even if you take it through, it's still going to be strong enough. It's still going to be able to do a lot of work against the units on the other side of the field of PINKROID. But PINKROID right now has to answer with something. Say, what's he going to answer with?
You could go into like a triple revenge vert into that Athena AoE skill, but it's maybe not too much. He actually goes for like, okay, I still like that first turn picks. However, I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be fast enough if that speed lead is banned.
Exactly. There's going to be probably speed leads banned on both sides then if we're going to do the race. So let's see if it's going to be a Sekhmet, an Etna.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, Athena before in prelims was shown on Violent. A Violent Athena is in no way going to outspeed probably even the Robo, if it's on the fast set though. But if he switches it to Swift, then probably that Athena will take first turn.
Deciding to ban out there. So we've got both speed leads actually through, so they went against everything we said. We've got a 33 with Oliver on TUTUTUH, PINKROID 24. PINKROID going into this set 2 with a 1-0 advantage against TUTUTUH. If he does this, it goes 2-0 up and closer to Thailand. Skill 3 from Sekhmet. Will she land? Look how fast that Bella was as well, by the way.
Yeah, the Bella's going to take next turn. Well, there's a 33 lead against a 24 lead, so it's somewhat expected. Can he land it? Does actually land it, but we have to push back over here.
Here we go. Gets the strip. Resisted.
So much damage.
Holy. Here we go, though. More. Can we get double stun? And then, oh.
Double stun into full pushback on the Juno as well from the wrong element.
Oh, and another stun. Quad stuns in the end. Does Juno doesn't take a turn in time.
Yeah, Juno doesn't take a turn in time. Doesn't actually kill it. It doesn't kill it because of the speed buff. It didn't kill it because of the speed buff. You have to return the favor of stuns right now. You have to go for the skill to return the favor of stuns. Doesn't go for it. 1.7k, not all too much damage on though. Maybe some reduces on elemental damage over there. But this is just so much stuns coming in from PINKROID.
Resisted with Shizuka.
Okay.
There's no additional turn right there.
Additional turn.
But Juno's going to be getting laps in. Is she going to take the Shan away next?
I think she should be doing enough to kill it, but now that she got pushed back, but she got counter. The counter was definitely necessary. 1.7k. I was saying it was not enough. 1.7k. You need those additional damage artifacts, and does land on Shuka right now. We're going for more AoE stuns. We got one AoE stun. Interestingly enough, that is a vampire Juno. It is a vampire Juno. Can a vampire Juno do some more work than a normal Despair Juno?
Here we go. So Shizuka, can she get any of the pushback? No. But Chongpeng is settled with a skill 3. I don't know if this Juno's going to take a turn, especially if there's no counters.
But once again, Juno full pushback by a wind unit, AoE skill 3. That is not too much luck on the side of TUTUTUH, I would say.
Decrease the type bar as well against the Juno, meaning that she's not going to be able to take a turn. Goes second skill, is it enough? It's enough to kill. Wow, PINKROID. Again, exactly the style of PINKROID's play. He absolutely killed that right there, getting all of the stuns that he needed from the Despair units there.
Yeah, definitely those Despair stuns, but also the pushbacks on the wrong element. Those are definitely two very strong factors. If you have that running your way, you can get very far.
Wow, so the crowd really needs to get singing a little bit louder than they did in that last one. It didn't affect that set, but will it affect this third set, where PINKROID right now could be getting into the semi-final to face off against TIMBO, which is already going to be a stacked semi-final. But TUTUTUH, can you just take a lesson from what TIMBO has just done? Reverse sweep, say.
Reverse sweep, but that's definitely... Well, we have seen these two matches going very fast. Against LIVERT, well, even if he beats you, you're going to have a very fast match. But it looks very convincing, whatever PINKROID is doing. It just works.
Yeah, it's such like muscle memory. Banning out that Maw, Oliver being banned. Are we going to see a Vanessa first pick from PINKROID?
Yeah, probably, definitely that Vanessa first pick as well. But TUTUTUH also banning out the speed lead that he would normally take. So TUTUTUH might end up with no speed lead at all.
Yep, let's see. So we do get the Vanessa coming out. Ooh, Ciara ruined up.
That is a speed lead right there. You could go for the combination of the Ciara Gianna because TUTUTUH does have a Gianna. But if PINKROID goes for an early Hey Gang right now, pretty much the Gianna's already nullified by value.
Exactly, then can't really be drafted into the table as a Gianna user, say. You know all about that.
Yep, yeah, that definitely not something that you would like to see. But we have the Shizuka on the other side right now, and we have that Athena being picked up.
Wow, Etna and Shizuka. We've seen a lot more of Shizuka than we did at the prelims. You know, a bit more of a... I actually need to track of the win rate on that one because I'm not sure during this Europe Cup right now. Etna coming out again, so we know there's some sort of a speed competition going on. Ongyuki from the side of TUTUTUH.
Ongyuki definitely countering those stunts that the Athena brings, and also the Shizuka can spread at a later moment. But I'm not really sure if it's going to be enough. We have seen it used before on very well extent. Ooh, Hey Gang, but we also have that Sonya being picked up with a Jemire.
Oh, wow. Do you think that Hey Gang was in order so he could play a Gianna, but right now he's answered with a Sonya, very fast snipe unit, Jemire speed lead.
Yeah, you're not going to pick a Gianna in here. It was all kind of a setup that Gianna would fit. But Gianna is definitely not fitting this route right here because it's counted by pretty much 3 units on the field. I would almost even say 4. So definitely not a fitting unit right here. But what would be a fitting unit? Because I would say you have to respect that Sonya right now.
Exactly. So TUTUTUH, this is the last chance saloon for him right now. He needs to continue start a winning streak and continue it. Carnal.
Carnal's definitely an interesting unit. Has a lot of damage, but doesn't give too much protection to any of the units. I would definitely still say you have to take out that Sonya, but also the Carnal's taken out.
There we go. So we're getting the speed leads, 33 from the Vanessa on PINKROID side, Ciara with the 24%. We're going into this decisive set right now. If PINKROID wins, he's going through against TIMBO. If TUTUTUH loses, this crowd is going to be very upset.
No armor breaks on the segment would have been huge on the side of PINKROID, but has the chance to go for a skill 3 right now. However, anything that he would skill 3 right now would be cleansed due to that Heigang.
Exactly. So he's deciding to go into the segment to get the stun.
Except that one.
Yeah.
That is the only one that would not take that, but that's a lot of damage into the segment and actually denying the chance of any resets.
Here we go then. So Ciara has opportunities to put bombs down on the field, but the moment you do that, Shizuka has it in her locker.
Yeah, you actually do not want to do it. Does go for it though. I'm not entirely sure if that is the right choice. You have to get a stun.
Oh.
You have to get a stun from this Heigang right now. It is a must. If you do not, it's going to be very bad for you, TUTUTUH.
Exactly. Does he go for skill 2? Do you think it would be enough? Probably not against the Jemaya, right?
No.
Go skill 1.
You need that stunner. You have to stun that Shizuka right now. If not, this match is most likely over. Does not get the stun. And I would say, with all of that on the field, this match looks very over right now.
Yeah, there's not much coming back from here right now. But there's obviously all of the cleanses from the Heigang. But there's a reset now from Jemaya. Illusion of time.
Illusion of time, and we're going back. Ooh, actually a cut. You have to strip it. This is your chance. The crowd is scaring it. You have to land.
Resisted!
No! No way you just did that. No way you just did that. And that is exactly what PINKROID needed. That resistance did not even strip straight on the first 15 checker. Did not land it. And that will take this match in the favor of PINKROID with a victory of 3-0.
It could still be back to back to back, not 2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2. Here we go, the winner, confirmed 3-0.
3-0 there. Oh, listen to the crowd though. I mean, absolutely amazing. Despite the fact that PINKROID's got a 3-0, everyone knows he's such a mean competitor, and TUTUTUH tried his hardest. It didn't work out, but PINKROID there just soaring through to the next round. I mean, the damage dealt, the way you manage. I mean, the RNG working in his favor to a degree there as well. But Sam, it was just flawless from PINKROID.
It's classic PINKROID. He knows exactly what he's doing. He gets onto that stage. He knows he's prepared. Any person who comes up against him, he can just work it out, and he manages to do. It's a 3-0. 3-0 at this level with the caliber of players that we have here. It's just insane that that can happen.
I mean, and the crowd as well, I'll add to that as well, the pressure of knowing you're performing in front of a French crowd with the only French player in the competition. I mean, what else is there to say apart from he's just so darn good?
He's definitely damn good, and I was definitely hoping for that TIMBO was watching those matches and taking notes, writing down what can I do against all of this, because it's a difficult battle against PINKROID, that's for sure.
What kind of notes would he have taken down there, TIMBO? From watching that, I mean, which was over relatively quickly compared to other events, other quarterfinals we had today. What would he be looking at, thinking, okay, I could definitely find a way in there, maybe?
I think it's different because it's a completely different matchup between TUTUTUH and TIMBO. It's going to have to be. I think TIMBO has to try and get PINKROID to come down to his level, or not down to his level, but play his style. Try and,
play my game.
Yeah, exactly, play my game. But whether that can happen, PINKROID's so versatile and good enough, his own style can also just shine through.
Absolutely. We started with 16 players in this competition. We're down to the last 4. Only 4 remain here. LUFIA, HANZELOT, and TIMBO PINKROID. 2 players of those 4 will be going through the World Finals and to our final later on. For you guys at home as well, something really great for you. A reward, a coupon code on screen right now, Ramener la Coupe. You can make sure to get this code, utilize it. There's energy, scrolls, emblems, the whole shebang just for you because we love you. And you're part of the community, part of the family here with someone as well, World Arena Championship 2023 here at the Europe Cup. So make sure to make the most of that. Very soon, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we return, we will have our semi-finals. Do not go anywhere for now. Enjoy some highlights of the quarters. And we'll see you very, very shortly for loads more. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
Ciao.
Hello Paris, it's my first time here and I hope you're excited for me. Finally, I'm here and I'm ready to show you my power. NICERSMICER, you can do whatever you want, I have Salah. You should support me cause I play unusual stuff.
Hey Paris, ich bin LUFIA und ich bin hier zum Gewinn. Neff, zieh dich warm an, ich habe mich gut vorbereitet und Hahn gehört mir. Feuert mich an, wenn ihr mich anfeuert, feuert ihr den Gewinner an.
Hello Paris, I'm PINKROID. It feels unreal to be here again for the third time, and I'm here to defend my title. TUTUTUH, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna kick you out again. You should cheer for me because I'm the real pure skill.
Hey Paris, it's me Timbo and I'm going to give you a great show at SWC. I'm feeling excited to see all of you, but right now it's time for me to prove myself. Hey LIVERT, I know we are friends, but better prepare yourself well for me because I'm not going to give you an easy match. Cheer for me because I'm going to make you proud.
Oh, that's right, we're back, and we're proving ourselves. Prove yourself. That's what you got to do here at the Summoners World Arena Championship 2023 Europe Cup Finals, that's right. Welcome back in, guys. It's Adam, Sam, and Say here. We are back here in Paris after a short break there because semi-finals are coming our way. Here come Mana and Jiraiya back onto the main stage here because, as we mentioned earlier on, we've got the English broadcast, the German broadcast, the French broadcast. And those 3 medals there will be going to some of our players later on. Only 4 left in the competition. Sam, my man, this is where things get sticky, they get spicy, they get meaty, because we are really close now to our final this year in the Europe Cup.
Exactly, we've whittled them down now. It's 8 and it's gone to 4. The coupon code is back there, so if you didn't enter it already, use it. There might be, I don't know what's going to be in your water scrolls, but I hope you than that 5.
Definitely use Ramone La Coupe that you can see on screen there and get that inside and make sure to utilize it so you can get some freebies, some rewards courtesy of Summoners World Arena Championship 2023's Europe Cup. I mean, we've seen some great matchups thus far in this competition. Everyone's had a chance now. We quickly popped into the green room. We saw the players kind of having a bit of a moment here because only 4 of them left in this now. What's the preparation like, do you think, right now for our players? You know, but particularly with the semi-finals, you're so close to the Worlds as well now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I definitely always give the favor to the players that had the first match because you can actually comfortably watch at whatever comes next. So definitely, let's see if we also see that in here because LUFIA technically had more preparing time, TIMBO had more preparing time. Is that also then like having into effect like, okay, are those actually prepared well or better? But it's also such a short time. So how much can you analyze, how much can you actually prepare in that short amount of time?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder as well, like, we talk about preparation. We saw that, you know, most players have probably prepared for their first matchup, and then whatever happens, happens in the next one. But you do wonder if there's kind of like some side notes, some quick, like, bullet points they can quickly jump into. We can see one of our first competitors coming out now for the semi-finals, LUFIA, we met earlier on today. I mean, do you think they have those notes? A quick, like a glance over and say, right, I've got to face HANZELOT, I'm going to do this, this, and this.
Yeah, I think, well, remember, all of these guys actually do have a +1 with them, and most of those +1s are friends that are very prevalent in the community. For example, for LUFIA, he has Sogov Polar, who is one of the top players as well in Europe. He does a lot of things with TOA. He's been probably watching the other matches, telling LUFIA this was kind of what was happening. Just give him a little bit of a boost, like, oh, well, you can look to use this, and hopefully it works for him.
Yeah, exactly. And we actually have that for most of the players, but definitely in here, we see another match that we have in this one, double hand. So more hand showcase is going to be here with our next player walking in as well.
Double hand, there we go, HANZELOT, who is feeling really strong. I think actually earlier on today, I got a really good vibe from HANZELOT, just a general vibe of confidence coming into this. You know, bear in mind, these are 2 debutant players. They've not actually competed here with us at Summoners World Arena Championship Europe Cup before. And here we are now on the main stage in front of a live audience in the middle of Paris. HANZELOT even said in his video earlier on that it's his first time here. Like everything, culturally, everything's very different, but taking it in his stride.
He is. He's taking everything into his stride and he's being super calm. I was actually just with him just then before we came back on air. He's so calm and collected right now. And I was asking him some of the things about the monsters, and I even asked him, where's Salah? He just looked at me and went, we'll see.
We'll see. We've already seen that last match as well. Like we had TUTUTUH and PINKROID as well, kind of showing us little kind of, you know, they pick some bands, showing us what they do have in their locker, should they need to bust anything out here. I'm looking forward to seeing, yes, crowd! I'm looking forward to seeing what they kind of bring out here. But say, this is an opportunity here to compete in Thailand in just a month's time. That is a feat, that's something you do not want to give up.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's, I would say, the main thing that these players are playing for, representing Europe in Thailand at the world stage.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely right here. So, as you can see, folks, you have your next match, which is going to be LUFIA versus HANZELOT. It is a best-of-5, our first semi-final. Whoever wins this will qualify for Worlds and be in our final later on today. So, get in the chat, let us know who you think is going to do it, and let's head back into the action with Sam and with Say.
Here we go. I have the simple solution. Win and get a ticket to Bangkok. Why not even bring a +1 of Han? Here we have HANZELOT versus LUFIA, match 1, set 1 in the semi-finals. We've got the pre-bans Bella and Escher coming out, Say.
Asher pre-ban, definitely interesting, but we have seen that HANZELOT Asher was outspeeding Athnas. That's definitely a very fast unit. Picks coming in pretty fast. We have that Han being picked up other side. Common units that we see throughout today. That Vanessa plus that Sagar.
I just want to add as well right now, I've got some stats on LUFIA versus HANZELOT from the ladder. So far, LUFIA has a 57% win rate against HANZELOT with a 43. 7 times, 3-4. This is going to be a close one again, I think. We've seen Oliver, we see the Sekhmet, Yonghong, and the Salah is back on that field. He told me we'll see. We'll see it next.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part. Both Yonghong and Salah were not picked at all last time. But definitely the speed units. Okay, you banned out my Asher. I got more of those high base speed units. Let me lock them in for you.
Exactly. The more speed that you have partnering with those speed leads, you're saying that you're going to go turn 1. How much can you do with that turn 1? We saw last time that Salah was very fast. So can it be as fast? Maybe he's got some recent grinds that have managed to make it speed up even more. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. On the other side, we're going in with that Ongyuki, and once again, the Shizuka.
The Shizuka always seems to work for LUFIA. So maybe this time, I've said it now, it's not going to work out for him, but Shizuka there, able to use any of the debuffs and the buffs that have been on the field to apply to enemies and to her own allied team as well. So it could be very useful during the whole fact that Salah is going to be putting a lot of different things on the enemy team if it's allowed through. HANZELOT with this last pick right now, who do you think is going to go?
There's a bunch of options because the team is very versatile on the side of LUFIA already, but we have seen a bunch of Sonya drafts. We haven't seen a single Sonya on the field. Everyone is respecting those Sonyas that are locked in the 4 or the 5 slot. Everyone is banning them out. And I think in this case, once again, we will ban them out.
Here we go. Let's see if he actually does get the respect ban right now onto it. There's likely going to be some speed leads then going through if you're going to have to respect ban. Maybe you also want to take out a Sekhmet, the high speed unit. But in competition format, she's not had a positive win rate during the SWC. So, is it something you have to take into account?
Let's see what we have on the base. And we have both speed leads being removed, and we have the unit of Sonya in there. And there's a lot of speedy units on the side of HANZELOT on this one.
Here we go. HANZELOT versus LUFIA, match 1, set 1, the Euro Cup semi-finals. Taking the first turn is that Yonghong.
Yonghong, are you going to boost up something else? Are you going to boost up maybe that Sonya? Boost up the Salah.
Salah coming in now. Second skill into Sekhmet, silence and stun.
Silence and stun, exactly the two that you want to see. In this case, where are you going to go for your damage? Because you kind of want to deal with the Han, you kind of want to deal with Yongyuki, but you can't really deal with both at the same time. Did manage to strip it. Or are we going to go for probably Yongyuki, or are we going to... Kills it, 25k, not too much damage, but just enough to kill it.
Oh.
And we have the increased cooltime landing, which was the most important thing from HANZELOT.
Exactly, it's very clean right now from HANZELOT in all honesty. If there's any additional turns coming through, it's not going to be too effective anymore. Oh, that's the one though.
And that's definitely going to trade 1 for 1 because of that armor break. There's going to be a lot of damage on that Sonya.
Exactly, is he going to use, he still uses just a skill 1 there. Manages against Salah. What else can he do? Taking more damage into that Sekhmet.
Yeah, definitely more damage into that Sekhmet, but the damage from that Ongyuki is also definitely something that's very strong at this moment. If it goes more for those S1 armor breaks, procs into higher damage on that S2, it could be a lot of work for HANZELOT, but we have to... Can we land it? Oh, we chose to go wrong element and did not land it.
Here we go then, Shizuka. Can she get some pushbacks? And we're going to be seeing Salah coming up straight after, if nothing is going to be changing during this. Salah is then available with that skill 1. Are we going to be able to kill that Sekhmet? Oh!
Stun on the wrong target. That's also the thing about Salah. Salah chooses himself where he's going to place the stun. And we're going to get armor break, armor break across the field. We have a skill 2 of Ongyuki. How much damage are you going to do on that? Is it going to kill everything? Does it kill everything, but gets the additional turn, and that additional turn will definitely kill one of the units of the battlefield.
Wow, huge from LUFIA. You saw the reaction from HANZELOT. He knew as soon as those defense breaks were out, he was in danger. And Ongyuki making a comeback from last year. Dushan's, we get a stun on that one. But we can revive a Han, no, with a skill 3.
Yeah, we can revive Han, and Han was not reset, so that's definitely going to be a simple solution to take off another unit. Doesn't even need it, just goes for a classic as one.
Wow. Wow, well done to LUFIA, managing to take the first point against HANZELOT in this semi-final of our Europe Cup. Wow.
That was very well played, and at some point the turnaround was that AoE armor break from that Sekhmet into that Ongyuki. You stun it, you can't stun it. And that's still the very strong factor that Ongyuki has. Going in with that skill 2, not really caring about elements, so much damage.
And also only using this skill 1 on Ongyuki in the original start to allow Sekhmet to then set him up right. Exactly. All about these decisions, these fine-tuned decisions that can make such a big difference when you're on this stage right now. So, Escher and Bella are back up for grabs for both of these guys. Do we now see any of a ban pick, or are they both going to be like, right, we've got these, we know how to deal with it as we go into this next match, say?
Yeah, definitely in this case, HANZELOT did show his speedy units, but these speedy units, they did take the first turn, they did take out 1 unit, but then there's still a lot of units that LUFIA is drafting that are very dangerous. So in this case, pick and ban, or the pre-bans, we're taking a little bit more time on this one, so I see HANZELOT looking around, so I definitely do think that LUFIA is the one that was unsure about locking it and locks in that Yeonhong. However, on the other side, we have that Vanessa.
Exactly. I was actually just looking at Yeonhong because I thought it might be on there, and it's currently on a 66% win rate during SWC with over 35 matches. So obviously a unit, when it can pop off, it does big time for the player. This time it's been banned out, but the trade of Han has already happened.
Yeah, so is Han being the winning factor in this match? Every person that has the Han takes the winning factor, or is one of the two players good enough to also counter their own unit?
Exactly, and if that was to play out, that would mean that LUFIA would have the advantage with the 3 times of the first pick to be able to choose that Han. So right now, LUFIA has to come up with a different answer. He's going to be choosing, it looks like that more, and we also saw an Oliver pop-up, which was the Despair one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was definitely the Despair one. The Asher that is able right now, because not pre-banned for HANZELOT, that is the fastest unit that HANZELOT probably has to offer, and sit in with a Changpong.
Exactly. Escher actually only with a 44% win rate, but not really too commonly used in SWC, only 20 times, so maybe a little bit of a shifted in terms of the stats there. We've also got Chongpong on the field as well. Super strong unit. You can see he's going for that turn 1, say.
Yeah, both of them are definitely saying turn 1. LUFIA could kind of switch around this draft right now, going a little bit more turn 2, maybe a little bit more supports, maybe going towards the Juno or something, but it might be not that fitting into a Han as well.
There we go. We see the Despair Oliver coming out with the Bella. That damage is going to be dangerous.
That damage is definitely going to be dangerous, but on the other side, he has pretty much no sustain whatsoever if he locks in with this draft fully. So if you go to something that you can say, like, okay, you take those first turns, I can survive that, which is difficult against the Bella, but if you survive it, you can maybe play around that. But HANZELOT is like, no, man. I want that first turn as well. I'm locking in a speed lead. Maybe ending another speed lead. Could maybe go for a Dark Robo.
Fire Cookie.
Fire Cookie definitely takes it away. LUFIA is not being drafted. We go into more speedy units with that segment in there. However, HANZELOT only has 1 speed lead right now compared to the 2 speed leads on the side of LUFIA.
And we know how fast that Bella was last time, right? Managing to take a turn super early, managing to do the damage, getting it low enough to then set up for somebody else to take it out. But let's see right now, as he's got a little bit of time, LUFIA, he is 1-0 up. He's in a bit of more of the driving seat. He's comfortable right now on stage. Seems pretty comfortable as well. Very focused in the camera view, I must say, with an Etna being picked.
Absolutely being focused. Going in with that Athna. If he bans out the speed lead on the Tomoe, he will definitely take first turn. However, that Athna might be banned off. And that Asher has also been shown being very, very fast. So I wouldn't even be surprised if an Asher without speed lead still outspeeds Vio units on 33 lead.
Let's see then. So they're going to decide who they're going to be banning out right now. There is the speed lead options, like Say said, but which one are you going to be taking out? It's all about the synergies. Taking out the Bella and the Tomoe.
So actually removing the damage, but in this case that Athna could be very dangerous with a lot of damage.
Exactly. Let's get into this now. Speed lead taken and HP lead taken. LUFIA 1-0 up against HANZELOT as we go into match 1, set 2 of the Europe Cup semi-finals. Going first is obviously Etna. What can she do, Say?
Yeah, in this case, it's maybe kind of dangerous to go for skill 2. If you miss multiple crits on that Athna, you're not going to get that cycling turn because the Asher is moving very fast. Decides to go for the skill 3, did not go down to 50%, but still managed to get that stun.
Here we go then, Sekhmet. She has skill 3 available. Is she going to be able to land this skill 3? Likely to go into the Cigar, do you think? Yes, and gets it.
Yeah, gets it on the Cigar, and that's probably also where you're going to place your damage then. However, no, I would actually go for the damage on the Athna, because Athna, without armor break, is probably still easier to kill, but that is a lot of damage on that Cigar. Can you actually kill this?
Oh.
That is very close on the damage. That is a very, very strong Han over there.
More managing to get 1 stun. Can Oliver, we know it was a Despair build, can he get some stuns as well right now? Going into the Escher, no, but gets the cool time, and Etna can start to cycle with skill 2 and defense breaks.
Defense breaks across the board, but there's one unit that can't be CC'd right now, and that is this one. We need glancing. Can we land glancing on the Athna? We got glancing on all 3 units. That was definitely the most important thing to happen right here. However, we're going to say goodbye to that Han as well, because that skill 3 from the Oliver will probably take out that Han.
Let's see then. If he decides to go for it, he knows that the Etna is going to be following up after, so does he decide to save it? Does. Puts the cool time there. Now we've got skill 2.
Skill 2.
Manages to kill.
More cycling, and we go back to close to like 60% attack bar as well. Very close off to go for another skill 3 and just shaking off that armor break and the glancing that way.
There we go, and we've got more now with skill 1 available. It's looking very healthy for LUFIA right now. Wow, stun.
And a very well-timed stunner on that side from that more towards the side of HANZELOT. With that skill 3, 5.3Ks, a lot of damage. Taking out the next unit, taking out all of the units pretty soon. Sekhmet solo surviving, Sekhmet concedes, and that is another victory for LUFIA.
Wow, LUFIA looks confident, calm, collected right now. Honestly, I don't think a lot of people would have had this in their predictions. I can't remember from the prediction thing how much percentage he actually had. But for him right now, he's looking very strong. HANZELOT needs to step up. If you want to get on that flight to Bangkok, represent Europe at the World Finals, you need to start winning now as we get into this pre-ban.
We have seen the reverse sweep already, so it is definitely possible, but that's definitely... LUFIA is really playing this calm, collected game of saying, okay, even if you take first turn, I can handle that. I can take turn 1 as well, and you're not able to handle it. So we have seen both situations of that already. In this case, what is the best ban that HANZELOT can bring, where you really remove one of the main pivot units, and that's going to be the Bella.
Yeah, Bella, we know how much damage it can do in the hands of LUFIA, but we're pretty sure we're going to see a hand first pick. You don't, if it's not banned out, the first person is going to claim it because it's the unit that is pivotal for both of these guys. How fast are we going to do it? Wow, within 2 seconds that time.
2 seconds, absolutely not surprised on that one. Other side, are we going to go towards an Oliver or more, or do we go back into that Vanessa?
Yeah.
Well, in this case, we go on the Vanessa and the Cigar.
Vanessa and Cigar locked in there by HANZELOT. Will LUFIA decide to partner it up again with any of the Sekhmet they had in the first one? We haven't seen any Hairgang, I don't think, from LUFIA actually, but he's going for the first turn, right? He wants to get there quicker.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we haven't seen all too much Hairgang as well, but that's also because most of the European players that we have seen playing here today are very dominant on that Cigar, and Cigar is dealing with that unit very well. Goes for comfortable picks with that Oliver and that Ongyuki in there.
Yeah, we've got speed, we've got damage coming in right there as well. We know the Despair Oliver. Sekhmet is on the side of HANZELOT right now, so he is still going for that speed contest. Who's he going to follow up with? We had the Escher earlier. This time, looking at the Chongpong instead.
Are we going to lock that in? It's definitely showing that both of the units, we have seen very different playstyles from pretty much most of the players here at SWC so far on Europe Cup. These players are like supports. What are those? Healing units? We don't need them. We just go straight in damage. We control each other, we kill each other, and that's how the match is sealed. We're not going to do a lot of healing in this one. And that's definitely something I like about these two players. But what are you going to bring? Is it going to be another speed lead? Athna is in there, showing a lot more speed. And we have the Juno locked in. Or is it locked in?
Called it early. I'm gonna get. Do you want to take it back or do you want to lock it in?
No, I would lock it in because it's countering a lot on the side, because it's also countering the Sekhmet, and it's 100% banned as well. Otherwise, you'd have no. Yeah, Rika, both of them are gonna ban. Rika's banned, Juno's banned. That one is obvious.
So here we go. So if they're both going to be banned, we're probably going to be taking the 33% speed lead, and we're going to see the speed race between the Etna and the Sekhmet.
Or they're going to play mind games.
Oh!
The mind game was there. The mind game was definitely there, and I would say that HANZELOT might have won this mind game over there.
Wow. This is what happens when you get on stage as we go into set 3. If LUFIA wins this, he's going to Bangkok. But HANZELOT, can he prevent him? Etna going first.
Yeah, Etna going first, but I would say there's still a bunch of units that could actually deal with Rika. You could still reset it. You could still armor break it and kill it. Let's see what we get.
Is he going to be able to hand take it fully all the way through? Doesn't get the defense break, but it's still just there, but has to waste that turn of the hand to kill it, right? You have to.
You have a few choices because you can't really do all too much damage with the other two units as well, so you might as well just drop in a little bit damage anyways.
Yeah, and then you've got the Ongyuki following up right now. Skill 2 is available, maybe deciding just for skill 1 to do more damage, knowing that Oliver is coming back round and can easily take out that Chongpong if needed. I think you need to just in case, right?
I would say if you go for skill 3 right now, you would absorb attack bar and you might cut in between other units. Because you have good odds to be reset right now anyway, so I think I would have done a skill 3 for just the attack bar up.
Here we go then, Cigar now a skill 2. Can he get the provoke and the defense break? Rika is going to be coming in with a hell of a lot of additional damage over time.
Yeah, so the damage over time is definitely working. Ongyuki will shake it off. However, we have provokes, we have so much stuff going on. And we're going to have another hit of Rika coming in, and then it will die to dots.
Yeah, if he's low enough, he's going to die to the dots. Can we get a stun on the Oliver as well? No, but Oliver gets a stun back. Wow!
And definitely, that is exactly very well played by HANZELOT, locking in a unit that was the must-ban. But if both must-bans are on the field, and if one of the two doesn't do it, you very much have the upper hand, and that Rika definitely showed it, and that was a very clean victory from HANZELOT.
Wow, mind games coming into play right now. Maybe that's the confidence boost that HANZELOT needed to try and get back to do the reverse sweep against LUFIA right now. It's still 2-1 for LUFIA. He's in the driving seat. He knows what he needs to do. But now it's all in their hands on that tablet in the middle of Paris on the stage. There's Bella back for him. There's Lima. Who are we going to be banning out, say?
In this case, I think it would still go back and forth between like the main dark units that LUFIA is showcasing. You could, I think in the last one it was actually a Vanessa pre-ban, but I don't think the Vanessa pre-ban is fitting all too well, even though that it's a high contested unit between the two players as well. But you could say like, hey, if I ban the Oliver, and then I can pick the Vanessa, because you are going to have to pick that Han, because that's what we both do. And I think those are kind of the mind games that both players are actually taking more time for right now, of actually seeing how their draft revolves.
Exactly, so we see a Vanessa ban, we see the Escher ban. We know Escher that was used by HANZELOT in the previous round, but was getting stunned by Oliver a few times. HANZELOT, how quick are you going to lock in Han? Not very quickly, so maybe going.
3 seconds, 3 seconds. So well, if we're speedrunning this, HANZELOT is losing that one. However, we're not speedrunning these things. We have 30 full seconds. And on stage there, it feels a lot shorter. We have said it many times, many streamers, many casters, everyone has said it before. If you sit there on stage, these timers feel a lot faster than you're just sitting at home on your sofa.
Yeah, exactly. But you're not on your sofa anymore, so you're on the casting desk, and you still know how short the time is. We can see now an Oliver, and we see a Bella being picked, followed by a Cigar and a Yonghong. So we're going for some speed contests again.
We definitely go for speed contest between the two players over here. Probably locking in another speed lead over here. Could go into that more, into plus something else, or are we going to signal more for that Athena that we've been seeing a few times as well?
Exactly. We know on the side of HANZELOT he would have a response to some sort of a Tomoe as another speed lead if needed. So let's see if he does try to lock in the Etna. Smicer again. We saw it in that first match. And Tomoe
stealing the Tomoe. So HANZELOT, do you have an answer to? Would you go for the Moor right now? Because locking in, could go for Heigang as well. Definitely strong unit. You could go Heigang plus Lima. Definitely a strong combination of the two units. But are you going to have enough damage at that point?
Exactly. And having that damage with the LUFIA still has that last pick as well. He's in the position where he can pick the answer to both of these units, which HANZELOT is going to be able to lock in. We're seeing the Heigang right now. Who else he is going to be picking in with him is down to the last second. The Rika again, is it?
Rika in this position is a little bit stranger because it's a lot easier. You have a bunch of single target strippers that can actually deal with it. So in this case, if you don't ban the Rika, it's not the biggest of issues, I would say. I would also say that if you drop in a unit like a Wind Robo right now, Wind Robo, if it's fast enough, will definitely take that first turn and has the potential of ignoring the Heigang, AoE stunning the field, and I think that would be a pretty strong unit.
Let's see then. LUFIA also taking all the time that he needs on that stage, but deciding for his Etna. With the high base speed, he's been using it before and it was working well for him. Do you just rely on what you have, sir?
Yeah, exactly. But in this case, with that Heigang on the field, if you stun something and strip it, it will also be cleansed and boosted up. You could mess up with the turn orders of the enemy that way, that it maybe has to fight into full immunity on your side. But let's see how that works. But it actually can't work because it's removed from the battlefield on both of the fast units that we have.
Here we go. Speed lead on the side of LUFIA. HANZELOT with that defense 44% lead. It's still the crucial match. If LUFIA wins, he's going to Bangkok. If HANZELOT wins, he's back in it with a 2-2. Bella going first. If she strips, it's going to be pushing up that attack bar.
Yeah, definitely going to be pushing up, but she also has to push down. But the interesting thing about the draft of HANZELOT right now, you have to deal with two units. You saw last time that you had to deal with that Rika. However, you also have to deal with that Han. There's two dangerous units right now. If you get those pushbacks, the Han we have seen into a lot of damage. We got AoE provokes. Han, you're probably going to take out the Bella right here, right now.
Is it enough? He's going straight through. Wow!
That is an insane amount of damage. The armor break was already there. Didn't get the stun. We're going to get the third skill coming in again. We have 3 debuffs on dots on all 3 of the units, and this match is already over.
Wow, what a comeback here from HANZELOT. Rika, another pick that we were like, huh? Managed to prove beneficial here today.
Yeah, the Rika is definitely very strong, and LUFIA keeps getting these units in. Normally, a Rika you can kind of deal with, but if there's multiple units that kind of do the same thing, you have to kill either one of them or you have to control both of them. But in this case, it's not possible.
No, and HANZELOT. Are we seeing another reverse sweep? This is 2-2, HANZELOT versus LUFIA. You can see the confidence rising in him, doing a little bit thick for the crowd, entertaining. Wow, 2-2, LUFIA versus HANZELOT. Guys, we're getting our money's worth right now on this stream. We want to watch all of these matches all the way to the best 5. What do they need to change up in this?
we definitely have to look at those 5th picks, especially HANZELOT is playing very well on those 5th picks. If you have those flex 5th picks that you normally don't use, but sometimes you just swipe further to the right of seeing like, okay, what other units do I have? Because I really like to lock in my comfortable units. But if you swipe further to the right, you actually see like a bunch of units pop up that you might think like, hey, that Rika suddenly fits, a Diana suddenly fits, like units that you normally don't really draft fit, and HANZELOT is doing that very well on this stage right now.
Exactly. Right now we have the pre-bans of the Bella and the Cigar coming in this time, obviously not wanting to deal with any of the damage coming out from that Bella of LUFIA. But he locked in the Han, I believe it was in 1 second that time, so we're speeding it back up for the Han lock-in during this match. And HANZELOT picking at first Chungpung, who he might follow it up with, because maybe you need a speed lead if you go in for this.
Yeah, he could go for the Vanessa or the Oliver. Actually takes the Tomoe. Interesting that we're actually checking the Tomoe first before checking an Oliver and Vanessa. What we actually have been doing the last few rounds rather than the Tomoe. But since HANZELOT has seen that LUFIA also likes to pick up Tomoe, maybe that's the reason it's like, I don't like you having this unit too.
Exactly, it's one of those things, if you see it stolen from you, you're a bit like, hey, this is mine, I'm going to show you how it works, eh? Especially if he's going to have a Rika partnered at the end of that, but I don't know if that would necessarily go through together. LUFIA taking his time now with the last 3 seconds. On Gyuki is going to be locked in with a Juno, knowing that the Tomoe can spread debuffs.
Pretty interesting, definitely liking the Junior over here. The only thing that's pretty interesting is that LUFIA has always been locking in at least one of the 2 speed leaders in slot 2 and slot 3. He's staying away from that right now, feeling like, okay, whatever I just did didn't work. And he's not really remembering the first 2 matches, he's really remembering the 3rd and the 4th match where he lost. So he's really trying to mix things up, but is that for the better or for the worse?
Yeah, because right now HANZELOT has taken a speed lead with the 33% of Vanessa and the Yonghon as well. So right now he's gone, hey, if you didn't take any speed leads, get ready for some speed contest on my side.
Yeah, definitely. I would also say that a more plus maybe another speed lead, like if you go more Oliver right now, you can definitely get away with the draft if the Juno is fast enough to set up for your other units. But is that then also the way that LUFIA will go? Because I think that's a very predictable way that LUFIA could go for, and then also HANZELOT can answer, and he actually goes for a complete different route. But HANZELOT has a very quick answer for it. The moment he saw those units, you saw his facial expression saying like, okay, I don't really care too much. I have an option for this. But I also definitely like him taking his time of locking it in. Like if you see something, you don't actually have to lock it in right away. Taking his time, but most likely I would say that Wusa is going to be banned.
So if we get a Wusa ban, do we always also think that maybe the Doomman is going to get respect banned out at the end?
Yeah, Doomman definitely has that respect ban just because it's simply like 3 turns or 4 turns on a Camilla. Probably 3 turns because you lower HP it a little bit more. The unit is just gone. It can't heal, can't do anything. You can't cleanse it off. Very strong skill the moment it lands. So they're definitely taking their time, and I definitely like them taking their time because we go all the way best of 5.
War Mind Games came through. Yonghon is out. Camilla is out, leaving the Doomman through. But the Wusa did manage to come through. We've got speed leads of 33% Vanessa. LUFIA with the Han. 2-2. Final set in this first semi-final. First turn goes to LUFIA with HANZELOT.
Yeah, let's see what we have on this Han. There's full immunity on the side of HANZELOT. That's definitely very good for HANZELOT. But we have the Doomman moving next. Doomman is mostly very tanky, but this one is actually very tanky and very fast.
Exactly, the combination of both best things it can have. Can she get suppression? Yes, but Han with the cut in there.
Yeah, is it then also 100 resistance? It's still, the man has everything.
How well roomed, but Ongyuki's going to be following up here. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take down the Doomman.
No, I don't think so. You would have to go for an S1, S2. Just an S2 is probably not going to do it. And I also don't think you would have to say that you have to use skills on Wusa to actually get this through. But we have a cut.
Wow, Chungpong coming in, skill 3, getting the cool times and pushing everything back. Curse of Death, does it land? Yes, Juno is going to be losing health over the next 4 turns until she's dead.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be there for a while, but since there's so much damage on the Doomman already and no healing on the side of HANZELOT, we did get a very crucial stun over there. But I would say that Curse of Death is the only high damage output that HANZELOT has. Curse of Death, HANZELOT is not going to have that because we have that because, yeah, it's revived, cool and all, but we first remove the debuff on the battlefield and then you get revived, so it doesn't stay.
Exactly, that was huge actually that Juno didn't get any sort of stun there because she would have got a speed buff and I don't know if she would have cut. Can Tomoe now spread any of the defense breaks, or do you think the suppression is more useful?
I would definitely go for spreading, but the moment you spread, actually decides to go for, you have Juno on speed buff, how much S1 damage are we looking at? 2.4, 2.5, goes for skill 2. And we have a bunch of stuns, but we also have a stun on Young Yuki, which is going to be removed.
Exactly, and it's going to be able to take a turn very soon, and because of that, how much damage can it do? We're going to get some more suppression turn cycling from Doomman. But right now, until that curse of death, even if it goes on, she's not very healthy.
No, like that's the thing. She needs her health. Like Dooman is mostly better placed in a situation where you have some kind of healers next to it. We saw like other regions play with it with like Oracles, Prahas, Junos, that kind of stuff. But in this case, we have the skill too of Ongyuki taking out 2 units, followed up by another unit, and we have HANZELOT giving the sportsmanship of clapping for his opponent, which was too strong for him today. Both of them showed an amazing showcase, but we have the victory, and LUFIA's going to Thailand.
He's going to Bangkok, baby. He's doing it. LUFIA is going all the way to the final and, of course, to the World Finals later this year as well. What an incredible achievement that is. And we so nearly saw a second reverse sweep of the day. The crowd loved seeing that. And I think we've got ourselves an interview now. Maybe listen in and see exactly what he has to say.
You're an amazing player. Congratulations, LUFIA. On peut l'applaudir encore une fois. LUFIA.
A man of few words. He didn't expect it, but hey, at this point in the competition, the work is not done. The work is not done. You still have a final to look ahead to, because you're going to play either TIMBO or PINKROID, and say, that's not an easy challenge, is it?
No, for neither of them, that's an easy challenge. And could it be that LUFIA played TIMBO in prelims? I'm not 100% sure about that anymore.
Oh, well,
I will check those stats. I have them somewhere here. Yeah. I think it is the case. I think it is the case. But I mean, whatever happens here, I mean, let's talk about this matchup before we get into the final later on here. HANZELOT there, 2-0 down, fought back so well, so valiantly. Yeah. What did LUFIA do to change things up? Because it was going a certain way, and 2-2 naturally experience your mindset changes. What did LUFIA do in that last matchup there that would really change proceedings?
I think he managed to just kind of keep his calm, and he understood the fact that you have to rely on the units that you know that you've been working on before. The Ongyuki again coming in to do all of the damage that it needed to, but on top of that, banning out some of the units which had a high percentage win rate for HANZELOT, the Yonghon, making sure that it wasn't there for him to be able to use, and not allowing any sustain in that match, because the moment a Dooman is dead, she's no use anymore.
No use anymore at all. You can see the bracket here on screen too, folks. LUFIA confirmed in that final later on coming your way here, beating out 3-2. I mean, what's been great today is we've seen the majority of our matches, other than our match 4 there, have kind of almost gone the distance. We've seen everyone put in a performance here, not too many clean sweeps at 3-0. But he's confirmed that LUFIA is ready to roll, and I think that even though quite kind of a quiet, more demure kind of guy, clearly has focused hard here and has got time now to prep as well for 2 opponents. Either one's going to be very, very tricky. They're coming out right now. We see our next matchup here. Our next contestant coming in for the semi-final. It's TIMBO! I mean, again, not quite as jovial this time round, Sam. He wasn't quite as kind of gung-ho, but I think maybe having learned, I'm gonna relax a little bit into this one.
Taking a little bit of a note out of LUFIA's book, a bit more relaxed, you know, taking the time, walking on that stage, but we know how fierce he is as a competitor right now. It's going to be a completely different match against PINKROID than it was against LIVERT, though.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be 100% a different match, and this is definitely something that you have to prepare for as well. Because I would say that TIMBO may be expected to play up against PINKROID if we look at the player predictions as well, kind of that predicted it, I would say. But so is he then well prepared for this matchup as well, or is PINKROID just going to do PINKROID things and drafting the way he does and making it work and just getting his way over there?
Is PINKROID going to do PINKROID things? I mean, at this point, they're just doing it pinky style. And the crowd as well really responding, despite the fact he knocked out TUTUTUH earlier in this competition, the only French competitor we had. The crowd seemed really on side with PINKROID, maybe kind of cheering on because he beat out TUTUTUH, and also because this could be back-to-back-to-back for him.
Back-to-back-to-back, not 2-2-2-2. I'm
sadly
sorry about that.
Not.
But he's managed to get all the way through. If you actually look at there in prelims as well, he also did defeat another French compatriot. So maybe he's got the fans behind him now, and he's such a good player.
Absolutely a very phenomenal player, and he just has shown that he has the rune quality, he has the artifact quality, and he has an insane amount of LDs that makes it very dangerous. Like, what do you already pre-ban? That's already like a hurdle that you say, like, okay, there's a lot of things that I don't want to play against.
It seems that PINKROID it's like an anaconda, just squeezes and doesn't let his opponent breathe here. Do you think it'll be the same quite aggressive play coming from Pinky?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's his natural kind of play style, in all honesty. You can actually see right there, interestingly enough though, Timbo's not put any headphones on. He wants to listen to this crowd.
I bet he does.
He wants to see how it's going.
Let's have a look and see. They're on now. Here we go. The players are ready, folks. And for you guys watching at home as well, along with the crowd, cheer, shout, go bonkers. Enjoy yourself here because we have ourselves our second semi-final of this Summoners World Arena Championship 2023 Europe Cup. Who will go all the way and face off against LUFIA in the final? Let us know in the chat, folks. Will it be Timbo or will it be PINKROID? Timbo or Pinky? Let us know, because whoever wins this one will be going all the way to Bangkok as well. There's so much to play for in this one match. There's so much going on here, Say. Predictions, fellas, where do you think it's going to go?
Oh, I don't want to call that one.
I'm not going to call it as well.
Okay,
Let's just see what
I
happens.
like it, I like that. Okay, pick and bands time, okay. We're already on the fence here. We don't know how it's going to go, but for you guys, let us know. Best of 5 again, PINKROID versus Timbo, our last semi-final. Then we have one final coming your way. For now, though, it's pick and bands. It's go time.
The Timbonator is on a roll. Or is it another clean sweep for PINKROID, guys? Here we are, PINKROID versus Timbo in our Europe Cup semi-final, match number 2, set number 1. We already saw in the pre-ban stage there was a Tian Lang and a Vanessa, but we potentially have a little pause there going on. No, we're back. Oh, let's see. I think we're going to pause the match, yes.
Yeah, we're going to pause the match.
But let's see. As we're saying this, I think it's going to be so exciting to actually see Timbo versus PINKROID. These are two guys that I think most people had in their predictions to face off against each other. But in my opinion, probably as well a 50-50 between these two players. 50% probably think PINKROID, 50 Timbo. Timbo has the backing of Sean B. It counts for a lot in our community.
That definitely counts as a lot. However, PINKROID probably has the backup from all of these other players that has just been playing. Like, he has so much experience from world finalists like many times as well. It's just so much going into like how many matches he also plays on daily basis, and he just knows the game very well. And interesting about this one is both of them have Julian. So the normal strength that Timbo has, PINKROID can steal that. So the moment that he doesn't ban it, he can steal it as well. But that also means that PINKROID doesn't really use it all too much. He likes to go for more that very aggressive style, like I'm going to control you, you're not going to take a single turn. Julian's not necessarily doing that all too much, so it maybe doesn't really fit the playstyle of PINKROID that much, but in this case, you can actually say like, okay, I'm just going to go for that steal and therefore I use it.
Yeah. That's right, that's right. We're just waiting right now to make sure everything is ready to rock and roll for our next semi-final. So thanks for bearing with us, folks. But for now, here's the bracket. Timbo, PINKROID, that is what you're watching. We're hearing news that it is ready to get back into the action. So let's do exactly that. Let's go back to the pick and bands. It's the first set. It's a best of 5. Let's rejoin our players.
Here we go. So pre-bans, I think, should be coming in with that Vanessa and the Tian Lang. Yep, we have it locked in right now. And we're going to be getting into this match 2, set 1 of the Europe Cup semi-finals, Timbo versus PINKROID. Apart from, we might have to go back out again. Let's see. I mean, the guys looking very eagerly at each other right now. But you were saying about that whole Julian thing as well. I think for these guys as well, working out how they're going to play the different styles, right? Like, how are they going to play the different styles? PINKROID is PINKROID's play style. Timbo has just played against LIVERT. Completely different to PINKROID.
Completely different.
How you then work out exactly what you're going to do. PINKROID's +1 is Raxaz. Have they decided, Raxaz, you're going to watch this for me, take all the notes so that I know what Timbo's doing? Or was he backstage watching and maybe getting a bit nervous seeing that the guy who he's going to face has already gone through?
Yeah, that could definitely be a thing. Like, I think it could definitely go either way. What we have seen from Timbo likes to play every play style, but so can Pinky. And that's the thing, like Pinky is mostly focused on that first turn. He definitely likes to play that more than turn 2, but we have seen him play turn 2 and be successful on that. However, we have seen Timbo play pretty much everything as well. And Timbo's very creative to come up with new things, like the Wind Pure Vanilla Cookie. Pretty much no one really picked it up together with the Chandra. If he has something up his sleeve that maybe works very specifically against PINKROID, might be a thing. On the other hand, Raxaz is there for PINKROID to know a lot of things. I would say Timbo has like 5-6 players that are watching and cheering for him, because they're always together with like a friend group playing their RTA matches together. They're really like pretty much always there, and they also tried together all the way to get to SWC. A whole bunch of them made it here. He is the last survivor of that one over here. But he has the support of all of those other like amazing players as well.
Exactly. He's also got Reach with him as well. So it's another player.
That's right. We are just waiting right now, folks, as I think we're changing out some apparatus, one of the tablets there, so we get back involved in the action in a second. So again, thanks for bearing with us. It'll be with you right in just a second. We're actually building up suspense here.
Exactly.
We're building up the suspense. We're actually doing this.
We want more camera time, to be honest.
We want more camera time. I mean, look at these smiles. Look at these guys here. Look at these guys. I mean, getting the opportunity to compete at the World Finals. You mentioned about Bangkok coming up very, very soon here. What does that do for a player in terms of that? Do you think that kind of you talk about that experience you can bring to proceedings that comes in future? But being there at that World Finals, you've both seen what it can do. I mean, what do you think? I mean, how much do the players relish that opportunity to compete against the best in the world in that kind of stage?
I think it's also just a thing of being with the rest of the community. When you're in Europe, we do all the Tour of Europe events, and they somewhat know the other people on the server, so they know other people from Europe. But when you go to a World Final, you're meeting the guys from the APAC region, you're meeting them from the Americas region, the China. Like, everybody is there.
Everywhere, yeah.
And you don't necessarily can always do the same things in game. Like, speaking with somebody just on a guild chat, it's not possible over the server. So you can go speak to them. You see the different rooms that they're building, the different styles of play that are done across from the different regions. You learn different things. Like, it's just a coming together of everybody who love this game and really pushing it forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me also, like, these live events are pretty much the best thing about the game, and that's also what I want to emphasize to you guys. Like, if you're not here in Paris right now, if you have the opportunity to go to any of the events, whether it's Tour of Europe, whether it's one of the SWCs, whether it's SWC in any of the other regions as well, go to them, because it's absolutely worth it. And it's just, everyone is so friendly. Like, on game, you always have like this little bit of like iffy things that you have, like a little bit of competition between guilds and that kind of stuff. Siege is definitely helping on that one. But the moment you meet them in real life, it's always super chill. Everyone is super friendly, and I definitely recommend anyone to sit in this crowd that we have here in Paris right now.
Yeah, when we were in Berlin last year, and we had like it was kind of like a kind of a reinitiation of like the kind of the live event kind of style things. But you see the scale up to this year again, and being back in Paris, we saw that against the French community here as well, predominantly the French community being out here in Paris, have been electric, like from start to finish. And I think that's what we you buzz off that as well. You can feel the energy, and adding to to Say's sentiments there as well. Be at a live event. It is a game changer. It's amazing. We're having a great time here. We're having a great time here. To catch up to speed, though, of course, we are about to go into our semi-final, our second one of the afternoon here. Bearing in mind that we started with 16 competitors back in September, and here we are now. There's only 3 left. 3 left now. 3 left. LUFIA is confirmed for the final a little bit later on. Definitely going to Bangkok, Thailand. A debutant as well. I mean, he's a brand new player as well. We knew that was going to happen at the upper bracket. We saw there was going to be a newer player going all the way. But that is, I guess, for the fans, for you guys, players at home as well, to see someone like that who is kind of new, getting a chance at the big time. That's amazing.
He's the new Ismo. He's the underdog.
He's the new Ismo.
The underdog who makes it all the way through. German. It's just classic, and it's happened again here in Paris.
Yeah, it's a handing of the baton. Obviously, beating out 2-0 Ismo earlier on in the competition. I mean, that is amazing. And that's the great thing you mentioned about Raxaz being here with Ismo. Lots of players have come out for this, the plus ones or otherwise, to be part of this community. I mean, to be here for this as well, say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I want to point out as well, it's not just the underdog story of LUFIA. He was also the lowest seed coming into the prelims. He was number 8 of that season, and he made it all the way through, going to World Finals. So that's also where you can see, like, often when we see these prediction events on the game, we're just like, oh, highest seed there, highest seed there. Those are my 2 votes. Those are going to make it to the cup. And we've seen, especially in Europe, that was absolutely not the case. And that's also what we can see over here. Like, if we go back to the prediction event, I don't think that LUFIA scored that high. But what he's shown here today, definitely if he's playing next year again, it's going to score a lot higher, because we have seen what the man can do.
Yeah, we certainly have here. And, I mean, you talk about predictions as well. PINKROID in the competition came out on top, obviously, earlier on in a poll that we took. Obviously, the fans in the building didn't vote for that, but you guys did at home. And it still is absolutely possible that PINKROID could go all the way and go to the World Finals as well here. I want to ask you guys as well here, with regards to, obviously, before this, you prepare, you kind of get ready, kind of think, okay, that's going to happen in that match, you might see this happen. What have you been most surprised about in terms of today with, like, monster selection, kind of like the way the play starts? Anything that is particularly has stood out to you, if you will, that's been kind of surprising?
I think the biggest one for me so far is the fact that SMICER was used, but not by the guy who I thought SMICER would be used by.
Okay.
And LUFIA picked SMICER and showed that it was efficient and it worked really well. For me, so far, that is the pick where I was like, huh, okay, you've done your homework.
Yep, didn't expect that. How about you, Say?
For me, it's also a surprise that we see a bunch of chameleons, and we're actually back into the game, and we have that first pick of Hey Gang, which is definitely a contested unit between the 2, and we're flying back into the game. PINKROID, what do you answer to those? Definitely likes to use that Hey Gang as well, but also definitely likes to use that cigar. And the thing that I would like to answer to your question, Adam, we haven't really found a strong counter against that Cigar, and that's the thing that I was surprised about, that these players have shown a lot of potential, but countering that Cigar has been feeling difficult for all of the players so far.
Exactly, and those kind of picks, how do you work it out? I actually just want to point out as well, so far I do know that TIMBO and PINKROID have played each other once in ladder in the past 2 seasons. PINKROID coming out on top. So they don't play each other often, so they only have to go off what they've seen during these competitions, maybe what they've seen on replays when they weren't being deleted, to find out exactly what play style they could have done against each other. We see the Cigar, we see the Miles from PINKROID.
Yeah, Cigar and Miles. We actually haven't seen any combination of Miles plus Raccoon, but that could be something that we see right here at that moment. But on the other side, we also have the Fire Pure Vanilla Cookie together with the Jeremiah, so there's not too much side, or the damage on the side of TIMBO is not that much, and definitely has to be locking in the 4 and the 5 slot on that damage. PINKROID definitely still has options over in that 4 and the 5th slot to also add more damage, because currently the only damage dealer is Miles. We're going to go for Tessarion.
Is that trying Tessarion trying to say, you pick that Julian at your own expense, my friend, because there's passives coming out. We've got a Hagang passive there, the Fire Vanilla Cookie as well. We've got the passive, but not with the Jeremiah.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting unit. Tessarion we don't see used all too much. In this setup, it's pretty interesting as well. You do have the speed buff from the Draconi, making it stronger, but on the side, we're also going in for more Bruiser units with that Carnal.
Carnal being locked in, deciding for the Alexandra, his favorite unit from TIMBO has been locked in.
Yeah, definitely interesting picks here. And we see an Antares. That is also the favorite unit of PINKROID. I'm not entirely sure if he's locking it in. He's definitely thinking about it, because it is very strong into those ponies that switch from human or from pony form to human form. Getting that additional turn, Antares can lock in between, but he actually takes it away and goes for a safer pick in the form of Riley.
Here we go then. Does it look like maybe TIMBO needs to take away some of the damage from PINKROID's side, or how is he going to combat this?
I would definitely say taking away some of the damage is very important. On the other side, you also could take away straight up that recovery that you have on the side of the Pure Vanilla Cookie. If you take that away, either the Miles or the Tessarion is going to do a lot of damage to a single target. But actually, the sides, we have the reverse on that one. You have the sustain taken away on PINKROID's side, and we have some of the damage taken away from TIMBO.
Here we go. Match 2, set 1, Europe Cup semi-final between TIMBO versus PINKROID. Going into this match right now, Miles taking the first turn. Jeremiah's going to be following up after. If there's any stuns, it does mean that he's going to get cleansed with Hagang on that field.
Yeah, even if you stun the Cookie right now, which I don't think you really go for, you go for the damage over there. Jeremiah taking its turn, but there's not going to be all too much protection. We have that slow on the Tessarion right now, which definitely lowers the damage. And we also have that stun, but I'm not sure if the stun is going to stick.
Exactly, there was a resistance there on the side of Cigar as well, meaning that he does have all of those skills, can get the cool time in, decides to go for the provoke instead.
Oh, it takes that additional turn and therefore also cleansing off that stun, but also there's nothing sticking on the Tessarion right now. We have the third skill coming up from the Scar. Can you land them? Doesn't land neither of the pushback nor the increased cooldown, but does have to provoke, and we have Oblivion landing over there.
Exactly, so that means any damage going into the Unicorn now means that it's going to get reflected. Well, now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, now we're going to do a reset. We're resetting the full match back, and in this case, is it a better scenario for the Alexandra to start using the skill 2?
Exactly. She has the opportunity right now. She goes into it and skill 2 is coming, say.
We have that Cigar moving right after, so if the Cigar isn't stunned or lands, can actually land it, Pony is going back. What's Despair stun, so there's no procs coming from that one. However, you need to do that a bunch more times to actually drop in that hard damage. And we have the Tessarion going for that skill with the Oblivion once again.
Raccoony doing so much work there, cleansing away a lot of the different debuffs that are on PINKROID's side. Skill 2 is available. Can he get stuns? Double stun.
Double stun, but those are the units that are most likely cleansed as well. In this case, if you switch, you're not going to get your attack bar back. So he doesn't decide, and that's a very high value stun right there.
That is a huge stun. Raccoony is going to probably start cleansing more of the things that he can, but Jeremiah's going to cut in. Can he take 10 and do some more damage into that Miles to try and get rid of it, say?
Yeah, it's damage into the Miles, but also damage into the Miles for Raccoony not to cleanse off that Tessarion. The moment that Tessarion is not cleansed off, you have like 3 rotations on that Alexandra. Raccoony is a very strong healer single target, but is not a great healer AoE. And every time that Alexandra goes for the skill 2 AoE, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of stuns, there's a lot of things going around. And this Alexandra is doing a lot of work right now.
Yes, but Miles has an opportunity now. Can we get into, there's not really too much damage coming out, and every time there's a passive, Hagang is getting pushed up on his side too, say.
Yeah, like Hagang in this position is becoming like a ragdoll. Every time that something happens, it's just attack bar, attack bar, attack bar. Normally, Alexandra doesn't like to take that much turns because it's kind of a slow unit, but in this case, it's taking so many turns. Everything, all the time, has those debuffs.
And can he get a stun right now as well? Just hitting into the Miles. Miles, again, there's just so much protection with all of these shields. Or, say, how do you get through Timbo's team here with your PINKROID?
Well, if that Thessarion lands a good moment for the skills, and this would be a very interesting moment, but there's still that Heigang skill too because of that time evolution.
Here we go. We've got skill 1 going in, pushing back that Thessarion, making sure that he's not taking a turn. Shields back up, and we can transform. Is it going to be enough damage for anything?
Currently, it's still not enough damage. You have to do a little bit more. If you switch, you can take out that Raccoon. If you take out that Raccoon, I would say match is over. It will be very difficult. Oh, decides to go for, I would say, a risky play of getting Oblivion on you. You've seen it being countering before. If you have those counters on you, it definitely gets a lot more difficult. If you took out the Raccoon, on the other hand, the sliver of health on all of those units.
Here we go, Heigang coming in, skill 2. But what, this is all going down to the wire, say.
Yeah, it's definitely all so low on HP. We have the Thessarion being boosted up right now, doing extra damage skill too. That is the sheer damage of the speed scaling that Thessarion has over there. However, the Thessarion is very low on damage. If you get one critter, if you get that one critter, doesn't get the critter, doesn't get the extra hit, but this will probably take out the Thessarion. Doesn't take out the Thessarion, can this take out the Thessarion? The Thessarion finally leaves the battlefield, and that might be the victory for PINKROID. However, we still have that Miles Raccoon. That is definitely a unit in a combination that is very strong. Can we take out the unit? Once again, by the sliver of health, getting a proc once again. Would you boost up the Miles for that extra damage, taking out that Heigang? It is enough damage. Right now, we have that Jemaya. Jemaya gets finally that shield. You could ping pong it back and forth, but you actually go for the damage. No, it is not enough damage.
It might be. The proc comes in. Is it enough damage now?
It was enough damage, and that takes it out. Raccooni is definitely not going to win this. And if Raccooni gets to the point where he kills the Jemaya right now, we're going into a draw.
Oh, so we have to wait and see right now then, because if Jemaya is going down, it could go into the draw. This could take a little bit more time right now than we thought.
I definitely don't think we're going to 70-70. Like 60-60 means nothing. We're gonna wait for that 70-70. That is the moment, because Timbo's Jemaya is actually very tanky. So there's also healing next to it. It's 5.6k. We need that 70-70. And we're just ping-ponging a bunch of S1s back and forth because those are what's healing. We also have healing of 3.7k on that Jemaya. And how much is this Raccooni doing S1? Raccooni is doing 9 on an S1. Yeah, we're not going to take that.
That's not your S1 damage that you like to see, sir.
No, that's like, no. This is just going to take a while. And you have about, I think it goes about like 20 or 30 turns in 70-70, which we hit right now before it hits that drop. If Jemaya goes for a proc at the right moment, which is very likely, and actually goes for those critters, if you crit right here, done match.
There we go. Wow. Timbo taking it 1-0 versus PINKROID in this first set of the semi-final number 2. He's one step closer to Bangkok, but Pinky might have an answer who's going to that second set, say.
That was definitely a very interesting showcase. Especially that Raccooni cleansing all the time, boosting up that Heigang, boosting up the whole team. Alexander taking multiple turns. Raccooni solo couldn't deal with all of that healing. Units were just like left, right, and center, lowering and lowering on HP. Having all of those cleansing debuffs, attack debuffs, not doing too much damage. So much recovery from Timbo. Absolutely well drafted by Timbo right there.
Yeah, Timbo showing exactly. PINKROID, I know you just had a clean sweep against the fan favorite over here in Paris, but I'm here to show you exactly what stands in your way. And here he had the Tian Lang and the Vanessa were banned in that first set. So they're obviously back as an option now. We see a Cigar and we see the Heigang banned out. So we said we were going to say their names a lot today. Not as much as we thought we'd say them, but we can say them now.
Yeah, but just definitely going to mention that as well. I thought these were the two, like people were asking me, like, what are the most contested units that we see? Well, of course, Han. But Heigang and Cigar were the ones that we popped up after that. Actually, we've seen a lot more like speed games with like Vanessas, Olivers, and any of those kind of units rather than really focus on that Heigang. But in this case, both of them are respect band. More being picked up by PINKROID. Timbo, do you want to go for speed lead? There's luck in the speed lead of a double Valkyrie comp. We've seen that being used a lot by actually an old SWC winner, BD.
There we go, double Valkyries. We've got Vanessa, we've got the Camilla. Just want to add in there as well, PINKROID going with that more with a 55% win rate over SWC so far with 126 games. So definitely very statistically good for him. He's also pairing it up with a Trunk Bun. This looks again like a classic PINKROID draft so far. Do you think he continues that, say?
I would definitely say so, but he locks it in with the Chiti and Dashung right now, and Chiti and Dashung is actually a very solid unit over here because that Heigang pre-ban is there. Because normally you would Heigang pre-ban against this. In this case, we have a Patar, or as someone just mentioned in backstage that it's Pater, but I like Patar a lot more, so I'm gonna go with that one. Sorry for you guys. And we have the segment being locked in as well, answering with the Suiki. plus a Kinky, or are we going to go a different route?
Yeah, let's see, because we did have it before in the first match where PINKROID did go with double Omniuges, and the yeah, my mind, Omniushas, no?
Onimushas.
Onimushas, not on, yeah, this one, with Suiki, and Willie decided to go in for a Kinky as well, but it kind of tailors away from a traditional PINKROID draft, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. I would also say that Raccoon is never really wrong, but it's also a really safe pick. So I feel that PINKROID is not really drafting in his comfortable space, what he was doing a lot more against TUTUTUH. Against TUTUTUH, it's just like full on power, let's go. Like nothing, like no left turns, no right turns, just full on power. But in this case, TIMBO is showing that full on power with that Sonya as well.
Yeah, we had one Sonya that did go through now and did manage to do quite a lot of work, but it was responded back against HANZELOT.
Yep.
Will it manage to make its way through here against PINKROID?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I would also say the Sonya damage output that we have seen over there was about 25k. 25k is probably not going to take out the units from PINKROID, but still respect band.
Here we go. Speedly's getting in 33% for TIMBO, 24% on the side of PINKROID as we get into set number 2 of this match number 2, Europe Cup semi-finals. First turn, Sekhmet, does she land? Gets the insert cool time.
Gets the increased cool time, very important over there, but it's still not over there yet. There's still a lot of stuff going around. If we have that armor break right now, armor break into a skill from Camilla, it's a lot of damage, but we have that high resistance unit, which is Suiki.
Exactly, and Chungpong, if you take a few more additional turns, you're going to get closer to that third skill. Here we have the Patar, I'm going to use your name there, with the immunity buff up for 2 turns, which is obviously going to mean that he's not going to be able to land any of the debuffs or the defense breaks from that Suiki, unless they're stripped.
They were stripped, and one stunner over there as well, but Camilla can maybe return the favor. No armor break from over there. Can we stun it? Yes, that is one that we can stun, and also slow. Armor breaks across the field. Oh, not too many.
But the glancing now on that Patar, and obviously the heal, not the heal, the cleanse there from the Raccoon just on both of it.
Yeah, definitely there, but the one that I'm looking at right now, Suiki is on about like 10-ish stacks. It's still not max stacked over there, but it could do a lot of damage already if you decide to go for that skill too. How much are we looking at? That's a good chunk of the health of TIMBO already.
Wow, so you cannot let him take another turn at the moment with that skill too, I would say. So he's going to be looking to see if he can probably get some cool times from a Sekhmet.
Yeah, you definitely have to be careful. That it's also very difficult, like there's not really a core unit that can do a lot of damage to that Suiki. It's going to be that Camilla, but the Raccoon is actually better placed than I gave credit for in the draft, because it's just doing so much that the Suiki cannot really be controlled.
Here we go, we've got an attack break on the Chongpong, but that Suiki coming in, gets defense break. We've got a little bit of healing coming in from Patar. Second skill.
It's a decent amount of damage, but it's not really up there. And also, most units start scaling more damage the longer the fight is. In the case of Patar, it's not the case, because it's scaling from your own max HP.
And if your HP is going less because you've got a Suiki on the other side of the field, taking half of it away, it's not going to last very long.
Yeah, that's definitely a difficult uphill battle right now. You can place an armor break anywhere right now. Once again, try to place on the Suiki. Definitely identifies it as the strongest target on the field. Can you stun it right now? Skill 1 stun. Oh, goes for the other unit, but that one was stunned.
Exactly, with different one, but we still called it there. But Suiki now, skill 1 going to take out. Oh!
Decides to spread the damage, is spreading the damage. Does a lot of damage on the Patar. We have a skill 2 for that more coming out, taking out 2 units. Wow. And we have the double Valkyries trying to survive. But we have one of the 2 Valkyries also almost being a confirmed kill. And that's definitely not a 2v4 that you would like to play.
Exactly, it's going to be 1-1. We can see it right now as the Wild Dance comes in, because Camilla's not going to be able to, I think, tank through 4 units on the other side of the field today.
Yeah, most likely not. Currently, she's kind of, once again, looking like an arena defense. She's kind of stalling the match. She's taking a bunch of additional turns, but she's definitely not going to win it.
Exactly. They're playing it out all the way through. Maybe right now it's the time for TIMBO to have a think, a bit of a reflection, see exactly what went wrong there. There wasn't too much damage and any follow-up in any of the things that he was doing. And PINKROID always had the Suiki coming through with more stacks, because TIMBO's been taking a lot more turns. And it's finals there. 1-1, PINKROID versus TIMBO in our semi-final set number 2.
Yeah, definitely very well counted of seeing like, okay, Camilla is very strong the moment we start critting. But if we just don't crit in the sense of a Suiki, it's pretty much dealt with already. Plus, that one is very well ruined. It's doing a lot of damage, it's at 100 resistance, it's tanking a lot of hits. Raccoon is just cleansing that up. And in this case, we had the Raccoon as a single target healer, but there was no AoE damage. And I think that was the big difference between this match and last match. Last match, a lot of AoE damage. from that Alexandra. This match, single target damage, but Raccoon can deal with that.
Exactly. Well, we're not going to see Alexandra in this match, unfortunately. It has been pre-banned out, and Pinky, Timbo has decided to go for the Tian Lang, which means that PINKROID won't have that available in his back pocket, even though he didn't actually use it in the last match. We do now see Haegang first pick by Timbo. Will PINKROID look to steal any cigar?
Cigar, definitely. We even hear it from the French casters behind it. We actually hear it through our microphone or through our headsets. They are thinking the same thing. We have the cigar, and we have a pretty early pick on that Shizuka.
Do we see something now like maybe of a Chongpeng, or are we going to go for a speed, trying to contest with an Etna or something, say?
I would definitely say that a Juno fits to counter everything that's on the field right now, but it might be getting countered later, so I'm not entirely sure. Timbo in this case goes more for like a safe-ish pick of saying like, okay, we have the Jemaya in there. I also don't want you to pair a Shizuka plus a Jemaya, which is very deadly, and steals that Raccoon as well.
Exactly, stealing that Raccoon, it paid off realistically in that last set. In the first set, not so much, but like you were saying, there was spread damage across the field, whereas in that last set, single target damage, Raccoon can help with this. He's managing to heal all the way back up whoever you take him further down in the health. Fengyan and then Antares very quickly locked in.
I would say that this is actually something that PINKROID has been playing more in ladder. It looks really weird, but the trick behind this is Antares goes for crit rate buff, attack buff. Shizuka can later spread that. That is definitely very strong. But in this case, from the side of Timbo, going into those AoE strippers that provide all of the buffs to debuffs, which the Praha does, the Juno does, is definitely very strong to pick up right here.
Oh my god, that's just throwing a spanner in the works for Timbo. You saw his reaction, but he comes back with the Julian and the Juno.
Yeah, I would definitely say that, that the Juno is definitely something that might be banned right here, but Timbo's also not showing all too much damage if you remove the Julian.
Oh, there's damage.
PINKROID is going to add more damage on that Mayo Wing. So once again, Timbo's going to take a lot of turns that don't really matter all too much. PINKROID adapted to that very well, that Antares actually answers to that. This is not a Luxac Antares pick, this is actually a very smart Antares pick right here.
Here we go, match 2, set 3. PINKROID won, Timbo won. Will Antares be the answer, say? You've already just called it there.
Well, I definitely do think I have seen the Antares of PINKROID. If he still has the same thing, if it's stunned, it's a little bit less successful. But I would say that PINKROID or Timbo's going to take a lot of turns, even though all of these stunts, like I would say all of these stunts don't really matter all too much. You can stun quite a bunch, but all of these turns, like you control 3-4 units by now. But what actually happened to the attack or to the HP bars? Near to nothing, right? And on the other side, we take 1 or 2 turns and HP bars are half.
Exactly, and you can see there just the damage that came out from the Fengyan already right there. And Antares is taking some turns, but we're going to be able to heal for the moment. Is he going to put it on himself? No. Oh, he's back.
Antares AoE skill, a lot of damage going in there, and Raccoon is not that great of healer, once again AoE, so that's also the thing. PINKROID doesn't really have to do all too many skills, you just a little bit of skill once. Okay, you get stunned here and there, definitely not beneficial for him. But even that Fengyang does so much damage that it just takes out units.
Oh my god, this is looking like not a crazy Antares pick.
No,
this is not crazy.
No. That's absolutely a very well-placed Antares pick because you know your enemy is taking a lot of turns, but a lot of turns. PINKROID took Timbo took so many turns, but what happened? Like 1 unit is half HP. Antares is not even taking so many turns, like it doesn't even matter. Okay, we have a quad disperser, but I would still say PINKROID's draft is so strong that he can get, like even that, I would say it doesn't even matter too much.
Let's see then, so now we need to start getting some more. Oh, see, he's got a little bit of an answer. There is a glancing on there as well though.
Yeah, the glancing is there. You definitely have to take out the Raccoon. The Raccoon is an annoying factor, but even through glancing, half HP if you go for the triplet. Antares, however, is stunned all the time.
Exactly. As soon as you can stun him, he's not going to be able to do any damage there.
Yeah, you cannot really go for those Shizuka skill 3s, but look at this damage. Skill 1, probably still on the Raccoon. If you let arm break first, doesn't go for it though. Pretty interesting to not go for it. But I think he's kind of trying to bait out strips.
Yeah.
The moment you bait out the strip and you can use your skill 3 more effectively, then it would be very nice. But until that time, you're kind of just working with it. I could say that you go for a boost up on the Juno right now. Go for the boost up himself. I think that's pretty, because now full HP Antares, you did so much work to get Antares. Antares taking 2-3 turns, and that just takes it down. He was just waiting for that, and it was coming. It was definitely a long time coming, but the amount of stuns that the Antares ate and still made it work definitely shows that this was a very well planned out pick.
Wow, super confident by PINKROID there, managing to swing it back now to 2-1 against Timbo in this semi-final at the Europe Cup. Wow, Antares not as a pick that you would expect like that, say. I like it.
No, actually, it's a pick that you see a lot more into those comps. Like if you have Raccoonies in there, and a lot of those units that don't really do too much with their turns, but they take a lot of turns. Raccoon is definitely one of those. And yeah, that's just very well answered by an NICERS.
Yeah, you can see right there how much it played off for PINKROID's effect and the amount of damage that that one was doing. We're going to have to check on some of the runes on that afterwards.
I know the runes on that one, and that one is magnifique.
Okay, well, hey, a little bit of Francais, eh? Adam Savage getting a bit jealous over there, we can see. We've got here Keaton Dashang being banned out on the side of Timbo already, and Haegang being banned out. Does that mean we're going to see a Sagar first pick from PINKROID, or do you think he's going to stick to something of his more?
No, they definitely do like in this matchup. It's okay. But then the Sagar goes to Timbo in this case. That is pretty sure, I would say.
Yeah, let's see then. Timbo has a little bit more time since PINKROID managed to lock that in very quickly, actually, if you look on there with the Vanessa. It's a bit of a different one from his draft. We know that he's more his used. Ooh, early pick of the Julian.
I definitely do like the early pick of the Julian for the sense that we've seen it being picked in slot like 4 and 5, and that's mainly when the draft was kind of revolving around to it, where it doesn't really fit anymore. Like you want to draft this unit more often, it has the best runes, but if you draft it very late, your team or the team composition of the enemy might be already very hard countering. Now PINKROID, with every draft that he has to do, has to keep in mind, okay, I have to deal with the Julian, it's already on the field, and Timbo can build a stronger and stronger team fitting around the Julian right now.
There we go. We see a classic again PINKROID draft. We've got the Maul, we've got this Chung Pung. We know exactly how he likes to use these and how much damage and speed that they carry through with that in the rune efficiency. We see in Timbo now, like you said, it's drafted early with that Julian. Who's he going to look to partner that up with, say? Do you think there's any pure vanilla cookies coming through?
That is definitely, as you call pure vanilla cookies, that definitely does happen. But we have to have the thing where you have to have 2 damage dealers, and Feng Yang is that 2nd damage dealer already. If you didn't, ooh, that is a counter and a half right there for Rocky. And adding that up with that Jean, I definitely do like that Rocky. But that is, once again, we go into that mindset, that mind game. Who is pre-banning who? Because if you pre-ban the Julian or the Rocky's pre-ban, but the other did not, as we've seen in the HANZELOT match with the Rika, can really determine the outcome just by that ban in the end.
Exactly, mind games going on right now. Whoa. This is going to be crazy because if he gets to go through, we've got a Camilla as well coming through there, sir.
Yeah, the Camilla we saw it the last few times, but I don't really see the Camilla that strong in this case, I would say, because the Chung Pung is there for the pushbacks. We have a lot of those units that can kind of deal with the Camilla, and maybe another unit, like for example a Vert, if you were to ban the Jean, might have been stronger. But let's see what this Camilla can do.
There's mind games. It's going to go down to the last seconds here, say. I'm pretty sure, because you do not want to give away exactly, maybe even looking over what position of your finger is just to give it away. Camilla and the Raki.
So that is the mind game in this case, I would say won by Timbo because he banned out the unit and PINKROID expected the ban on the other side as well, but he had to go for the respect ban on that Camilla.
Here we go, 2-1 PINKROID in our set 4 semi-final. Vanessa going first, can she land that defense break? Does land it. More following up, oh, triple stuns.
Triple stun, and that is huge for PINKROID. Also, once again, full pushing back fire, getting AoE armor break across the field. In this case, you don't even have to go for a skill 3, you can still go for a skill 3 to get that speed buff in. Doesn't even have to do it, and does so much damage on Feng Yang.
This is so classic PINKROID right now. I don't know how else to say it. We get Shang coming in stun 3. We're going to get that kill. Oh, not quite.
Not quite there. Gets another additional turn on that unit. Julian, you have to make up some work. Can you stun the Shang? Can stun the Shang. Good damage on that as well, but the armor breaks are still sticking and no Vioprocs on the side of Timbo.
Exactly, and there's just not so much health on the side. We need that cookie to start taking some turns, but it's not going to be able to because it's getting pushed back every single time. And the health of that Julian is gone. Wow!
And there we have our victor in PINKROID going once again to the World Finals.
Wow, stunning. That's what it was, that last matchup. Stunning. PINKROID just cannot be stopped. He's going to the World Finals again. Wow. I mean, this is incredible. We are on for a back-to-back-to-back here. This is possible if he can beat out LUFIA. But I think we're going to get a chance to hear from PINKROID himself. A man of few words usually, but may have more to share with us. Let's see, because the French crowd are absolutely loving him. Let's see exactly what he has to say.
First round? I was very scared of Timbo. Like, he's the most scary opponent besides HANZELOT, I would say. Yeah. So, are you happy to go in Thailand, in Bangkok? You are European champion. How do you feel? Yeah, I'm really happy. I'm shaking. On applaudit PINKROID!
Love it, love it. It's great to hear there as well. I mean, I'm really interested to see. He said that he thinks that both TIMBO and HANZELOT were two opponents that he was most fearing. Maybe because HANZELOT, I think it was in the prelims that he only won, I think 3-2, and it went really real to the wire there. But TIMBO there, ruffling his feathers in that first matchup in the first set, but he learned from it and he persevered, and now he's going to Worlds.
Yeah, he's just such good muscle memory, PINKROID, man. Yep. The way that he plays is crazy.
It seems that he always brings something out. The damage he deals, he's always so impactful too.
Yeah, absolutely. He has those unit runes up at the right time, like that Antares is just absolutely fitting at that specific draft. Very well planned out at that moment, but also the moment he goes first turn, that is fireworks. Like everything just dies. He takes 2, 3, 4 turns, it's done. But he did mention he was fearing HANZELOT. HANZELOT lost to LUFIA.
That is a very good point, actually. And look at that finals. You can see there right now. We have got our confirmed 2 going to Worlds in Bangkok, but also with that, obviously that final, that best of 5 is coming our way. LUFIA versus PINKROID. What a great opportunity for LUFIA to take on PINKROID as well here in the finals of the Europe Cup. But here on screen, folks, a new event coupon. À la Maison SWC2023 à la Maison. I mean, in the house, SWC2023. Make sure that you grab yourself your crystals, your scrolls, your emblems. Make the most of it and enjoy that reward to being here and enjoying and embracing the Europe Cup 2023 versus here. My French is definitely improving.
I'm really enjoyed that.
Thank you guys. I'm trying to pronunciation there is à la maison. À la maison. I like word phrases like, if you want to say no worries, you say je vous en prie.
Wow.
Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I also know où est la toilette. Let's have some highlights, and we've got our final coming our way very soon.
Spielername ist LUFIA, ich bin 32 Jahre alt und komme aus Stuttgart, Deutschland. Summoners War habe ich 2014 angefangen zu spielen. Ein Freund hat es mir empfohlen und es hat mir sehr gefallen. Der Grafikstil gefällt mir und seitdem spiele ich es. Unter der Woche spiele ich 6 bis 8 Stunden Summoners War täglich. Am Wochenenden habe ich etwas mehr Zeit, dann kann es schon mal über 10 Stunden sein. Wenn ich ein Monster wäre, wäre ich wahrscheinlich Han, weil er in der ersten Runde eine Unit rausnehmen kann und mir damit einen Vorteil verschafft. An Bella gefällt mir der zusätzliche Schaden, den sie austeilt. Seit Einführung der Artefakte macht sie deutlich mehr Schaden und ermöglicht mir auch First Turn etwas rauszunehmen. SWC bedeutet für mich, dass ich mich mit den Besten der Welt messen kann und da ich jetzt auch Teilnehmer des Europacups bin, traue ich mir einiges zu. Durch das neueste Update konnte ich meine Artefakte deutlich verbessern. Früher musste man immer alles auf 15 maxen. Mittlerweile kann man aber direkt sehen, ob die Artefakte für einen Monster in Frage kommen oder nicht. LD-Monster hätte ich vielleicht gerne Niki. Die passt perfekt in meinen Draft rein. Die hat großen Schaden mit dem S3 und kann auch mit dem S2 ordentlich heilen. Also auf Guts habe ich gar nicht gedacht, dass ich gegen ihn treffen werde. Ich habe eher mit Obabo gerechnet. Ich habe dann während dem Livestream quasi seine Matches verfolgt und konnte daraus schließen, was ich dann höchstwahrscheinlich bannen werde, um ihn ein bisschen schwieriger zu machen. Also ich empfehle jedem neuen Spieler, sich Replays anzusehen. Da kann man eigentlich seine Fehler sehr gut analysieren und sich dadurch verbessern. Ja, ich freue mich auf den EU Cup und auf das Wiedersehen mit der Community und auf das Publikum.
My name is PINKROID, I'm 21 years old and I come from the Netherlands, Aalsmeer. I started playing Summoners War 7 years ago and I just played it because all of my family was already playing it for like a couple months, so I was a bit late into it. SWC means a lot to me because I can hang out with my friends again and like the community, and they are very nice and friendly and like cool people to hang out with. It felt really crazy to participate in the World Finals last year because like it was the first time it was offline, so it was really crazy to like meet all the people there and like actually travel to another country. If I was a monster, I would be a Hypno Meow because they are sleeping all day and that's what I'm striving to do. What I like to do before a match is just drinking coffee. It helps me like relax a bit. For this year in prelims, I didn't prepare much, which you could also like kind of see in my drafts because I was kind of figuring out what to do. But in the end, I still made it. I don't really feel pressure right now because in the prelims, there were also a lot of favorite people who got kicked out, so anything can happen. In SWC 2 years ago, I proved myself by like making it through prelims and also through a Europe Cup. My motivation to participate in SWC this year is to defend my title. So for RTA, I like to play aggressive, like turn 1 stuff. Tianlang is such a good unit because like people have to think about him constantly to not pick attack bar units into him, because he counters them very well. My most wanted monster right now is Laura, because she really works well with Tianlang. I think personally, like the community is really what keeps the game going. Everyone has made so many friends, like they're like kind of friends in real life as well. This year I went to Tour of Europe in Cologne and thought it was an awesome event, especially at Gamescom, because there were like the monster drawing members. My most memorable match was against HANZELOT. The last 2 matches were really insane because of all the procs and the RNG we both got, and it could have swung either way and was like a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, I don't think this year will be my year because EU is looking really strong this year, so it's really hard to say if I will even make it through EU Cup. It's hard to say who's the toughest opponent. I guess it would be someone who has the most luck. I guess you could call it the era of new challengers because there's 5 new players and like everyone could have made it through prelims into here, and I also got a bit lucky to make it here. My proudest accomplishment is qualifying for the first time in prelims. I was so happy. I think I was even happier for qualifying than winning like EU Cup for the first time and like second of World Finals.
We're embracing this. I tell you what, we are here in Paris and we're having the time of our lives. We've got our scarves on. We are living the dream, which is every single second of Summoners World Arena Championship 2023 Europe Cup Finals, because there's only one best of 5 left. As Mana and Jiraiya come back onto the main stage, we have got a matchup of all matchups in PINKROID versus LUFIA. Welcome back with us, folks. It is great to have you here. Thanks for sticking with us at the course of this afternoon. The crowd are ready, we're ready. It's going to be one magnificent final, Sam.
It is, and I cannot wait to get into this. Just because it's the final, hopefully they're a bit more relaxed. They've secured their tickets to Bangkok, but now, who is going to be that winner? Do we have the back-to-back-to-back, or do we have a brand new person to add to the current list of already successful players that have managed to win the Europe Cup before?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm very looking forward to this match. And we once again have that coupon code in screen as well. If you didn't place it in there, definitely lock that one in. Getting those water scrolls, getting those hay gangs in there that we have seen in play today.
Absolutely right. Yeah, utilize that, make the most of it. À la maison, SWC2023, and that's just a gift from us to you to say thanks for being here with us at the course of this finals this weekend. I mean, this is the amazing thing. We started with 16 back in September. We had our prelims. We've now had our finals. There are only 2 players left in this competition, but who will go all the way? Let's have a look at our bracket. This is how we got there. If you just joined us here, you see our quarterfinals into our semis, and then now our final. I mean, the majority of our games have gone quite far, quite the distance, 3-2s, 3-1s, most of them. I mean, it's been a valiant effort for everyone that didn't make it through to this point. It's been highly entertaining, but only 2 remaining, 2 stand. Who's going all the way here? We're going to meet them in a second, but PINKROID is definitely one to beat here, and LUFIA, I think it'd be interesting to see the crowd's reaction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw in the past match that obviously PINKROID's got the crowd reaction now, but LUFIA has obviously won over people's hearts. Nobody had him in the predictions, and I don't even remember what the number was, but it was low. So the fact that he's here now, this is incredible for him, and he was so excited backstage just then.
Yeah, I mean, will we see an underdog story here, say? I mean, do you think it could go in that direction? Maybe?
I could definitely think it could go in that direction, and there you have it.
Yes.
LUFIA walking on stage with confidence, with cheer, and that's exactly what we like to see from him.
Such a different way about him compared to earlier on today. He looked quite nervous, quite stiff. Now loose. I'm going to Bangkok. Yeah. I'm living the dream, baby.
Exactly, that's why he's here. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to achieve that, and now he's got here. Hopefully he can now relax into it, and he can show us more of that damage from the Bella. Ongiyuki working its magic. It's exactly what we want to see, sir.
Yeah, absolutely, and we cannot forget about that Han. He played multiple Han players before. He made it work. If it was picked by the opponent, he had to pre-ban it. This case, he is the only Han owner, and is that going to give him a 1-up as well into PINKROID?
It'll be interesting to see. And I know you guys at home are going to be kind of talking about it in the chat too, but here comes PINKROID, the reigning champion, who's playing for a 3rd Europe Cup in a row. 3 times. It could be back-to-back-to-back, which we've not seen. We've not seen this side of the moon ever before. I mean, it would be, what a mean feat that would be.
He's going to be writing history if he does that. He's already written history today by picking an Antares in a 2nd or 3rd slot as well and making it work so well. For me, that's crazy, but it's PINKROID. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's so comfortable in this situation, and I already know that he's going to be thriving on this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, PINKROID has played finals before, and PINKROID knows that if you're in the final, still keep your cool, still play however you play. And we have seen opponents in the past against him that were like, I'm going to the World Finals, I'm not going to play anymore, I got so happy, I'm over the moon. PINKROID keeps his calm, but on the other hand, LUFIA is also a very calm and collected player, so we might see two similar players here right now, battling it out on the highest level.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the stats there as well, I mean, only 3 sets dropped in the entirety of the Europe Cup competition this year, prelims and today, by PINKROID, which is, I mean, that is a lot. I mean, LUFIA is going to need to get 3 on his own to be the winner, which is going to take a lot.
Exactly. I also think it's super interesting right now because we can't forget that if you win the Europe Cup, you do get a higher seeding at World Finals. It means that you're going to be facing off against somebody from 2nd place or 3rd place in the Asia region or in the Americas. And that counts for a lot. We see the winners already from the Americas region. Do you want to face against True Whale in the first round? Probably not.
Or last.
Yeah, you want to try and avoid the players that have already won, because winning is a momentum thing. Once you've got one, maybe it takes you on to the next one.
Of course, and let's not forget as well here, $10,000 on the line here. First place, $10,000. That's an enormous amount of money as well for, whether it can help you with a career in esports, in competitive gaming, esports, whatever it might be. But to walk away, I think LUFIA, to walk away as a new Europe Cup champion would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again mentioned, he came in from the lowest seed of the qualifiers, making his all the way through, going to Bangkok. Can he get it even one step further, going rounds in Bangkok, going all the way to winning it right here? Would love to see it.
We'd love to see it, yeah. If there's anything we can definitely confirm, it's that we've come here, we've enjoyed ourselves and got these rad scarves that we'll cherish as well, because this is amazing. But guys, we're ready to rock and roll. We're being told right now that the match is almost upon us with a best of 5, as we've seen throughout the course of this competition today. Let us know who you think will win. Will it be LUFIA? Will it be PINKROID? Let us know in the chat. You've been an enormous part of this ever since day dot, back with the prelims. Let's do this thing. It's time for the final of the Europe Cup 2023. It's PINKROID versus LUFIA. We're ready. You're ready. The crowd are ready. Let's do it.
Well, the tickets to Bangkok are already booked. But do you want a first-class ticket, or are you going to be back in economy with the rest of us? Let's find out if it's going to be PINKROID or LUFIA joining us in those first-class seats. As we get to the finals, we see the pre-bans, Han, Tian Lang. Straight away, PINKROID, wow, very fast here. Vanessa, we already have the Moore, we already have the Cigar, we have the Etna. Very classic picks, I would say.
Yeah, definitely very classic picks, and that's also where you see them being picked up very fast. PINKROID actually kind of taking away a unit, a little bit taking his time, and then still locking in the same unit. Also that Han is banned right now, so the Bella is open for LUFIA. Also that Ongyuki is open for LUFIA. But is that the moment that you want to draft them right now as well? Or do you feel like you have to counter other things right now? Because PINKROID definitely has a different kind of playstyle than the 2 previous players that you played.
Exactly, he is looking at that Bella. It is a unit that we know does so much damage. PINKROID will know it does so much damage, but with the Haegong on the field, any strips and pushbacks might allow his team to take a turn. We have Rakuni from LUFIA.
Yeah, we have the Rakuni from LUFIA, and we have a Chitian, the Shunk, being picked up with that CP. Is he going to lock that in? I would definitely say that that is a strong lock-in right there. However, it could also be something that if you ban that Light Monkey right there, going into slide pass over here, but I would definitely see in that 5th slot, if you are planning to ban that Light Monkey, you could add in a triple Revenge Third. Funny enough, we haven't seen a single triple Revenge Third all day, right?
Nope, I don't believe so. I don't even think we've seen Verd, no?
No, not at all.
Any Verd.
Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, you sometimes see it as a Pacer unit also just on Swift or anything like that. But just no Verts.
Yeah,
not a single one. But is that because that many Haegangs? No, we didn't see that many Haegangs. Is it good against the car? It's definitely good against the car. So is that maybe the thing that people over here should be picking up to counter those cigars as well?
I think it's like we were saying with consistency at the start of the stream, though. You want a unit that's consistent. It does the things that you know it's going to do. A triple Revenge Revert, when it works, perfect. When it doesn't work, you don't want to touch that thing ever again, especially if you're on that stage, right?
That is definitely true, but however, there's certain drafts, same as that Antares draft from PINKROID before, that it's not just about like, okay, if it doesn't work in the first turn, I'm gonna lose. If it can work in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, like if there's enough AoEs going in there, with that Ethna, S2, the Shatter, AoE every time. Vert is gonna have multiple chances to actually say like, okay, now I'm going, now I'm going, now I'm going. And that is the right play you want to pick it in. And that's why I would say in this 5th pick, he would be fitting.
Okay, all right. I mean, you heard it right there. I mean, that's the most interesting thing about this entire competition ever since we started this thing, is seeing the variety. And it's you know, you've got a way you talked about, you know, LIVERT earlier on, always turn to. There's a certain play style. Having to adapt to every opponent you come up against is such a massive part of the battle, isn't it? You know, we talk about experience, but having to on the fly make things up, change strategies, pick new things. And obviously, the pick and bans are a big thing. There are so many things to wrap your head around to kind of make it to where these two players are right now. That it's testament to just the quality, the level that they're at in this region, making it all the way to the Europe Cup final.
Exactly. I do want to add as well, I mean, we have said it numerous amount of times, the meta is very wide, there's a lot of different things, but in all honesty, there's a lot of underlying of this meta where there are still the same types of units that are being used, just in different types of ways. So for example, you might not have specifically this unit. Okay, you can use a different unit with another unit to make the same combination of what something else could provide. So using like all of the monsters that they have available and kind of working out what your opponent is going to pick or maybe rune really well, so you can either steal it or you can play around it, is something which is why these guys are here and the rest of us are climbing on ladder and not doing as well compared to those guys. They take it to the next level. They have to be prepared for everything. They've done so much studying. Say will be attained to this as well. There's so much studying and preparation that goes into these things that you guys don't see. The sweat, the tears, the time, it's really a bigger effort than anyone can ever think.
Yeah, I definitely want to emphasize that as well. It's always kind of the question like, okay, is everything the same if you go here on stage? Not really. Everyone has their own account. You have been grinding it for years and years. But that's also what we see backstage at some point. Everyone is so proud of what they accomplished. Everyone really, of course, you don't want to show your runes to your opponents, but everyone kind of wants, like, it's always this kind of rune show of the moment you got like all of these top tier players out there. It's always like, yeah, I got this rune. Let me check yours. Let me check yours. And we've seen that like after parties in Korea. We have seen that here as well. And all of those things that just simply go in there, it's just amazing. But apparently we go back into the match over here, and we see a slight change in the last pick, which is that Julian being locked in.
Here we go, and we're going in with the Young Yuki right now. We had a hand raise. Let's see if we're still carrying on with this match. We're just working things out right now as we're seeing. So there wasn't a triple revenge Verd in the end. It was a brother Julian that actually came out on the other side of PINKROID before the timer went down. Here we go then.
We do have that lock-in from that Ongyuki, so we see a lot of... This is actually one of the more LD-heavy teams that we see on both sides. No, we have two on both sides. Not that... Actually, that's interesting as well. We don't have seen too many like full LD drafts or anything like that. We've seen a lot of drafts where we do see a lot of the elemental units coming back. We have seen Rakuni coming back numerous amount of times, but also just the Vanessa, the Changpong, all of those kind of units. We do see a lot of those units coming back rather than just saying like, okay, I have a whole bunch of LD units, I'm gonna slap those in and make it work.
Yeah.
The people that have a lot of those, like for example HANZELOT, he was very like first few matches, no Yanhong, no Salah, definitely going for what works and not what is supposedly good.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. For you guys at home as well, we had a few technical issues. We're sorting those out right now to deal with our players, making sure everything is 100% perfect and ready to rock. So just bear with us for a second here, and thank you for sticking around and embracing what is ultimately a celebration of everything Summoners War related as well here. In the Europe Cup, we talked about different regions as well, and that collaboration of everyone coming together, the top of the top in the World Finals later in Bangkok this year. I mean, let me ask you, we talked, you know, I'm all about reminiscing. I love to reminisce here, lads. I love to think back about the past. I lived my life in the past. But if you think about earlier on this year when we talk about the prelims last, you know, a month and a half ago or so, we talked about how great it's to see so many newer players who are rising the ranks now. If you think back to the course of the last, I guess, like couple of months here, which particular players are you I mean, obviously all of them have got so much about them, but are there any kind of ones that you want to highlight that you think are ones that really are ones to watch out for the future? Do you think will come back, just courtesy of what they've achieved over the course of the last couple of months or so?
Personally, for me, I would say one person that's still kind of new-ish to our kind of SWC as a whole, even though he didn't get through the first round against the guy who's in the final now, is Neff. We hadn't heard a lot about Neff. He hadn't really come to any of the events in Europe, but we knew that he was from Germany. And seeing him now at the events and seeing how cool he is with everyone, actually how much he's invested like into the game, he loves this community, he loves the people, he loves everything around it. Having him here, I want to see what he can do in the future years now as well.
Same.
I would definitely go for the same pick on that one, but it's also very nice to see just all refreshing faces, because a lot of them are just, everyone's just nice. I mentioned that before. Everyone is always nice in all of these events.
So nice.
Yeah. And that just really shows, like, the more faces we see on that, always nice people.
Yeah.
And we need 16 people in here instead of 8. It would be a prediction nightmare. It would be taking a lot of time, but I would love to see it.
I would love to see it too, and absolutely, I totally agree. That's been Neff's definitely been one of the kind of chaps who's been very, very kind of like vocal and well, so happy to be here as well. Yeah. We're hearing now that we have ourselves our picking bands. We're restarting that right now with our two finalists in LUFIA and PINKROID, and we're diving back into their picking bands now of their first set in their best of 5 here. So back to Sam and Say, and let's see how this one unfolds.
Let's see, they're going to be going in for the bands right now. So we do have the Ongiyuki at the end that was locked in by LUFIA, and we had the Julian as well with the Keaton Dashang. Let's see exactly who he's going to be banning out here, Say.
I would definitely say that the Keaton Dashang is very dangerous. On the other side, there's a bunch of units with a lot of damage. Or are you going to take more of the Sustainer? Or, yeah, we're going over for damage. And on the other side, we're going to remove that speed lead.
Exactly. Speed lead gone on the side with Vanessa, so it does mean LUFIA has the option with the Maw to get the speed lead. Crit rate coming in from Etna. Who will be going first? We know how fast that Bella is, but it's an Etna.
I do think that an Aston would overtake a 33 lead fire unit, and that is what we see over here. But can you do enough damage? Because if you go skill 2 right now, definitely does go for it, but that is where the more cuts in. If it pushes back any attack, but no, Bella's moving next already first. But you can't really go for skill right now. In this case, you have to control the Cheaty and the Shin, but not with this unit. You have to do that with that Cigar.
Exactly, because if you strip in anything right now with the Bella, Hairgang is going to be pushed back up. But there's so many dots in that.
But I don't look at the dots. I look at the HP bar that just depleted. There is near to no HP bar on that unit. That's what I'm looking at. We're getting a lot of despair stunts, but Raccoony says, I have something to say about that. Oh. And we're going to have an additional turn on that Raccoony as well. Not really something we needed at this case, but you might actually just take out the... No, Ethna's already dead to dots. There's just too many dots going on. And we can start focusing on that Light Monkey right now.
Exactly, going on that Light Monkey, using the burst cannon, destroying HP, and pushing all of that damage through. Obviously now Julian does get a turn. He's got second skill available. Will he go for a stun stay?
Yeah, definitely does go for stuns. Does see that Julian is the most dangerous unit on the field. However, if you put a lot of damage into the Julian, you're still not going to kill it. However, these provokes might be very strong as well. Provoke going on that Monkey. Monkey's only going to go for skill 1 because it was cooldown reset anyways. Monkey has to be able to do something right now. A lot of damage coming in, no damage, and we also have not enough going over there.
Exactly, and as well with Julian doing single target damage, Raccoony's going to be able to help any of them if he can't get it down low enough, right? So Bella taking more turns and dealing so much damage, say.
Yeah, absolutely so much damage, and we have the more skill 2 coming in. Can you actually kill the... You cannot kill the Monkey yet, but we have another push up. The Raccoony-Bella combination is so strong. I would definitely say, yeah, kill that unit, make the safe play. We have the Julian coming back up, but I don't really see them winning, and PINKROID concedes, and that is the first victory for LUFIA with a very strong Bella.
Wow, he has gained massive confidence since this first morning. Wow, managing now to take 1 game against PINKROID. PINKROID had it in the last match anyway. Timbo took the first round, but he then sweep from the other side all the way through to 3-1. Will it be something familiar? Because we need to see if it's going to be back to back to back, baby. And here we are, set 2. PINKROID versus LUFIA. LUFIA with the 1-0. Last round pre-bans, we had that Tian Lang, we had the Han, so they're going to be back in the game, and they're obviously the favourite units of the actual monsters as well. We're going to be looking right now, we're going into a little bit of a pause while we get that game ready, but in the meantime, having Tian Lang and Han back in the game now, or the frame for this set, big difference.
Yeah, definitely, and someone backstage was also saying, like, okay, why are people pre-banning the Bella over the Han? Well, Bella just showed you have to pre-ban me too. We need 2 pre-bans on that because it just wiped half a unit off the field. Like the Raccoon is like, oh, you get another turn. You're doing fine, get 1 more. Oh, you killed the unit before, do that again. And if you keep doing that, you're just taking unit after unit after unit. And also just the amount of debuffs that were on there. It's like, oh, you have 4 dots on it too. You're half HP or you're lower than half HP, you get TOA hardened at the same time too.
Exactly, there was also no sustain to follow up on the side of PINKROID as well. So once that damage is done, it's done. Like, you can't help it anymore.
That's it. That's it. I mean, earlier on, PINKROID was talking about kind of like competitors that he was, you know, kind of concerned about HANZELOT and talked about, who was the other person he was, there was...
Timbo.
Timbo. LUFIA, an unsuspecting character. I mean, we didn't assume that LUFIA would be in the final. Does that change things, the way that kind of like PINKROID goes about business when you're like, oh, I wasn't necessarily planning for this matchup?
I would say yes, but I was just in the green room when we were in the break there, and he had Raxas around him, speaking again, what are you going to do? Actually, TUTUTUH was even around him as well, explaining maybe what he could do. So there's a lot of the guys that all come together at certain points to be like, okay, we need to see can we help someone to get a bit further, or just to give some of the tactics that were happening? It's so far not paying off. I mean, it's only one set in at the moment, but let's see if it carries on.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the other end, I'm pretty sure LUFIA also brought his friends over here, and there's actually a lot of German players in this whole lineup, and that is definitely what we're seeing over here.
Yeah, it's like Greece, like the T-Birds. It's different packs.
Yeah, exactly.
Different packs here of different different players and their mates getting together here and discussing tactics. But you need that a team around you who's gone for that support. I mean, say when you were kind of competing more regularly, did you have that kind of same kind of network that you were kind of regularly working with?
I have no friends.
You have no friends. Doesn't surprise me.
Hey,
doesn't surprise me. I'm joking with that. I will be your friends. Yeah, Sam and I are your friends. This was actually a giant audition. This was actually a giant audition, and you've passed. You've got the role. You're our pal.
I was modest enough on that one.
But I mean, we talked about networking. Though. It is a big part. It is a big part of this.
Always. It's very important, and also across different regions, because sometimes it's also very difficult to say, like, okay, you might be my friend, but you're also my competitor. So I actually searched it for other regions. So in other regions, I had people I played against, like Asian players, I played against American players, and that was what worked out for me in prelims, and then not that well in the cups.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to have those people around you, I guess, that you can bounce ideas off, because, as you said, like with newer players coming through, and you guys at home could be a newer player coming through as well and trying to rise up. And I mean, it's definitely recommended as well. I guess. What would you both recommend in terms of kind of growing your network when it comes to the likes of Summoners War?
Get involved in guild chats, get involved in the public chats, go into the channels that are prevalent and people are actually using. You can always ask questions in there. Most of the time there's someone that's going to give you some sort of advice. For example, if you're a new player, you're looking for secret dungeons, you need some of the monsters, maybe a crow, maybe something like this. Ask in the chat. All of the guys that have been playing long enough, someone who's been playing as long as Say, could easily do open one of these portals, and maybe he gets the right one for you.
Exactly, but also besides that, I want to promote all of the streamers out there.
Yeah.
Watching streamers helps so many people just understanding like mechanics of the game, and you can ask questions. Like, sure, not all of them are like showing the same content that you might be on at that moment, but watching streamers, like, just find one that you enjoy watching and then can learn a thing or two from, and that is definitely a way to also. The moment you start chatting over there, people start recognizing your name. Also, a lot of the people that we see that are streaming right now were chatters in streams of other people before. Yeah. And therefore, you already kind of have like a streaming community, because within the streaming community, they have seen your name popping up on Twitch, for example, more often, on YouTube more often. And because of that, you kind of have a name already. And that is just a simple way in that we see more people stream, and that just makes this community bigger and brighter and better.
Exactly. Look at Ismo right now. Ismo newly streaming again. We've got him back.
He's back. He's back in the fold, and we love to see it. Welcome back, Ismo. Welcome back. For you guys just joined us as well here, we are currently awaiting a slight technical thing on stage. We're kind of waiting for it to get itself back to where it should be ahead of our next set here. It's one set already sorted. Lots more to go in the best of 5, of course, in our final here between PINKROID and LUFIA. I mean, well, we've alluded to World Finals. We talked about Bangkok, what's coming our way. From a regional standpoint as well, obviously this is the Europe Cup and you guys are tuning in for the Europe Cup right now. From a regional standpoint against the other regions, is there a difference between them in terms of the way they approach Summoners War, the way they kind of like the monsters they're using, the way they're going about things? We said that kind of there's regular kind of winners or kind of ones that are considered the best of the best or whatever. What do you think are those differences that separate maybe Europe from different regions?
I would say for Europe specifically, there's a lot of different metas that kind of go through. Overall, we're having a slight shift, I would say, in our top plays now, but most of the time they're quite aggressive play styles. We want to play the match, play it quick, know if we've won, carry on. But we have some of the more newer people coming through, someone like a LIVERT, the TIMBO, not new, but coming higher up again, who are maybe not necessarily playing so aggressively, but playing with such a tactical mind that they've really thought in depth about this. And when you're playing on something like a ladder, when somebody's not ready for it, it's really hard to deal with. And being hard to deal with is something that constantly improves yourself, because you become a bit of a niche, but the niche is harder to even expand and actually crack exactly how to break it down.
Yeah, definitely, but there's also definitely a difference between metas, I would say, that you see from the different regions. And for example, APAC actually has multiple different regions as well, with like Japan, Korea, and we have like Asia others in that one. Even within those, you see very different metas throughout all of them. For example, last year for us, we didn't let anyone play Oliver. Like, it was either pre-banned or post-banned, no one was playing Oliver, whereas in other regions we saw Oliver coming through quite a lot of matches. And the same thing that I could see for the meta in Europe right now, we're really focused on that Cigar, on that Hey Gang. Those two are the dominant units that you see people perform with very well. And if there's not an LD being pre-banned, it's mostly one of those units, and that playstyle is definitely revolving. But if you look at other regions, it's a lot more open. We have seen other regions mainly going for like heavy bruises, like going a lot of these Ongyukis, a lot of Suikis. Suiki actually came from Korea region, if I'm not mistaken, or China. They started picking that up. We started adapting that, and that's also like, in what order did we play SWC? Because if we are the first region to play, we do not really, we make the meta and then others start copying that as well. And Suiki is definitely something we've seen in another region before.
Exactly. Okay, all right, there you heard it, folks. That's how our region's different, but they're starting to blend now as well, which is great. You pick up new skills, and we've got another pause here, which is infuriating, but things must be perfect before we can continue. They must be perfect. That is the way things must be. We'll keep you guys updated on exactly what's going on. If you haven't done so, make sure to redeem the coupons we kind of showed on the screen. One of our players wasn't ready. We're going to waiting for that to happen to make sure that's all going to happen. So LUFIA, you can see, is 1-0 up right now against PINKROID. I mean, we've seen a reverse sweep today. We've seen, I think it was LUFIA who kind of remained firm and took out HANZELOT there, a 2-0 up and managed to, with a 2-2 come back, 3-2 in the end. I mean, dare I ask again as well here, I mean, PINKROID, for PINKROID, players we're looking to see, I mean, we kind of came in this year, the third year in a row, expecting to a degree for him to be kind of in this position. Will that ever change at this point? And PINKROID just seems to have these units that are just kind of unbeatable at times. Is that a thing that can be changed?
It can be changed because the more time you put into the game, the more you're grinding, the more that you're in your R5s, you're getting new runes, you're powering them up. The more time you can dedicate it, for sure, you can definitely improve to a point over somebody else. And that's something where you need to put in your own dedication, but also on top of that, playing all of the matches, right? Like making sure you're playing all of your wings, you're learning all of the new units, you're understanding what new people are bringing in. Maybe something is changing within the meta, you're up to date with it and being able to adapt.
Yeah, and that's exactly as well, but that's also the playstyle from player to player, and that's also what I've been talking about on the players backstage. Some of the players, they just like to get muscle memory. I like to play, like, we've seen HANZELOT, for example, 2,000 matches in the season. Or we have seen some other players, like Isma, for example, in prelims. He likes to play like 200-300 matches. He likes to think a lot about his matches, then go in the match, and then play a few, and then make his victory over there. Whereas some people are like, yo, I play all of my matches, and that's how I get my muscle memory in. That's how I just get like comfortable with the meta. That's how I feel the meta changing over time. That's where you at some point have all of your units played against every individual unit, every individual comp. You know how much damage it does. You know when you have to go for like, oh, with this much HP, do I go for skill 1? Or do I actually have to go to skill 2 to do that little bit extra damage? You know those numbers by then.
Yeah, I mean, for the new players this kind of year as well, because there are, I guess, a gazillion players out there who are going to finding Summoners War, starting their journey into how they can become a finalist, perhaps, one day at the Europe Cup stage, one of the other regions as well. You both play regularly. You know the game inside out. What would be, for this meta this year, what would be your kind of, I guess, overall kind of advice to the newer players to see exactly how you can progress quickly if you're kind of newer to the game?
You need to play with what you've got. So you need to understand exactly what you have. You need to make sure you know you've got the certain units with the certain skill ups, with the certain rune sets that works for you. Because what works for Say doesn't work for me. I'm not on the same level.
Yes.
But what works for me might not work for him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one.
Play to your strengths for sure.
Absolutely. I want to add to that one, farm artifacts.
Okay, farm artifacts, there you heard it. Right, it looks like we are ready to go, which is fantastic. We are in. Once again, chat, get some hype in there, please. Bring the energy and the noise, just as the crowd has here in Paris. It's back to PINKROID and LUFIA. It's 1-0 to LUFIA right now, but we're into set 2 of our final.
Here we go, Vanessa and Keaton Dashang being banned out in the pre-bans, and we've already got a more taken by LUFIA, knowing that it is one of PINKROID's favourite units.
Absolutely, but I was thinking about something along the line of an Oliver, but an Oliver plus a Cigar mostly doesn't work that well. However, a Chivo plus a Cigar definitely does work. LUFIA, are you still going for your... Actually, the holy trinity of the dark units that LUFIA owns are all open right now. Would they shine in this draft altogether, or would that be too predictable for PINKROID to just have an answer to? We see the 2 of the 3 already.
Comfortable picks though, no? And then you know there's another comfortable pick coming on the side of PINKROID with that Tian Lang. It's like we said, muscle memory. You rely on the units that you've already runed up and you know that are going to be good, and they've got you here so far. And for these guys, they've got them all the way through to the Europe Cup final, which means that obviously there's something that's going very, very correct for them. Let's see here now then. So Tian Lang, who's he going to partner that up with, say?
I'm not entirely sure. Fun fact is, I don't think we have seen the Tian Lang in play yet. It's been pre-banned a bunch of times, but it's never been actually picked so far. We have that being picked up with an Abelio. However, Abelio is also somewhat countered by the Tian Lang. Normally it takes 100% attack bar when there is the threshold of that HP going down on your units. Now it's only going to be 50, which could be worse. And we have 3 out of 3 of the units of LUFIA right there. Who are you going to pair it with? We're just going for that secret, and that is one of those playstyles that you can go and like, okay, I'm one up, I'm gonna maybe try something new, but it's been picked twice, it has been respect banned twice.
Exactly. Oh, we've got a Rika coming out though. We know how it worked for HANZELOT against LUFIA, but right now into that situation, say?
Yeah, we saw LUFIA giving that smile, and that smile of LUFIA said, like, I know, I have to burn it. And he does it that time.
Oh, we still don't see a Sigrid yet in the Europe Cup or in SWC. And we're going to be going into this match, most likely with the 2 speed leads of the 24% from the Chiwu and the Moor, as LUFIA and PINKROID get down to business. 1-0 to LUFIA in this Europe Cup finals. Taking the first turn is going to be that Chiwu.
Chiwu taking first turn. Ooh, not landing all of the glancing hits that we would like. We also do not have any returning favors on that. Any stuns, we have a stun and we have a proc. Stun on Yonki doesn't really matter, but definitely the stun on that Bella is going to matter.
Exactly, and now Han does have an opportunity to put a defense break and put some damage, but Abelium will get procced out here if it's enough damage that goes into it.
Not a single armor break, very unfortunate, and that's going to be the pushback and the double provokes as well.
And here we have Abelio, has all skills available, likely going to use second skill, take out that Bella, and realistically right now, as long as he can control all of the rest, he's going to do fine.
Yeah, I definitely think that PINKROID is definitely doing very fine in this matchup. Onyuki is going to shake off that stun, still has that provoke, still has that glancing hit on himself, but Abelio also still has that third skill, so there's going to be healing.
Oh, here we go. Now we've got Abelio coming up with the healing, and it's going to give the opportunity now. Oh, we've got the provoke on the Moor as well. He just needs to get rid of this Onyuki.
Yeah, the Onyuki, but the Onyuki is being slept, also being woken up because it's not too much needed to have it sleeping. In this case, if you go for skill 1, armor break, skill 2, I still don't think you would do enough damage, but that is a good opportunity that he might have over here.
He doesn't get it, so he does allow skill 2. Is it going to be enough damage? 7.3k hits into that Onyuki.
Yeah, definitely not enough damage, but this Tianlang is definitely going to do a lot of damage. Tianlang does do a lot of damage on that skill 1, and that will take that unit out. And this is a 1 against 4 that is not going to go on, and we have the victory for PINKROID.
Wow, so he's starting the reverse sweep again like he did against Timbo. Can he keep that momentum going through into the set 3? Hopefully we get straight into the set 3, in all honesty, because I want to see these guys fight it all the way through. LUFIA, PINKROID, 1-1. Are we going to have the same pre-bans again? Do you think there's going to be a Han and a Tianlang?
I would definitely say that Tianlang. The Tianlang enables so much of PINKROID's comp that it makes it very difficult for LUFIA to draft into. He doesn't really have a strong Tianlang answer. And once again, we have the pre-ban on that Han from the side of PINKROID.
There we go. So PINKROID, do you think he's going to look to already take away that Moor just because it seems like a contested unit whenever it's out?
It's somewhat of a contested unit, but he could also take out that Cigar. We definitely see that on both cases. But we also see Vanessa, and I would say Vanessa is once again more of a steal than a very comfortable pick of PINKROID.
Okay, here we go then. So LUFIA's got the answers back to him. He's going to take a Moor. Will he take again one of his... Takes the Cigar.
And taking that Moor and the Cigar, and definitely going to be followed up by probably that Bella. PINKROID, how are you going to answer into the units that you see on the field right now? Once again with that Athena. Hey gang. That's what we have seen before, and that has been working before, but didn't work in the first round, though.
Exactly. Does it mean now we're also going to be seeing that Bella with all of the damage that's been coming out from LUFIA the whole of the game, the whole of the Europe Cup, in all honesty, and partnering it up with something like the Onyuki? Or is it worth? I still want to see a Sigrid at some point, say. I know we probably won't in this match, but surely we will at some point.
Well, there we have a speed lead, and there we have that Bella. Definitely comfortable picks from LUFIA and cycling back to those units. PINKROID, are you going to switch it up? Last time it was the Light Monkey and the Julian, if I'm not mistaken, in there. Let's see if it goes for different units right now. Goes for Carnal, shows a lot more tankiness. Goes for Sonya. Sonya, so far, we have seen one going through. Did play pretty well onto killing something, but also it's mostly a 1-for-1 trade. Like, it kills something off the field, but then also leaves the battlefield itself pretty fast. And going for a switch of a Tableau, definitely a unit we haven't seen yet here today, or even in all of the prelims, but always an interesting unit, especially in combination with that Athena being very fast, AoE armor breaks, and then maybe getting some extra turns, or that Sonya doing a similar thing.
Exactly. The moment that you can start cycling the turns with the Tableau, he's got the skill 3, allowing your team to have a full new move again. Leo, that is an answer.
Mind games. Yeah, it's a must ban.
There we go. It was a must ban, and Sonya's been banned out as well. So we've got the speed leads going in 33-33. Etna likely to take the first turn here as we're getting in to set 3. PINKROID versus LUFIA. It is 1-1.
Yeah. We have to turn going right away to the Bella. Bella was moving after everything right there. We're getting the stun, and these stuns were massive. However, we have to reset over here, and that reset will make it that Athena will move once again. Athena can go into the Bella and most likely will stun it.
Manages to stun it, and now there's Vanessa. Can she go defense break? Lands a defense break. Will we get any stuns there? Oh,
we got two very strong stuns over there, and the Athena cannot be controlled right now. The Oliver can't do too much into it. It can go for absorbs, cooltime increases, but not exactly on the units you would like to place it on. And we have that Bella leaving the battlefield, and that is very much an uphill battle for LUFIA right now. And you can see on his face that he knows that he's in a not too comfortable position.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble right now. We know Oliver is Despair, so maybe we're going to get some Despair units, unless he reruined it in between. But I doubt it. He's probably going to stick with the Despair.
I think that is still the Despair one, but this is definitely the answer of PINKROID. PINKROID likes to take that first turn, but he also likes to take the second first turn with that tabla, and that definitely worked out over here.
I like that. The second first turn, that is a new statement that you have just built, and I love it. Because Oliver now, third skill available. He's going to look to try and put in a cool time. Are you going to try and absorb as well from a Vanessa? No, going for the Etna. Oh, and stun.
It did stun, but the big issue is you have two wind units that don't show too much damage. There's no sustain, and I think LUFIA's definitely taking his time right now to just think like, okay, if he drafts a similar comp as this, like next match you have to think about the TN lane. But if he comes back to this match again, what could he have drafted differently? And that is also showing the strength of PINKROID. He randomly finds, or not even randomly, he finds that tableau somewhere in the back of his box, just uses that, and that worked out so incredibly well here in this match.
Exactly. We've got Hagan coming out, gets the stun on the Scar, but we're going to have an additional turn. Can he get a defense break and a provoke now? Yes, he lands both.
He lands both, but if we look at the HP bars, we see everything that is still doing those S1s is enough damage to at some point take out that Cigar and that Oliver. And the units on the side of PINKROID still look very lively.
Exactly. You look at Vanessa, a fire unit against two wind units with so much health. She's going to be taking a turn next unless LUFIA decides to go onto the Vanessa with the skill 2. Decides against it, but there's going to be a defense break coming out. Not enough to kill, but will be when it cycles back round.
Yeah, and that is definitely the kill over there, and that also makes it the victory for PINKROID into a 2-1.
Wow, 2-1. Is it going to be the same as what he just did against Timbo? He's just winning 2-1 against LUFIA right now, but it's all to play for as we get into this potential decisive match. This could be the back-to-back-to-back champion if this goes through right now, say. And there's going to be a Tian Lang and a Han on the field.
Yeah, we have the Tian Lang on the field, and that's definitely the strong unit of PINKROID, that even if he doesn't draft it, you have to keep it in mind. Like, okay, everything that I draft right now might be countered by the Tian Lang. And that just makes drafting so much more difficult if you know, like, your enemy has these and these and these units. And even if the draft looks, like, very weird, you know that these players prepared against it, like, okay, I cannot draft this right now because it would get counted, so I have to draft something else. And from a viewer point of view, or even from the caster's point of view, it might feel weird at some point, but what these guys have in mind, it's like 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more preparation than we did, and that we see on this point.
Oh, that
no,
was
you
a troll.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I wouldn't even mind if he did, but no, he's not going to. But I love that. You can also see that the stress level of LUFIA lowered so much. Like, at first match, he walked in, he was like, oh no, I don't. And now he's just making the joke of like, okay, I'll just drop on it. There's no way that I don't.
Exactly. Instead, he goes for the more. And now we've got the Chiwu and the Sagar on the side of PINKROID as well. Maybe now we can pull the Antares, though. Come on, LUFIA. We can do it now, though, right? Or I still want to see the Sigrid. Let's get some Han in there.
Yeah, definitely. But that draft didn't work out last time. If he goes all of the 4 dark units right now, PINKROID definitely has the answer to it. So he kind of likes to switch us up, going in that Chungpong.
Exactly, Chungpong pairing it up with the Yongyuki. We know the Yongyuki has been doing a lot of damage, especially when it can set itself up on a defense break into the second skill, because it's just doing so much damage. And in terms of controlling it, the moment you stun it, it's fine. He'll ignore that. I'll deal with it later, because I'm still going to take a turn anyway. We've got an Eshir on the side of PINKROID, they'll say.
Yeah, Asher, a lot of people would say like, oh, just lock in your Tian Lang, you have it available right now. But Tian Lang is not that great into Chungpong, so I definitely do like that PINKROID is signaling different units. The only thing that PINKROID doesn't have all too much right now is a lot of damage. Sure, you have that armor break of the Cigar skill too, but it's just 2 turns. You have the damage on the Asher, you have some damage on the Chiwu, but it's not like the insane amount of damage that the Bella likes to put out. If LUFIA goes to somewhat of sustaining units right now that can deal with the damage, can deal with the cycling, and then still sustain enough to kill the units on the side of PINKROID, it might be a thing. But Asher is also pacing a lot of speed with that speed buff.
There we go. We see a Veramos along with the Han there. I think that's just mainly to try and combat the Shizuka. The signaling of Shizuka staying in?
I am not really sure. The Veromos is mostly placed against things with heavy debuffs that don't really have chances of stunning or anything. In this case, there's not too many debuffs, I would say. Sonya, once again, probably a respect ban over there. But the Veromos feels in like a weird spot, however, is also respect banned.
There we go. So it was a respect ban, which means that we've got the speed leads of the Maw and the Chiwu. This is potentially the decisive final set between PINKROID and LUFIA here at the Europe Cup in the finals. Taking that first turn is going to be Esche. Can PINKROID control this now and take it through all the way?
Very depending on a glancing across the board. Very important for PINKROID over there. And he did get one stun, but not a stun they'd like to see. Do we get AoE provoke? AoE provokes missing on the Maw, but also not the most interesting one, because that is not really one that you care about all too much. And we see a lot of speed buffs going around on the side of PINKROID.
Yeah, you can see all of the debuffs managing to land on the whole side of LUFIA. The Ongyuki's not going to, well, he's basically going to ignore most of it, apart from the provoke, but can't get anything additional turn out of it. This is looking very dire for LUFIA.
Yeah, definitely. LUFIA needed that sustaining there to keep those units alive, even though he didn't take all too many turns. And that Rakuni could do, but in this case, a Han by itself can't do.
Exactly, and we've got Chungpung going in now. There's glancing on it, and there's so much cool time reset that came from that cigar, meaning he can't use the turns. More hitting as well. I can't see a win from LUFIA here.
No, it would be very difficult to get a win over here. We're also getting a sleep. That's an unwanted sleep. We're going into AoE hits anyways, so probably that sleep doesn't matter all too much. And we get AoE provokes into an additional turn, armor break, and we do not have that Massacre up yet, but we will have pretty soon with that speed buff.
Wow, here we see it. This is why he is here. Back to back to back champion, PINKROID!
Oh my goodness! He's only gone and done it! PINKROID is your Summoners War World Arena 2023 Championship Europe Cup winner again! Well, I say again, 2023 is the first time this year, but 3 years on the trot here. Absolutely incredible, seems to say it. He's done it. What an unbelievable feat this is. Phenomenal work.
Yeah, absolutely, and he can't even believe it himself. You can see it from the reaction. We're going into the interview, and this is impressive. This is absolutely impressive of the highest standard.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to say.
Back in Europe.
Yeah, I hope so.
On espère. On l'a un maximum de bruit pour PINKROID, s'il vous plaît.
A man, a few words, but great words, Adam.
I was going to say, was that it? Did I miss it? Okay, it was very, very quick there. But the crowd, look at everyone on their feet. Everyone's so excited, so pleased for him as well there. What an absolute display. I mean, we had that short break, that short intermission, waiting for the technical thing to be sorted out. We came back, and then 3 back-to-back wins. I mean, just sublime. I mean, what else? We've talked about him over and over again here. What else is there to say about PINKROID apart from just ridiculous scenes?
I know. Pure skill.
Pure skill. Pure skill. I mean, what we saw there as well. I mean, just it's the micromanagement, isn't it, of each of those kind of like interactions, each turn, always knowing the right thing to do at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely, and also the way that he plays around the units that he has a lot more LDs to it, but he once again goes back to all of those elemental units, bringing in that Asher, like, okay, I need to outspeed. Like, the moment you don't take first turn, and the moment you cannot survive that first turn, the match is just done. And that's why PINKROID has all of these super fast matches, and that just definitely works out for him. The whole playstyle, everything, it works.
It worked very well.
Yeah.
Very, very well indeed. We're going to have a look at our bracket in a second here as well and show you exactly what happened today over the course of this Europe Cup, which began back in September with the prelims. Today was all about the final 8 who were battling it out to try and be in those top 2 spots for the World Finals. Of course, we now have our winner, which is PINKROID, but this is how it all came to be. I mean, Sam, some great matchups. Which ones are highlights for you today? Which did you really enjoy?
I think overall the one that I really enjoyed was the TIMBO and LIVERT match, because it was so up and down at the beginning, and there was so many different play styles that were trying to be used. One didn't work out in the beginning, and then it came back. This one, and then obviously the final.
Obviously the final. I mean, how about you, Sek?
I would have to agree with the LIVERT TIMBO match. I said it from the start, I would like to see LIVERT mix it up, and LIVERT went first turn. I loved it. I loved every piece of it. He went for the Dominic, he went for the first turn. He took that victory like super cleanly. And if he plays more like that, And if he goes for like those kind of runes, those kind of play styles, if he focuses more on that, we're definitely going to see him more next year.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the reverse sweep there was amazing as well. We weren't expecting that. That was really wonderful. I mean, we have our confirmed winner. We have LUFIA in second place, their runner-up, still going out to Bangkok World Finals. We'll take a look actually very soon at the players going through. You can see actually right here on screen right now. Those players are confirmed going through to the World Finals in November. 2 spots left here, Sam. It's going to be one not to miss. It's a strong, strong group of players.
It's really, really stacked. Look at the 3 at the top in terms of PINKROID and Big V and Truel have all been there before. Lest as well been there before. And especially with LUFIA as well, brand new debutant. Zera might have been there before. I don't actually...
I think Zera is a debutant as well. Maybe. He came straight from the Thai qualifier. But we also still have the APAC region. We have reigning champions in there, multiple reigning champions. Diligent is in there. Definitely a name we cannot forget that we might see on stage here as well. But he has to bring it in 2 weeks in Taipei.
Yep.
Is it just 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks, it's going very fast.
Fortnite. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's coming thick and fast here. But I mean, that's what it's all about here, though. As you whittle around down towards November, that is definitely to look out for as well. Everything coming your way, and you'll see that both LUFIA and PINKROID in action, representing the continent out there as well, which will be really interesting. PINKROID the last couple of years has been so close, runner-up. He's come tied 3rd. Let's listen to what our stage hosts, our brilliant Mana and Jirai, have to say here as well. Let's see what they're hyping up the crowd, I'm sure, as the presentation gets underway in just a moment's time.
Exactly. We're going to comment all over this as well until they speak a bit more English. Why not?
Okay. Let's just keep on chit-chatting until the English kicks in.
They're enjoying it anyway.
And here they come. The music begins. Oh, and do you know what? A massive shout out to Keen, David, the entire team here that have worked so hard to come to our staff. Let's tune in and see what they have to say.
Je suis désolé d'avoir amené totalement cette soirée. Je suis désolé, I'm sorry. For us, it's been 3 years of virtual tournaments, small events. We are very, very happy to finally be back on a big stage with 1,000 people and a great crowd in Paris. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you!
Thank you guys for watching as well.
Mesdames et messieurs,
yeah, thank you.
David and Kim, you have some few words again for our audience?
I don't want to talk too long. I just want to thank everybody who helped make this event a reality. There's a lot of people involved in this. We have so many people working on this, easily over 100 folks at New Line, Webedia. Come to us. All our international offices, our streamers, all the crew here in the building. Please give it up for them. A big applause for everybody who helped us. Thank you.
Ouais, effectivement, beaucoup de monde qui ont travaillé sur cet événement pour qu'il soit possible aujourd'hui, extraordinaire. Et on va pouvoir célébrer tout de suite, Mana. Eh oui, je te laisse peut-être annoncer le premier médaillé. Oui, on va retrouver.
All right, now our wonderful team from Come To Us are on the stage, about to hand out the prizes and the medals to our players. Here comes HANZELOT coming through. He's like, that's me, right? That's my name? Yeah, that is me. Okay.
I took one of those medals home.
just double checking, that is definitely my name, because I forget. Congratulations. I think HANZELOT is definitely one to watch for me as well. I think he's performed brilliantly in the prelims, here as well, another debutant, but gave his all and really impressed the crowd.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. He played phenomenal, but LUFIA.
Do you have a word for the French audience?
Yeah, it was nice to be here. I really enjoyed it, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Humble.
What a nice guy.
Humble.
What a lovely guy.
Absolutely, definitely deserving that 3rd spot.
Absolutely agree. I think he's been so good. And TIMBO as well coming through, who is, again, has performed brilliantly, the crowd have been really behind him. One of the fondest members of the makeup here, and we'll have a chat here with him and see what he has to share, because he's a lovely guy as well. Let's see what Tim has to say.
Et là, ça va partir sur des très lourds, mon cher Mana. Du très lourd.
Or not. We say some of our players, some of our few words here, but Timo doesn't even get a chance. He's just gone. He's just left. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But here's our runner-up. It's LUFIA. Let's go. GG's to LUFIA. What a worthy run-up as well. He's been absolutely brilliant. And receiving a runners-up medal now, and of course, a big chunk of that prize pool we mentioned earlier on, $20,000 in total, a prize pool. And he's going to go and chat to Mana now. Let's see what he can share with us.
Et puis bah écoutez, il est temps de célébrer si je peux me permettre.
And he's not going to change them. Okay, that's right. But at the same time, I mean, maybe we're waiting to have PINKROID join us out here now. The winner of the Europe Cup for a 3rd time in a row. Here he comes, the Pinkmeister. Let's go, PK!
Regardez-le, médaille d'or, encore une fois champion, encore une fois, il défendra l'Europe en finale et cette fois-ci, il va.
Oh, look at that
Look
check.
at that very, very large check. $10,000. I mean, of course, for PINKROID, this is deja vu. He's been here before. He's single-handedly going to buy a small island, I think, at the end of his Summoners War career. This is unreal. But there we go. He has got himself $10,000. If you see him in the street, don't worry, that is not cashable. It's enormous. They won't accept it. But PINKROID there, deserved winner again, $10,000 US, and playing for, I mean, Sam, say playing for a mighty big paycheck in World Finals as well.
Exactly, it's all to play for there. But I'm knowing PINKROID, he just wants to go there. He wants to go to Thailand. I've seen Raxaz with a Thailand t-shirt on today as well.
He's
so
actually,
they just want to get there.
With all these winning money, he's using it to scout the world where he's going to live one day on this island. You can see her on screen as well, folks. Another coupon code courtesy of the lovely team at SWC here. 23 SWC APAC Avenue. I mean,
do you want to know the explanation for that?
Yeah, go on.
APAC is coming soon. In French.
Oh, APAC en vue. Okay, love it. Okay. Yeah, that completely went over my head. But we have 400,000 mana there, scrolls, emblems. That is the beauty. That's the bad boy there. Make sure to make the most of that one. That's your last code of the day there. Enjoy that one. But you can see Jiraiya and Mana wrapping things up now. I mean, what a great kind of Europe Cup it's been. What a great time, right?
I've had such a good time. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you guys as well.
I love you. I love you.
Yeah.
I love you all. So much love in the chat right now. But as you can see, it means so much to everybody here, and it's great to see. The crowd are going absolutely crazy, and rightly so here, knowing that it's been a great celebration of the game, the community, the players. You will definitely see PINKROID and LUFIA representing Europe at the Europe Cup here. Let's just tune in and see what they have to say as they're hyping everybody up here. Oh, the players are coming out!
All of the players, in the end, keep in mind, all of them are victorious simply because, there we have some of our old players sitting up there, the plus ones. A little bit less smiley than the players on stage, I would say. But
that's
definitely worth it. All of those players here, all of
we're wrapping up. I think we're wrapping up here. Thank you so much for watching. Take care and goodbye. Oh, it's back to us now. Hey, thanks so much. It's been amazing. Huge thanks to everybody here who's taken part in this show. It's been amazing. The staff, technical team, audience, hosts, everybody. We love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you on the next one, Europe Cup 2024. Thanks for being here. Au revoir for now from Paris. It's been a good day.
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Oh,
we're waiting again.
There we go. Love to see it. There we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
Oh, nice. I don't think